is up, everybody? Welcome to another episode of Limited Resources. This episode number 797. My name is Marshall. I'm one of your Limited Resources, and joining me on the line, all the way from Denver, Colorado, it's Luis Scott-Vargas. Luis, it's set review time.
Yes, it is. Yes,
Came right up on us.
Yeah, no, this is great. I'm really happy to be moving on to the next set here, and kind of just a fresh start here with Tarkir Dragonstorm, which is a set that I'm going to be going pretty deep on because the Spotlight series is here in Denver. And I actually did want to mention that you remember GP Reed Duke from quite some time ago?
Oh, yeah. I was the one who I was in the booth for it. I was soloing it while Reed played.
Yeah. So they're actually going to end up following me in that same fashion.
Sweet.
So hopefully I do well enough to kind of make that worth it. But yeah, I think it's going to be sweet. Man,
I wish I could cover that. Oh, that would have been sweet. Yeah, I was actually considering going out for it, but I've got plans that weekend that I couldn't break, so I wasn't able to go. But, oh, man. How long? You think you're going to put together a nice little run for us? Or
that's the hope. I'm gonna try.
I have one question. Are they going to mic you up?
I don't know about that.
Because that was that to me was the really important thing about GP Reed Duke, was that we put a microphone on the table so we could hear him and his opponent talk, and it let me kind of just interject where necessary, but it made it a totally different feel from the normal broadcast. Anyway, that's awesome. I can't wait to watch that. And this is the set that Luis is going to be playing, and it is Tarkir Dragonstorm. We're going to do the set review today. All of the commons and uncommons in the set, we're going to break them down in detail for you. And we're going to talk about the upside, the downside, where they may fit, and give you a chance to get a feel for the set before you actually get those packs in your hand or start cracking the online boosters on Arena or Magic Online. Before we do, we want to say thank you to each and every person who supports us on Patreon. It's patreon.com/limitedresources, and it's a place you can go to support your favorite content creators. For us, you get a thank you card and a sticker in the mail for supporting us, and you get access to our Patreon feed and a few other cool bonuses, like access to the live stream of us recording the show, which there's people watching right now, as well as an unedited version of the show. Salacious stuff coming from Luis all the time, where we leave in the banter there, when we're getting ready for the show and when we're finished, that kind of stuff. Anyway, it's patreon.com/limited resources. We also want to say thank you to Ultimate Guard for supporting the show. Ultimate Guard makes the best stuff in the business. If you need to protect your cards, your decks, or your collection, they are the place to go. All the way from the individual card level with sleeves, up to decks with deck boxes, up to multiple decks with long boxes that will hold all of your decks, all the way up to the collection level with binders and ways to organize your stuff, even things like backpacks and way to move around your collection. They have you covered. Seriously, this is the best stuff. They put a lot of thought into the design and the materials that they use. And once you get their product in your hand, you're like, dang, this thing's nice. And that was the reaction I had when they first came onto the market. And they've kept that up ever since. If you'd like to check out their products, you can go to ultimateguard.com. And if you want to pick something up, you can go to your favorite online retailer or your favorite local game store. Thank you, Ultimate Guard. We do appreciate it. One thing we're going to be doing, Luis, is we are going to put a grade on each of these cards. The grade is not meant to be the end all, though.
No, I mean, the commentary about the card is the most important, but the grade kind of gives you, at the end of the day, where does this card stand in relation to other similar cards. So our grading scale is going to be A through F with 2 subgrades. A's are bombs, game winners, cards that are good in many situations, especially when behind, and the best cards in the set. We're talking cards like Sab Sunin or Lumbering World Wagon. Common, uncommon, you don't get to see too many A's. Every now and then one sneaks in. B's are cards that actively pull you towards their colors, headliners for a set, go-to cards, and reasons to be in a particular clan. In this case, it's a 3-color set. Solid removal also falls here too. Cards like Transit Mage or Haunt the Network. C's are playable. These are the cards that are like kind of the pawns of limited. They're pretty interchangeable. You end up with a bunch of them in your deck, and you can't build a limited deck without them. But you're not happy or unhappy. They're just cards in your deck. Cards like Keen Buccaneer, Crash and Burn, just solid cards. D's are cards that are a step below. These are sometimes playable, and you'd prefer not to run them. These are going to be your 22nd, 23rd, 24th card. Cards that when someone looks at your deck, You're not too happy if you have 5 or 6 of these. So cards like Goblin Surveyor or Gear Seeker Serpent, especially in like a deck that's maybe not the best at utilizing it. And then we have Fs, cards that are unplayable in basically all scenarios. Cards that cost 1 million mana or refer to planeswalkers or things like that. Cards like Unstoppable Plan or Full Throttle, just they don't work in limited. And then our subgrades are sideboard, so cards that rarely make the main deck but can be pretty good outside of the board. Cards like Broken Wings, for example, they're an F main deck, but like maybe about a B sideboard card. And then there's build-around cards that by themselves don't do much or anything, but if you properly kind of work with them, you build around them, you give them the support they need, they can be among the best cards in your deck. So cards like Push the Limit, which great in a really focused deck, not good outside of that.
That's right. And then, when it comes to the grades, as Luis mentioned, we're going to be talking about the cards a lot. That's the really important part. The grade is more just to kind of put a little bow on the discussion before we move on to the next card. Also, since this is a commons and uncommons review, you'll note that a lot of cards fall into that C, D plus to B minus range. That's kind of the sweet spot. So we'll use the C minus and the C plus to kind of designate whether we think this is one that's like in that average range, but you're kind of, that one's actually pretty good versus one that's a little more fringe, like a C minus. The other thing that we want to talk about here at the front is that there are, of course, new mechanics, just like with every set. And we wanted to go over them quickly before we jumped into the actual cards here. So Luis, what are the mechanics that we need to look out for?
So there's some cool new mechanics. We've got, one mechanic for each of the 5 clans, plus a couple like the ones that appear across the set. And remember, the clans are 3 colors, so you'll see these. Like the Obzon mechanic, you'll see in potentially almost every deck you face, depending on which colors the 3 colors your opponent's playing touch. So Obzon has Endure, which is a mechanic that says when this enters, endures a certain amount, and it gets 3+, like for example, Endure 3. You put 3+1/+1 counters on this creature, or make a 3/3 white spirit creature token. So Endure is basically a way to either play a pretty big creature, and it's going to be often featured on creatures that would like benefit from extra stats. If you can think about it, a first striker enduring is pretty cool when you get 2+1/+1 counters on it. But you can take the safe route, which is just make a 2/2. So the example they used in their preview article, for example, is a Dusiut Earthcarver, which is 5 and a green for a 4/4 reach with Endure 3. So you either get a 7/7 reach or a 4/4 plus a 3/3, both pretty good. This is a kind of all upside mechanic. There's a lot of really cool things it does. And I think that Endure cards are going to be pretty good. You don't really have to do anything besides just put them in your deck. They're not very situational. In that
adaptable to the board state. Yeah.
Yeah, they're just pretty solid cards. And obviously there's ways to kind of get extra value. Like if you had Endure creatures and you had ways to bring them back from the graveyard, you keep getting them just like any ETB. If you have ways to make use of tokens, Endure 1 cards can be pretty good at making a token for you to sacrifice, that sort of thing. Jeskai has a cool mechanic. It's Flurry. So Jeskai's red, white, blue. Obzon is black, green, white, by the way. Jeskai's red, white, blue. So spells is obviously a big theme of this. And they have Flurry. So Flurry is an ability word, so all the Flurry cards don't all do the same thing. But basically what it means is when a card that has Flurry on it says Flurry, whenever you cast your second spell each turn, this does something. So an example is Devoted Duelist is 1 and a red for a 2/1 haste, and it has Flurry. This creature deals 1 damage to each opponent. So that one's, for example, not a very big payoff, but definitely does something relevant. And this one you need to build around a little more because you need to build a deck that can play multiple spells reliably in the same turn. So we're talking cheap spells, we're talking cantrips or spells that draw cards in various ways so that you're able to kind of get 2 spells on the stack. Especially at instant speed, you could do it on their turn as well as your turns. You can imagine a deck that has a lot of like 1 mana cantrip type spells or cheap spells, triggering Flurry on your turn, then passing, then on their turn doing it as well. And that's pretty neat if you can get that going. So Flurry is a cool mechanic. Sultai has Renew. So Renew lets you exile a card from the graveyard, and you put some counters on a creature. It doesn't always have plus and plus counters as part of it, though that is very common. So that is like the most common mode. So for example, Agent of Kotus is 1 and a blue for a 2/1, and you can pay 3 and a blue and Renew, exile this from your graveyard, put 2 plus and plus 1 counters on a creature as a sorcery. So it's a way to get double value out of your cards. It's, unsurprisingly, Sultai's green, blue, black, cares about the graveyard. This pays you off for self-mill, pays you off for discard. There's just a bunch of ways to kind of get value out of this. But I think that the renew cards, I mean, just like any of these mechanics, it really just depends on how pushed the cards are. But I like kind of flashback-ish for creatures. It's pretty neat.
Yeah, it says that they always get counters. They don't have to be +1/+1 counters,
right.
But some type of counters are involved, and then sometimes you even get extra stuff.
Yeah, there's more complicated ones, like the rare one, that we're going to talk about next week. Like put a ++1 counter a creature, then all your creatures turn into that creature for this turn. Mm-hmm. That sort of thing. Like there's a bunch of ways they can do things. And then Mardu is the red, black, white aggressive, clan, and it's got a mechanic called mobilize. So when you mobilize per a number. It's like mobilize 1 or 2 or 3. It says whenever this creature attacks, create a tapped and attacking 1/1 red warrior token, sack it at the beginning of the next end step. So mobilize 1 makes 1, mobilize 2 makes 2, so on and so forth. And mobilize is pretty neat because, first of all, it's just good offensively, right? You've got a cheap mobilized creature that sends extra attackers, and it's basically like if you have mobilized 2, it's like you do 2 extra damage whenever you attack, assuming they're not blocking. But more so than that, there's just a bunch of ways. Mardu does a good job of taking use of these tokens, temporary tokens, but making a temporary token then sacrificing it seems pretty good.
Yeah, and damage adds up too.
Yeah, if you have cards that are pumping your squad, all of a sudden you're making 2/1s or 3/1s, and then you're just hitting for a lot of damage. Mobilize is a pretty snowbally aggressive mechanic, really punishes you for not having blockers. So seems like a cool mechanic, very Mardu flavored. And Harmonize is, I think, my favorite mechanic. It's kind of funny. There's 2 flashback mechanics in this set, which, is more than the number I would have guessed, because that usually there's 0. This is the Teamer mechanic. So green, blue, red, and it's a good value mechanic. It's called Harmonize. So when you harmonize, you cast a spell from your graveyard for its Harmonize cost, which are usually pretty expensive, because what Harmonize does is it lets you tap a creature you control to reduce the cost by X, where X is that creature's power. Then you exile the spell when you cast it out of your graveyard. So you can only, it's like
X is its power? Like that's, dang.
Yeah, you can only tap 1 creature, but like Roamer's Routine, for example, is 2 and a green. Search your library for a basic land at sorcery speed, put it in a battlefield tapped, right? And it's Harmonized 4 and a green, so that's expensive. But if you have a 4/4 out, imagine you play like a 4-power creature on turn 3, which I'm sure there are plenty of. Well, not plenty, but I'm sure that's possible. Turn 4, you go Roamer's Routine, immediately harmonize it. It's a pretty good deal, and this is not obviously one of the more pushed cards anyway. So yeah, there's some definitely things you can do. And I like the ability to, just get extra value, get paid off for having a big creature. That's kind of like the idea. But even just in a long game, you just get to harmonize and kind of get two values out of your spells. So pretty cool stuff. And I think harmonize is going to pay off control decks. But again, I like the twist of having a big creature. I think that was really smart. That makes it so it's not just blue, red, green control spells, all spells. You actually have to play creatures to really maximize this. There's also some non-clan specific mechanics, and this one I'm gonna rant about a little. The set hasn't even started. I'm still gonna do it. It's omens. So omens, and if you look at the omen cards, they look exactly like adventure cards.
Yeah, omens they're templated the same.
Are cards like, for example, let me give you Dragonstorm Island Dragon. It's 5 and a blue for a 4/4 flying ward 2. Great, but it's got that little adventure set, but it's omen this time on the bottom left, which is Skimming Strike. 1 and a blue, instant omen, tap a creature, draw a card. Cool. You'd think, by looking at this is a sick new adventure. I get to tap a creature, draw a card, and then play a 6-mana 4/4 flyer. No, the way the omen works is if you play the spell part of it, the omen part, on resolution, you shuffle the card back into your deck. So it isn't like an adventure at all. It's like it went an adventure back into your deck and you don't get to play it again. Like,
it isn't like an adventure at all.
It's really something.
It really isn't. No. And I guess the idea is that the omen part is that, oh, there's a dragon lurking in my library, maybe? Like, it's not that scary.
Yeah. So
I like the mechanic. I just don't like that it overlaps so heavily. I love split cards. I love flashback. Like, give me as many of those as you can do, but it just straight up looks like an adventure. So
yeah. So they're cool. They mean that almost nobody can get decked as long as they have an omen card. You can just keep casting an omen card. I guess actually this literal one isn't a good example because it draws you a card. But for the most part, omens are not gonna are going to mean that natural decking is not going to be a reason that you lose a lot of the time, which I think is just kind of funny. But yeah, the cards I'm sure play fine. I just think that templating it exactly like Adventure with that little flourish on the bottom, it's just, I've already seen it trick people. Like, it's just going to keep happening. And it's just, it kind of promises something that's not real. That's the part that bugs me. The Omens play fine. You'll just put these cards in your deck. They're basically just split cards. You can play whichever one, makes the most sense for you to play. And then there's Behold, of course. This is a dragon set, so you got to behold some dragons. Behold is a additional cost to play the spell, behold a dragon, or pay, in this case, 1, kind of like our preview cards. Caustic Exhale is 1 black instant, give a creature -3/-3, but you can behold a dragon. You can choose a dragon you control or reveal a dragon card in your hand as a cost to make this cheaper. And Behold is pretty cool. You've got basically payoffs for having dragons in your deck, which I think is pretty neat.
Okay, so those are the main mechanics, and of course we'll be bumping into those as we go through. We're going to be doing what we normally do, which is where we start with the gold signpost uncommons, though this is a little bit of a wrinkle that we've got here. So there are 5 sets of 2 cards for the enemy colors. So those kind of overlap with the clans, with the, Mardu and those type of things. Then they also gave us 4 cards per wedge is what these are called, in game design terms, these 3 color groupings. And one of them's a common and the other 3 are uncommon. And we're going to go through all of those at once. So this is going to be a lot of gold cards coming at you, but we should have a really good feel for where each one of these clans ends up landing by the time we're done here. So let's dive in. Our first card up is Hardened Tactician. This is 1 white-black for a 2/4 human warrior at uncommon, and you can pay 1 mana and sacrifice a token, doesn't matter what it is, to draw a card. So there's a pretty good hint, I guess, at what it's trying to do.
Yeah, is this good with Mobilize?
No kidding.
I mean, it's repeatable. It costs 1 and you can keep doing it. So
the question is just, do we have expendable tokens that we'd like to sacrifice?
Yeah. And the answer is yes, pretty much. Like if you can get some Mobilize cards in your deck, it's
But aren't those creatures?
But it makes the tokens.
No, I'm saying the token's a creature, right?
Yeah, but you can sack it because it's a token.
Right. I'm saying, do we have things that we're really excited to sacrifice? Like a food turning into a card would be awesome, but sacrificing like onboard board state's a little bit more painful, right?
Yeah.
So I don't know. I mean, the first card of the set, so we don't really know if there's like a, blood tokens or some type of, easy turn them into cards and you kind of run away with it thing. But even worst case, if you are sacrificing like, well, we talked about the warrior tokens on the card you gave for the example, right? Like all of those, you can just sacrifice those in the middle of combat and just eat those up because those are going away anyway.
Yeah, I think that the fact that it's a 3-mana 2/4 means you're not really paying a massive cost,
right?
To put this card in your deck, and every now and then you could just play this. Maybe you don't mobilize for a turn or 2, but eventually you'll get a card out of it in a lot of cases, or they'll deal with it, but that's okay too. You only spent 3 mana. Yeah,
no, that's great. This card seems like a perfect fit there. The question I have is, does it fit somewhere else?
Well, the thing about the black, like a black-white card is like, yes, it could fit into Obzon and you could definitely want to play it there, but it is more likely you can tell whether this is an Obzon card or a Mardu card a little more when you look at them. And this is more of a Mardu card.
Yeah.
Could certainly fit into Obzon, but the Endure tokens are things you can sacrifice as well.
Would you say Jules is more of a Mardu dog?
Oh, she's an
Obzon dog,
sure.
Very aggro.
She's mobilized.
So what do I want to give the Tactician? This seems really strong to me. I mean, even in its like mediocre case scenario, it's still pretty good. I mean, if they want to kill your creature, you can do the chump and draw. Like there's a whole lot of ways you can make this thing work. Yeah.
I mean, it is priced to move.
Like a B?
I think it's just a B.
Yeah.
I think that you're gonna often like to have this card in your deck, and obviously you have to make a little. It takes a little effort, but I think most of the times that you can cast this card, you're going to have it in your deck.
Yeah, for sure. Next is Marshal of the Lost. Does that make you and Jeff the Lost?
Yeah, I suppose you did marshal us to
I'm the marshal
to the show today.
It's a 2 black-white for a 3/3 orc warrior at uncommon again. I'll just actually stop saying that because there's only when we get to the later ones that there's those commons. It has death touch, so 4 mana 3/3 death touch, and whenever you attack, target creature gets +X until end of turn, where X is the number of attacking creatures.
So this can target itself and it counts itself. But also it has the templated whenever you attack text, which means you can just play this and attack, and this doesn't have to be involved in the attack for that to work out well.
So this looks like it goes really well with the Hardened Tactician with the mobilized stuff, huh?
Yeah, I mean, you do actually have to stack your triggers correctly, because you attack with this or a mobilized creature, this goes in the stack, mobilized goes in the stack, and you can always just stack it so mobilized resolves before this does. But it is kind of funny that like you actually do have to think about that, or you're going to end up in a spot where you're not getting the full bonus.
The classic Hero of Bladehold.
Hero of Bladehold, exactly.
Flip a coin on which one if you don't understand how the stack works.
I mean, by itself, this attacks is a 4/4.
Yeah, that's pretty good. And it has death touch, so they do want to get in the way of it. If it is even just a 4/4, the prospect of double blocking a death toucher doesn't really feel great. And it can be much bigger than that. And like you said, it has that enchantment vibes where you play it and then attack with a couple of things and something gets pretty big. This seems solid to me. I would say like C+, B- for Marshal of the Lost, depending on kind of how that archetype pans out.
Yeah, I would say C+. Like I think, as we know, 4 mana creatures that don't have an ETB run a bit of a risk, and it's not like the biggest. So like a deal 3 can kill your 4-drop at no benefit. But yeah, I like C+ for Marshal of the Lost. Yeah,
and the other thing to remember is that this only affects attackers. As far as it's when it hits the battlefield thing right now. It is a 3/3 death toucher on defense, which is, I guess, okay. The next two are blue-red cards. So this is Glacial Dragon Hunt. This is blue-red for a sorcery, and it says draw a card, then you may discard a card. When you discard a non-land card this way, Glacial Dragon Hunt deals 3 damage to target creature. And then this thing actually has Harmonize for 4 blue-red. This is the one where you can tap the creature to help pay. So, yeah, I mean... So this is an interesting one. This has a lot of layers, right? Like it is just 2 mana draw card.
Yeah, it's on turn 2. You can just cycle this, and you can cycle it, and then at some point flash it back. Obviously, that's kind of expensive. You're not going to want to just do that, without having something else. But it then turns your any non-land card into a lightning bolt, which is kind of nice. A 0 mana lightning bolt, 2 mana draw card, and you can choose to cast a lightning bolt. It's pretty cool, and the Harmonize is expensive, but it's kind of a free roll. Like this card is pretty good on its face, and then harmonizing it. By the time you want to harmonize it, even if you tap a 2/2, you're still just paying 4 mana.
Right.
I like this card. I think B for Glacial Dragon Hunt. This just looks like a very solid card.
It does. There's not a lot of downside to that type of card.
This one fits nicely in Jeskai as well as Teamer. So yeah. It's got actually some pretty strong Jeskai vibes.
Yeah, and I mean, imagine the scenario where, like, on turn 2 or 3, you play the first Dragon Hunt, you do discard, like, maybe not your best card, kill one of their things, and then just get to do that again later, and that's while also peeling cards off the top of your library. Like, that's nice. Like, your opponent's going to feel pretty bad if you've killed 2 things with Dragon Hunt and gotten to see a couple extra cards for your time. Next is Effortless Master. This is 2 blue-red for a 4/3 Orc Monk with Vigilance and Menace, and it says this creature enters with 2 +1/+1 counters on it if you've cast 2 or more spells this turn. So they made that mechanic that calls that out, but then this just has the text on it without it.
Right. Well, that's because it needs to the timing of when it needs to go off. But the Effortless Master is nice. This is counts as your second spell. So you just have to play 1 spell before this. On turn 5, playing a 1 mana spell, then playing this sounds pretty great.
So you'd end up with a 6/5 Vigilance Menace for 4 mana in that scenario. I mean, you're paying 5 total, but yeah, that's huge.
Yeah. I mean, it's
scary.
It looks like a pretty reasonable card, especially since the Jeskai decks are going to want 1 mana spells to make Flurry work anyways.
So I guess the question is, what if, let's go a little slightly more realistic and say that it ended up being a 2 mana spell?
Yeah, still,
It's okay.
It's not like this is a 6-mana spell. Yes, you might have to wait till you have 6 mana, but you effectively still get to play a 2-mana spell that does something. Like I assume that your 2-mana spell still has an effect on the game, and you get a 6/5. Seems pretty good to me.
You thinking build around, or like would you play 4-mana Vigilance Menace for 4/3? Because that's not that bad either, right?
It's not good, but it's that being the fail case is far from a disaster. I think I would play Effortless Master in basically every Jeskai deck. Okay. And maybe teamer decks aren't that likely to want to play it. But also, I mean, harmonizing something for 1 or 2 mana and then playing this in the late game is still pretty good. Like, mana costs matter even later. Like, this is part of the reason that we say that, like, a 2-mana 4/4 that has conditions still is really nice to be able to play a 2-mana 4/4 on turn 6 and still have 4 mana left.
Totally. Do you like C+ for Effortless Master, or do you think it's in that B minus range?
I think it's a C+. I'm just like, I at this point am just so down on like 4 and 5 mana creatures. Like, I'm not saying there's not some good ones. Clearly there are, but I think that this one is just like, it's just not a premium card. It's a good card. Right. And there's some decks where it's going to be pretty solid, and there's some games where it's going to be really good, but it's just not. It's not a B-level card. You're just not taking this over a 2-mana removal spell or a really good value card, you know?
Yeah, this is the scale that we were talking about before, where, you know, if your creature were to get killed by a 2 or 3 mana removal spell, how would you feel? And in this case, even if you got the big version, it doesn't feel good. And, you know, you'd much rather have something that gave you the enter the battlefield effect. Cards like this that just give you a whole bunch of stats, they can be really good still. That stats still matter, but it has to be a lot. Like, they really have to push it. And this one's like pretty good. So C+ for Effortless Master. Next are the 2 green-black cards. This is Stalwart Successor. It's 1 green-black for a 3/2 human warrior. It has Menace, and it says, whenever 1 or more counters are put on a creature you control, if it's the first time counters have been put on that creature this turn, put a +1/+1 counter on that creature.
So this actually is cute. You know, they're double clan synergies here. This works with both Endure, with, right, you know, the Obzon mechanic, but also Renew, the Sultai mechanic. They're both just ways to put counters on your creatures. This one just seems okay. 3 mana 3/2 Menace is fine, but not exciting. And you have to have this, and then you have to put counters on a creature and have that all do something. So I think Stalwart Successor looks like a C. There's going to be some decks where it operates at a higher level than that, but I don't think it's a really strong card.
Yeah, I would probably go C+. I mean, it's a 3 powered Menace for 3. Like, it's kind of a pain.
It wears counters nicely.
And it does wear the counters itself, although it becomes a bit of a lightning rod there. Next is Host of the Hereafter. This is 2 green-black for a 2/2 zombie warlock. It says this creature enters with 2 +1/+1 counters on it. And whenever this creature or another creature you control dies, if it had counters on it, put its counters on up to 1 target creature you control. What do you think about cards like this? These are, you know, there's some power here, right? You can see something good, but these always feel a little bit fragile.
Yeah, so it's cool that this is like kind of like a modular. It gives all your guys modular pretty much.
Yeah.
I like that this one is both an engine, but also does it itself. So you play this as a 4/4 for 4, and when it dies, it gives like one of your creatures +2/+2, which is pretty good, right? That's a very reasonable thing. But also, it kind of gives this effect to all your other things, so you can kind of build around it. But worst case scenario, they still kill this. You get 2 counters out of the deal. It's kind of like a hedged build around, which I don't mind. I think that those can be pretty fun.
Yeah, especially so when it says it enters with 2 +1/+1 counters on it, there's no window for them to nail this thing, right? As a 2 toughness creature. That's one thing that's come up recently, where it's like when it ETBs, there's a trigger, and then they can kill it like the I forgot what it was called, but the 3 and a green 2/2 that checked how many cards you had in your yard and put counters on it. You know, like there was this window where they would be like, cool, use my 1 mana removal spell to kill your 4-drop, and that felt bad. This dodges that. So this is okay. I mean, 4 mana 4/4s aren't really where we want to be, but they're not terrible. And then this one has all this crazy upside if you could build around it. I would still go C+, I guess, for Host of the Hereafter. I'm not like super stoked on it.
Yeah, I would give it a C+ as well.
Frontline Rush is red-white for an instant. It says choose one. You can either create 2 1/1 red goblin creature tokens, or target creature gets +X/+X until in return where X is the number of creatures you control. This is red-white, by the way, the next 2 cards here.
This is kind of nice. It makes two mana for 2 tokens of instant speed is solid, and giving a creature like +5/+5 in a good case scenario is pretty good. I like that it pays you off. It's like it does both things. It either makes tokens or pays you for having them. Those kind of cards make your decks go pretty smoothly.
Yes.
I think Frontline Rush is decent, but not like premium uncommon level good. So I'm guessing this is closest to like probably a C plus. Like I think those decks will want it, but it's not. They're not going to go crazy for it.
Yeah, this type of card, being gold and 2 mana is a pain, because if you could just reliably make the 2 goblins every turn 2, like on your opponent's end step while keeping something up, that's pretty powerful. Like that's a good start to these type of decks, but it's just that time when you have a tap land or you can't quite cast it, it does fall off pretty quickly. Next is Quarry Mountain Stalwart. This is 1 red-white for a 3/3 human monk with Flurry. Whenever you cast your second spell each turn, this creature deals 2 damage to each opponent and you gain 2 life? Dang.
Yeah.
3 mana, 3/3 that Drainos for 2 if you double spell?
Yeah, this card is not weak. And
Definitely.
if you can run this, like you cast this, then cast a cheap spell, like you're going to end up pretty far ahead very quickly. Like even 1 drain off this is really nice. And if you get like a second one, like you got a lot of bang for your buck there.
I was going to ask you that. I mean, typically casting 2 spells in a turn in a game of limited is hard, right? And even if you build towards it, it's not something that you can do over and over and over again. So, what would be a reasonable, like, again, you dedicate a few card slots to cheap cantrips or whatever. 2 to 3 times in a game would be like thumbs up, I did it, right? Like it would be rare that you could double spell 4 times over the course of one game.
Well, so yes, that is true, but also if that is your goal, then I think that you will be able to put a lot of cards into and like strategies in place to make it more likely that happens.
Okay, so maybe even I'm being a little too pessimistic about it. Like we could do it.
Right.
Okay.
I mean, I'm not saying that you're going to do this every single turn, but if your deck has a higher than average number of cheap cantrips and cards that either draw cards themselves or are cheap. So like cheap cantrips are like the intersection of those two things.
Right.
But if you imagine you have some 3 and 4 mana draw spells and some just 1 mana spells and some 1 mana spells that draw cards, all that combined means you could trigger this 3 or 4 times over out of 5 turns. Like that wouldn't be unbelievable to me.
Well, that's really strong. I like you said, I mean, even just the second trigger off of this is like pretty nasty. The first one's already really good. Yeah, I mean, I would give it a build around grade in that sense, like to really maximize on it. You do need to be making conscious decisions to put those type of cards in your deck. And, I would have that be somewhere in the B- range, I would guess. Maybe like B- or something for the Stalwart, where if I was just sort of throwing it into a deck and sort of letting the flurries happen when they happen, I would probably have it in the C+. So like maybe the range is like C+ to a B, depending on however you build your deck.
Yeah. I would say it's probably a B. Like, I think that you're going to want this card in your deck. Like it's going to be a pretty good card. And it's not only a strong card, but it's also a card that gives you a nice direction. So
definitely. Next is Auroral Procession. This is green-blue for an instant. It says return target card from your graveyard to your hand. Instant speed. Wow.
Push some regrowths. This looks
these
not
still
very
aren't
good to me.
Yeah, they're not very good, right?
No. For this card to be good, compare this to 2 mana draw card, right?
Yep.
Obviously, 2 mana draw card is not a very good card. But what if you draw a really good card, right? You want to draw a card that you're interested in. And this card gives you the ability to hopefully get something really good out of the deal.
Mm-hmm. But I mean, whatever the best card is in your graveyard.
Yeah. But how are you making it? Like this is it's funny because it says that, talks about Teamer in the flavor text. It's more of a Sultai card because Sultai is the one who can actually fill their graveyard typically. But if you've got some good self-mill, then this gives you a little bit more card selection. But how often would you rather have this in your hand than 2 mana look at the top 4 cards and put 1 in your hand, or look at the top 3 cards and put 1 in your hand?
Yeah, I think I'd rather have the other card most of the time.
Yeah, in the extreme late game, this will be much better. It'll get
Right.
a second copy of whatever your best card is. A lot of times, it's just not going to go that way. So I think this is a cool card to have. I bet this is a card I will enjoy having access to. But,
Yes.
like there are some decks that are like going to be able to make really good use of this card. But I think most of the time, this is just not a very good card. So I think it's like a D, but
Yeah.
it's kind of like a special circumstances card where you will be able to use this nicely sometimes.
Yeah, we call that setup cost, right? Where it's like this has a high setup cost. You need to have a deck that can cast it with the mana, that can go long game, that gets stuff into the graveyard, and that has targets that are worthy of getting back. And then it's okay. But even then, none of those scenarios are like this is some type of bomb or anything. Next is Kishla Skimmer. This is same cost, green-blue. This is a 2/2 flying bird scout. And it says, whenever a card leaves your graveyard during your turn, draw a card. This ability triggers only once each turn.
There we go. That makes the regrowth great.
Oh, yeah. Good combo.
Yeah, I mean, this is a pretty nice little package where it's 2 mana for a 2/2 flyer is already pretty good. Mm-hmm. And then you get to use this to kind of get value out of your harmonized cards and whatnot.
Right. 2/2 flyer for two. Sure. Right. Like I'm interested.
This looks like a C+ to me. And in some decks, it'll be a little bit better, I suppose.
Yeah. It's probably like a B in any deck with any type of reasonable way to trigger it. I mean, the way I think about it is, let's say you're playing Luis and you're on the draw and your opponent goes turn 2 Kishla Skimmer. It's like, oh man, like this could be a problem. Like I'm going to take 6 off of it in the air. And in the meantime, if they ever get anything in the yard, like I really don't want them to start getting the engine going. That's a 2-drop that applies a lot of pressure and across multiple angles. I like that. Okay, so now we're going to move into the 3-color cards. And again, there's 3 uncommons and an uncommon. There's 3 uncommons and a common for each of these. And for the most part, they're set up kind of similarly, but I'll just go through them and you'll pick up the pattern as we go. So the first one is Bone Cairn Butcher. This is for Mardu, and it costs 1 and the 3 colors of Mardu, which is red, white, and black. This is a 4/4 demon with Mobilize 2, and attacking tokens you control have Death Touch. That's extra annoying for your Mobilize.
Yeah, I mean, this one looks like it can be good, but my main concern with this is you play this, you attack with it. They don't block the tokens who have Death Touch, but they block this down, and then you dealt an extra 2. That doesn't seem like incredible to me.
My guess is that Mobilize 2 is pretty strong, like just in and of itself, like on any decent body. Especially, we're of course in the gold build-around-y stage of the set review here, but I mean, we've seen a couple cards that take advantage of these things pretty decently.
Yeah, I think that Mobilize 2 is going to be good and good enough to make this card solid, but is this a 3-color card you want to start the draft with? Definitely not.
I don't think so, no.
No, there's just no way.
No, but like if I'm black-white, I definitely want to get a red mana in there to try to get the Butcher going. I mean, I think it's a B. Like this card looks strong on the battlefield. I just don't like the implications of having to take it too early in the draft or trying to figure out how to cast it.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty nice that like you play this, then attack with a different mobilized creature, and that works. Like it works with your other mobilized cards kind of nicely.
They get Death Touch too.
And this looks like a fine card to splash in a Mardu deck. It does not look that impressive to me though.
So I gave it a B, which feels a little high. What do you
Yeah, I think it's like a C+.
C+. Okay, that's a pretty good gap. Next is Sonic Shrieker. This is 2 red, white, black. Also a 4/4. This one's a dragon, though. This one has flying, and when it enters, it deals 2 damage to any target, and you gain 2 life. If a player is dealt damage this way, they discard a card. Dude, that's a nice uncommon.
Yeah, I mean, 5 mana for a 4/4 flying, and it eats something.
One way or the
you gain
other.
2 life, or it makes them, or it's just a giant ravenous rat. Sounds awesome to me.
Yeah, I like everything I'm seeing here. It's hard to imagine a scenario.
This is
where
a card I would
isn't
go
good.
into. Go into 3 colors for and pick one. Like this is like, okay, yeah, I'll take this and obviously try to be Mardu or maybe splash it.
Yeah, agreed. I like B+ for Sonic Shrieker.
Yep, that's exactly what I would do.
If it was 2-color, I'd probably even be a little higher. Next is Defibrillating Current. And this is an interesting template that we'll see repeated here. Yeah, so these are hybrid mana, which they've brought back here. So these all have the same type of hybrid mana. These ones are a mana symbol that you can either pay one of a color, in this case, a red, a white, and a black. So that's the cheapest you can get. But instead of paying any one of those or any combination, you can pay 2 generic mana instead. So you could pay, there's so many different iterations of this. You could pay anything from 6 colorless or generic mana all the way down to red, white, black for a card like this. But it could also be like 2 mana, 2 colorless, and I'm saying colorless, but you know what I mean, generic and white, black, or 2 or 4 mana and a red. Like, you can combine these any ways you want. And each of these have 2. They have an uncommon version and a common version with this same casting cost across all of the wedges. So this is the first one. This is the uncommon one for Mardu. It's a sorcery, and it says it does 4 damage to target creature or planeswalker, and you gain 2 life. That's a pretty good card.
Yeah, I mean, if you are playing Mardu and you can cast this for red, white, black, deal 4, gain 2 is a great deal. That's even at sorcery speed. Yep. But what's neat about these is if you're playing Obzon, you have the option of playing it or Jeskai for white, black 2 or white, red 2. Right. So like, this is a cool way to give you. It's actually, I think, pretty elegant. It's a way to give a payoff to the 3-color clan that who's drafting this, but also make it fit in the other 2 other ones that kind of like overlap. And I think that's a pretty sweet way to go about things. I
think so too, because these, if they're just straight up 3-color cards, they really only find their way to that clan and that's it. And so you'll see them going around the table and they're usually really interesting. Sometimes they're modal cards. Like, they've used that design space for a bunch of different stuff. And this one looks solid to me. I guess what I would challenge you, Luis, is what grade would you give it if you're in Mardu versus what grade would you give it if you're in an adjacent wedge that can, cast it for 4 rather than 3?
I think that the grade is actually pretty similar. It's about, it's like a B- card regardless.
Yeah, because there isn't actually that big of a difference, right? Because even if you're Mardu, it's not like you're guaranteed to have all 3 colors available on turn 3 anyway.
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, B-.
I think by the time you also want to cast this, you're frequently just going to be pretty happy to spend 3 or 4 mana on it. This is one Agreed. That we're going to look at the next one. It's a little different, but this is one where it's like, this is not that hard to pay 4 mana for, because by the time you want it, a lot of times that's fine. It is better when you're paying 3 mana for it, don't get me wrong. But
yeah, and I will note that the gain 2 life is really the thing that kind of swings this card. If they didn't have that on there, this would be very medium. Like, even the very difficult 3 mana to do 4 damage, not that great. So B- for Defibrillating Current. Next is Reigning Victor, same mana cost. This is a common, though. It's a 3/3 orc warrior with mobilize 1, and when this creature enters, target creature gets +1/+0 and gains indestructible until end of turn.
Yeah, so this is the one that I was talking about, where it's a little bit more painful to not cast this on curve. The idea here is you want to like play your 2-drop, play this on 3, have it mobilize 1. Though this one also, the trigger is pretty good later in the game. I don't think this card's amazing, though. I mean, mobilize 3/3, mobilize 1 is just okay, and +1/+0 indestructible to another creature for an attack is good, but it's not like crazy. It's good with the mobilized creatures.
Right.
It's like, I would give Reigning Victor a C. Like, you'll put this card in your deck, but I don't think you're gonna go out of your way to play this card.
No, and this is one where when you get up to 4 mana or God forbid 5, and nobody's playing these for 6, but if you get up to 5, it's like you're really starting to get out of the range of where you want to be. Next is the grouping of these 4 cards is Teamer. So this is Mammoth Bellow. This is 2 green, blue, red for a sorcery. And it says create a 5/5 green elephant creature token. And you can harmonize it, so you can cast it from your yard. It does cost 8 mana, though, on the harmonize. So that's 5 green, red, blue. But this is the color that tends to produce the big creatures, including Mammoth Bellow creating a 5/5 itself for 5 mana.
Right. So that the joke here is you can cast this as a 5 mana 5/5 and then flash it back for 3 mana to get another 5/5 by tapping this one. And it's also just a good value card. And if you discard or mill it, makes some extra material. I like Mammoth Bellow. I think this is this would be a pretty good teamer card. It looks like a B-, but
it does to me too.
I can see this card really doing a lot in the like late game. You're like, this is how you lose to teamers. They just eventually kind of take over with this sort of thing.
Yeah, there is an interesting leverage point where you play Mammoth Bellow and they killed a 5/5, and now you might be miles away from harmonizing it. It's like, but if you can do it pretty quickly, like the next turn, you've got this huge board state out of nowhere. So yeah, B-, B for Mammoth Bellow. Next is Dragon Claw Strike. So this is one of the two hybrid ones. So same exact structure for all of these. So you can pay green, blue, red, or substitute 2 mana for any of those. And it's a sorcery. This is the uncommon. It says double the power and toughness, right? Did I lose you already, Luis? Like, do you care? Do I have to keep reading? Of target creature,
we'll see.
of target creature you control until end of turn. Then it fights up to 1 target creature an opponent controls. That's pretty good, actually, huh?
Yeah.
Like it reminds me of like the best clear shot, right? Like.
So you're paying 3 or 4 mana. You're making your 3/3 into a 6/6, and then it's fighting a 3/3 or a 4/4.
Right.
It really pays you off for having 3/3s versus 2/2s. The range, the range just gets wider and wider the bigger your creature is, and it also lets you get to hit for a bunch.
Yes.
Sorcery speed. Yeah, this card's okay. It's not amazing. It's a little bit like TRGR, the Rich Get Richer, where it's like, yeah, if you have a 4/4 out, this card's awesome. You have 5/5 out, you're like, wow, kill your guy, attack for 10.
Right.
But it's expensive. It's sorcery speed. Requires a big creature. It doesn't require a huge creature. A 2/2 will kill a 3/3 and you keep your creature, but your 2/2 isn't killing their 4/4. Like that, that is a pretty big game.
Right. And that is the key, with this type of card versus a card like Clear Shot, right? Is that the benefits of the instant speed are that you double it, it wins combat and it kills something else, and you just can't have that with Dragon Claw Strike. But doubling the power and toughness, especially on tramplers and stuff, is pretty big. I don't know, man. That's the reason why I asked you. It's like, if I say sorcery and then combat trick, it's just like, there is such a huge mountain that you need to clear to make that enticing. This is, if you just view this as a fight spell, right, it's overpriced, so you're not really happy about it. If you view it as a pump spell, it's bad because it's sorcery speed, and that just basically makes it bad straight up. If you combine the two, does it get over the hump? It kind of feels like no for me.
I mean, that's the question, because if you get both, if you get to kill something and do a bunch of extra damage, is this card good enough? Yes, but how often is that going to happen? And my guess is it's just not going to happen often enough to make this card, do the thing you want to do.
And also, there's just such a huge tax for sorcery speed stuff like this. Like, if your opponent kills your creature, it's just, you at least paid blue, green, red, if not 4, 5, or 6 mana for this thing, and they just killed your creature. Like, that's the setup cost, the risk on that is just horrendously bad. I would give Dragon Claw Strike a D. If the removal in the set at instant speed doesn't quite live up, which we think it will based on our common preview cards that we went through that were all pretty good, then sure, there could be a window for this, but I'm going to go D on Dragon Claw Strike. Just assume that it's not worth it to tap that much mana just to have your creature get killed.
Yeah, I like that. I'm just not that much of a believer,
Yeah. Karakik Guardian is 3 green, blue, red for a 6/5 dragon. And yes, there's one of these for each as well. It has flying, vigilance, and trample. That's a nice little trio right there. And it says this creature has hex proof if it hasn't dealt damage yet. That is, God, that's an uncommon, Luis. That is a freaking uncommon, man.
Yeah, really funny because this is there is not that long ago where this would have easily been like a mythic rare.
It reminds me, what's that old dragon cycle? Kith, what are the Surveyor?
Rith the Awakener and stuff
Rith the Awakener. Like, it reminds me of that, but it's a stupid uncommon. Yeah, I mean, that hexproof thing is really sweet, right? Because it means that you can tap out for your big dumb dragon, pass a turn back, and not have them kill it with, well, anything, let alone sorcery speed removal. And then you at least get to smash with it once, and then maybe you could protect it or do something after that as well. But that is a big deal. Because again, I keep going back to this litmus test that I put these cards under. If you paid 6 freaking mana over 3 colors and they just killed your 6/5, you might just lose the game because of that. Like the tempo swing, the way that works, that can't happen, at least not immediately with the Guardian. And, you in a weird spot, you could even choose to not attack with it and keep it back for blocks as a hexproofer, where if they don't have removal, they're just going to have to run their guy into it first. Probably won't come up that often because this is such a smasher in the air, but still, there's some play to this card too. Does it get it over the hump? It's a lot to like here, but it ultimately, like at the end of the day, it does end up becoming a big dumb creature.
Yeah.
I think it does get there where it's like good enough.
How good would this be if it was just straight up hexproof always? Like Flying Vigilant Trample hexproof, this card would be amazing.
It would be like
It'd be quite good.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think it can't be that much lower because dodging the first turn is pretty good. Especially imagine if you had any sort of way to protect it, a counterspell, a combat trick, whatever.
Yeah.
You can just wait. You don't even have to block on their turn.
Yeah.
And then you end up in a spot where you're able to.
Okay. So it does get over the hump. B- for Karakit Guardian. B?
I think probably B. It just looks pretty good to me.
It does look really, I mean, it's the body is awesome. Like it's already pushing that boundary of like, if they don't kill it, then you just kind of win. Just feels like these days they always kill it. There's so many answers. All right. B for Karakit Guardian. The last Teamer card is Teamer Tawnyback. And this has that same triple color cost, but you can substitute any color for 2 mana. It's a 4/3 beast at common. And it says when it enters, draw a card and then discard a card. Is this like a harmonized engine or something?
Yeah, I mean, when you look at this and you're just like if you can cast this for 3 mana, 4/3, you get to loot once. It's a pretty good deal.
That's really good.
I wouldn't be unhappy with that.
No, that's really good.
This is one of those ones that's like more of a reward for a teamer than other colors. Like, it matters more, all that. But yeah, I think that this, I would be pretty happy with this in teamer. Sultai looks okay. It fills your graveyard.
Yeah.
So those both seem decent. I think that the Tawnyback looks to me like a C+, like a very solid card.
Agreed. Very, very solid. This is also one that passes the test on. Yeah, I would actually pay 4 for that. 4 mana, 4/3 loot is like good enough. 3 mana is like, that's good. Next is Skirmish Rhino. This is the Obzon Wedge now. So this is white, black, green. This one costs exactly white, black, green, and it's a 3/4 Rhino with trample. And when it enters, each opponent loses 2 life. And you gain 2 life. You having flashbacks, Luis, to the 2 years you had to play against Siege Rhino in like every format.
What's funny is like people complained about Siege Rhino, but it's like, man, give me a Siege Rhino these days. That was the thing we were mad about. But yeah, this card is great. I mean, this card is like, if you're an Obzon, you are happy with this card.
Definitely.
3 mana, 3/4 drain for 2. I mean, this is just sweet.
Yeah, very good big body. Head has trample, picks up counters well. I would say Skirmish Rhino is a B.
Yeah, I like B for Skirmish Rhino. This is a very nice reward.
Next is Armament Dragon. This is 3 white, black, green for a 3/4. Jeez, it's tiny. Dragon at uncommon, it's got flying. And when it enters, distribute 3 +1/+1 counters among 1, 2, or 3 target creatures you control.
It's like Armament Core, but Dragon's form.
Yeah, it's a very, very large version. So I made fun of it a little bit because it's only a 3/4, but it can be a 6/7 flyer if you want it to be. But that's actually not really the best use case for this, right? It is to spread the love here and kind of create an instant attack maybe that you didn't have, or take advantage of the counters, or do counter synergies or something like that.
Yeah. I think that mostly you're just playing this because it's 6 mana for 6/7 worth of stats, which I think is pretty good.
Yeah. I mean, there's a temptation to put the counters on it because it has flying and you're kind of buffing the counters, but Eggs Basket 1 doesn't really look great with 6 mana card like this.
Yeah, I would have to know a lot more about like what else the rest of my deck was doing, basically. Definitely. And like what my opponent's deck was doing. And
I think we for the most part can just trust that this is the type of card that if it's the top of your curve in these decks will perform quite well. I think you're going to be getting more than just +1/+1 worth of stats for the average counter in a deck like this. There's just a lot of things going on with these counters. And, you know, in your worst case scenario, you could put them on the Armament Dragon. That's not too bad either. If it's the last creature standing, it is huge. It would be a 6/7. It does suffer from that window that I mentioned before, though, where there is a trigger on the stack. So if you try to put them all on this, they could get killed. But still, 4 toughness is pretty good.
Yeah, I think if I was playing as like a teamer deck or something that I knew was going to have an issue with the 6/7, I just do that. But like a lot of the time, you're just going to play this and get really good attacks out of it.
Definitely. I like it. I'm not over the moon. It's still 6 mana. But yeah, this seems totally good to me. And I do think it'll overperform in the Obzon decks where those +1/+1 counters tend to go a little further than just the stats. I would say B- for Armament Dragon. This is a curve topper that like will lead to a lot of victories, I think.
Yeah, I like that.
Next is Kintree Severance. This is the first of the last two for Obzon here. They're both, again, that same cost structure, the 3 mana one that we talked about. This one's the uncommon. It's an instant, and it says exile target permanent with mana value 3 or greater.
Pretty good removal spell. It's funny. This one more so than the Mardu one goes from being like pretty decently efficient in Obzon to just okay. Whereas like the Mardu one, I think the fact that you're getting the extra life means I'm more willing to pay 4 mana for something like that. I think this card is good in Obzon and passable outside of it. If you were in Sultai or something or Mardu and you needed to play this in order to have removal, that's totally fine. So this will get sniped reasonably well, but it's like a B- in Obzon and like a C+ in other format or other color combinations. Maybe it's just a B- all around. Maybe it's just fine.
I don't know. There are decks that have a lot of cheap stuff and you're just like sitting there going like, I need to hit a 3-drop or greater. I guess you're always going to find a 3. Yeah.
3 is not that hard.
I like B-. Last for the Obzon is Reputable Merchant. And this is again, that same mana cost, 3 mana. One of each color, 2/2 human citizen at common. And it says, when this creature enters or dies, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature you control. I
mean, that's first of all, if you have to call yourself Reputable Merchant, you're probably not. But second of all, I think that this card is good if you're doing the thing and bad if you're not, which is going to restrict it to Obzon more than the color combination of its cost, actually, where it's like, if you're really fiddling with a lot of +1/+1 counters, then I think you'll want this card in your deck. If you're not, it's not that exciting. I guess if you're just straight up Obzon and it costs 3 a lot of the time, 3 mana, 3/3, because it can target itself, that dies into another counter is a pretty decent deal. And if you are straight up Obzon, you probably do care about +1/+1 counters to a degree. So I think it's a C.
I think so too. Reputable Merchant gets a C, but we don't trust it. Next is Jeskai Brushmaster. This is 1 blue, red, white. So those are the colors again for Jeskai. This is a 2/4 Orc Monk with double strike. So 4 mana double strike. And it also has prowess. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, it gets +1/+1 until end of turn. That is scary. I mean, it's 4 mana, but like if you get to untap with it, it does seem scary.
Yeah, this is one of those ones that I feel like you'll play this card, and if it doesn't die, yeah, you're pretty happy. But if it does, it's just like it didn't really do anything, and it's triple color, so
it does not pass the litmus test. That's for sure.
Right. So pretty much only Jeskai decks are going to be interested in this. Like, I mean, full Jeskai decks, not even just for the casting cost. Like, have a bunch of cantrips, all that stuff. Like, you need to be pretty invested in that to make this work. I think this is fine. It's a high risk, high reward card, but the payoff doesn't seem like so high that I'm going to be jumping over myself to play it. Though it is good if it works.
I would give it a fairly low grade for the reasons you said. I think C- for Jeskai Brushmaster. There's some power here, but it also doesn't have any evasion. Like you could have the big turn and they could still just chump block the Brushmaster. And you're like, cool. Got all these cantrips. I say C-. What do you think?
I like C- for that. You're just not going to play this that often.
No, and it's just going to get killed a lot of the time. Next is Jeskai Shrinekeeper. This is 2 blue-white red for a 3/3 dragon. It's got flying and haste. So 5 mana, 3/3 flying haste. And it says whenever this creature deals combat damage to a player, you gain 1 life and draw a card. Gimme. Dude, out of
you're
nowhere.
Play this, attack, gain a life, draw a card. I mean, this looks like a B to me. Like, could even be a B plus.
B
like,
plus.
If they're tapped out and you play this, you're up a card and a life, even if they kill it. And also they took 3 damage. Even. I mean, this is a sweet one. This looks like a lot of fun.
Crushes the litmus test.
Yeah,
that's almost where you're rooting for it to happen. Like you're so far ahead, and if the Shrinekeeper gets to hit twice, like forget it. I like B plus for Jeskai Shrinekeeper. That's gnarly. That's the 5-drop you really don't want them to have. Next is Monastery Messenger, and this is the last 2, and they do have that same 3 mana structure. So blue, white, red, or 2 mana to substitute for any of those. This is the common. It is a 2/3 bird scout with flying and vigilance. And when this creature enters, put up to 1 target non-creature, non-land card from your graveyard on top of your library.
So it gets a spell back. I mean, this again is first of all, I really like the art. That's sick art.
Sick art.
This is very, very Jeskai in both form and function. It's a 3 mana 2/3 flyer. Vigilance is pretty good. A 4 mana one is not. Putting a non-creature, non-land spell on top, you gotta have a lot of those and care about them, which is very much Jeskai too. So yeah, clearly you can put this in your teamer deck. It'd probably be fine too. Mm-hmm. But this card, it looks like it's going to be quite strong in Jeskai. I would probably give it like a C plus. Like remember, you're not getting card advantage. You are putting it on top. So like
right.
They I think knew better than to just do that. But that's still pretty good.
It's a common. For 3 mana, I'm happy. Anything else, I'm probably kind of bummed about for just a 2/3. But 2/3 flying vigilance, it has a little bit of extra utility for 3 mana. Sure. All right. Next one is Riverwheel Sweep. Same mana cost. And this is the uncommon. It's a sorcery. It says tap target creature, put 3 stun counters on it. And then it says exile the top 2 cards of your library, choose one of them. Until the end of your next turn, you may play that card. Yeah. This is funny because it's sort of playing around with the idea of two different ideas, which is like the removal spell that cantrips, where it's like kill a creature, draw a card. They don't do that really because it's too powerful. But what if it's like put a creature out of commission for a really long time and give you close enough to draw a card? And it's like, that's what this is. That's actually pretty good, I think.
Yeah, you would not play. I mean, we've seen a lot of tap target creature put 2 to 3 stun counters on it that haven't been good enough. Because when you use one of those, you're paying a card for tempo, and a lot of the time that's, especially since these are mostly blue. Blue has historically not really converted that tempo in the way that you would want to make that card good enough. This offers a new twist, which is slightly better than draw a card, I would say. Exile the top 2, choose one until end of your next turn, play it, is, I believe, better than draw a card.
I think so too.
Yes, you might hit a card you're not able to play, but you look at 2, and you have a 2-turn-ish window, 1.5-turn window to play it. Like, yeah, it doesn't help you find the counterspell you're looking for, but it does a lot of else. And I like this combination. I think this combination actually will be pretty good. This is exactly the kind of thing you need to play 2 spells in a turn. You cast this, lock down their thing, set up a spell for next turn. Boom, easy 2 spells. And stun in 3, tap it in 3 stun counters. It's kind of a lot. So I would give Riverwheel Sweep a B if you're Jeskai, and it loses some points obviously if you're only able to play it in like Mardu or Teamer or whatever. But it is pretty nice, I would say. I think Riverwheel Sweep is pretty sweet.
Yeah, I think a B is a good one. Anytime that these tempo plays cantrip in some way, they become much, much better. And this one's a really good cantrip. That brings us to our last wedge here, which is Sultai. That's black, green, blue. Also my favorite. First one is Lie in Wait, which costs exactly black, green, blue. And it's a sorcery. It says return target creature card from your graveyard to your hand. Lion Weight deals damage equal to that card's power to target creature. Whew. There's a 2-for-1. Man,
Yeah.
you get a creature back and kill one of their creatures.
I remember when this used to cost 6 mana.
What was it?
Right. It was like in Ikoria, Back for More or something like that.
Oh, yeah,
it was like a 6
yeah.
mana instant that basically did the same thing.
It flashed it back or something. Yeah, wow.
I think it was even a fight.
A fight. Yeah, it ETB'd and then fought. This is better than that.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude, this is sweet. This is really nice. Yeah, this is a good reward for any type of self-mill or discard or cycling or any way you can get a biggish creature in the graveyard. And then you hit that middle part of the game where you actually have the mana for Lion Weight, say turn 3, 4, 5, and you use it to clean up one of their big things and set up for your late game. This is, set up properly. It does take some setup, but if you do, this is a straight up 2-for-1 that's really powerful. I like B for Lion Weight. I mean, it isn't. I
just like B, yeah.
Yeah, it isn't just cast it and get this stuff. You don't need to do too much,
honestly.
You don't need to do that much.
You just have to have a game happen.
Right.
You might not be able to cast this until turn 6 or 7, especially if you really want to have it hit. And it's better with discard, better with self-mill. But in the normal state of progression of Magic, you will have creatures go to the graveyard and you will cast this and it'll be good.
Yes. 2-for-1s are nice. Next is Keru Goldkeeper. This is 1 black, green, blue for a 3/3 dragon. It's got flying, and it says whenever one or more cards leave your graveyard during your turn, create a treasure token. And then this also has renew, so you can pay 2 black, green, blue, and exile this card from your graveyard to put 2 +1/+1 counters and a flying counter on target creature at sorcery speed.
I kind of wish that the Renew made a treasure also, because
it doesn't see itself though in that way,
kind
right?
of elegant. No, it doesn't. But Sultai +1 for a 3/3 flyer, not terrible. With Renew to give a creature 2 +1/+1 encounters and a flying counter, you can really do some ambushing with that.
Definitely.
Not ambushing in the sense that you're making a block. What I mean is they're in a pretty decent shape, and you're just like, all right, send my 4/4 to the skies as a 6/6 attack you for 6 is a pretty hard thing to play around. Mm-hmm. Even if they see it coming, they might not be able to do anything about it.
Right.
And the fact that it makes some treasures when you do other things like other Renew cards or Harmonize cards, it's pretty neat too. This looks like a B all around. It does a lot of stuff and is just kind of priced to move.
Yeah. What do you think about the treasure part? Is that a big deal, or is that just like a random bonus every once in a while?
I think that's just more of a random bonus than anything else.
Kind of feels like it.
It will happen sometimes, and you will care about it when it does. Mm-hmm. But I don't think having this card is going to drastically change my pick order. So having this doesn't make me want Renew cards that much more, because they're also generally kind of slow. Mm-hmm. So I just don't think this payout. If it was when one or more cards leave your graveyard, destroy target creature, yeah, I'd completely draft every card in my deck around that.
Right.
This isn't to that level, in my opinion.
Okay. Yeah, I like B for Keru Goldkeeper. Sweet card. Next is Gurmag Night Watch. This is the first of, again, that same thing. So you can pay black, green, blue, or 2 mana substituted for any of those. And it's a 3/3 human ranger. This is the common. And when this creature enters, look at the top 3 cards of your library. You may put one of those cards back on top of your library, put the rest in your graveyard. So you do get to dump cards into your yard. You could just mill for 3, right?
Yeah, I mean,
but you could choose to keep one of them.
You may pay one back. Means if you find nothing you want, you just dump the rest.
Yeah.
I mean, you need this to care about sending cards to the graveyard before this card is good. I think if you're just using this as you would not play this in a teamer deck to fix your draws, to make your draws a little smoother, I don't think. Or I guess you could dump a Harmonized card. But in a Sultai deck that really cares about filling the graveyard, it's got Lion Weight, it's got Renew cards. Yeah, you'd probably play this most of the time, but it looks like a C. This looks like straight up average.
Yeah, it looks very average, but decent enabler. Last of our gold cards is Rakshasa's Bargain, which is, again, same mana cost. This is the uncommon. It's an instant. And it says, look at the top 4 cards of your library, put 2 of them into your hand and the rest into your graveyard. Man, if you're going to have a card draw spell, this is a enabling one. This is one that, dumps the other 2 in the yard. You get the best 2 out of the top 4. It's an instant as well with this nice little bonus. I don't know. I think, yeah, for sure. Right. I mean, this has stock up vibes.
Yeah. I wouldn't go so far as to compare it with the GOAT stock up, vintage playable. But the fact that it's an instant, the fact that you can pay it for 3, but sometimes 4 if your colors aren't quite right, and 2 in hand, 2 in graveyard is pretty good. I would always play this if I was Sultai, and I would probably splash this in like Teamer.
I'm teamering this up all day.
Yeah, so I think. I would say this gets a B- from me.
Yeah, same thing.
Think about it this way: if there's a game and you're playing and you pass the turn, and like you're not crushing in the game, you're doing okay, it's pretty close, and your opponent end of turn snaps this off. How are you feeling now?
Oh, terrible!
When this is resolving.
Especially if there's Sultai, I feel horrible. Like they're gonna do something graveyardy and get 2 of their best 4, and then they get to untap with all their mana. Yeah, like I'm feeling like I may have just lost that game. Honestly, like that's a huge swing. Yeah. B-, B. I mean, that card, you can't play a whole ton of those and the mana's a little difficult, but that'll pay you back. Which of the wedges are you most excited about after seeing those cards? I
think that Teamer... No, I think Jeskai is going to be the one I like to play the most. I actually really like playing like the tempo card draw decks, like the decks that play a lot of spells. So Flurry looks pretty fun. But I bet Sultai is also going to be pretty fun. So really just not Mardu and not Abzan, any of the blue wedges.
Yeah, blue wedges for sure. I got my eye on Sultai always. Teamer too. Okay, so we have completed the circle here and we're back to starting with white. And that means that our first card is Descendant of Storms. It's white for an uncommon 2/1 human soldier, and it says whenever this creature attacks, you may pay 1 and a white. If you do, it endures 1. So that means you can either put a +1/+1 counter on it, or you get a 1/1 token. That's good.
Kind of like Usher of the Fallen. This is a pretty funny card. It's a 1 mana 2/1, and when you attack, you can either make it a 3/2 or more likely make a spirit token.
Yeah, it's so much better though, right? Because like if they do have a 1/1, you can just put the counter on it and make sure that you can keep this engine rolling where like it doesn't, you know what I mean? Like it can kind of outpace what the opponent's doing in some cases, especially if you're on the play.
Yeah, I think my biggest the comparison to Usher doesn't matter that much, but you do get to wait to see what they do before deciding. This you have to kind of commit right away.
Oh.
But you will still always play this card in a heavy white deck. Like it's too easy to either like imagine if you're on the play, you go turn 1 this, they go land go, tap land go, and you're like attack, make it a 3/2. Then they go like land, play a 2/2. You're like attack, make it a 4/3, play a land go. And now if they don't have a removal spell, they're in a lot of trouble. And if they do, yeah, maybe you sunk 5 mana into your card and that's bad.
Well, but you could even split the difference and make
you could have also done it the other way.
Yeah.
You could have also attacked, made a 1/1, attack, make a 1/1.
Or make a 3/2, make it into a 3/2 and then start making 1/1s because you know it's going to trade off for whatever they do. Like that's pretty good. That's got to be one of the scarier 1-drops to see on the other side.
Yeah, this looks like a B to me.
Me too.
I mean, it just looks pretty reasonable.
Mana? Yeah. Mardu Devotee. It's white mana for a 1/2 human scout. This one's common. And it says, when this creature enters Scry 2, and you can pay 1 mana to filter into either red, white, or black mana once each turn. I guess so. Is the Scry 2 trying to really carry the load here?
Well, so this is a cycle. There's a devotee of every clan, and basically what they're trying to do is give you a little bit more fixing. I think that it's funny how much you can see it. Shards of Alara was like a 3-color set with really quite bad fixing by modern standards. And they've even said they wish they kind of did better fixing. I think Khans had pretty good fixing, but if you look here, I mean, I guess since we haven't talked about it, there's the cycle of gain lands, like the tap gain lands, the uncommon tri lands. There's a 2-mana artifact for each clan that lets you search for a basic, and then there's the devotees. So they're really trying to make it so people cast their spells. I think that they're, as you can see with like, you know, the hand smoother, New Mulligan rules over the last bunch of years, ever since the addition, ever since Arena got a little more popular or like became on the scene as a kind of funnel for newer players, they've been more sensitive to like reducing mana screw, which that's a whole other topic. It, you know, there's obviously a limit to that, how good that it can be to do. But the devotee cycle is a clear example of they want people to be able to cast their spells.
Okay. But these are medium cards, right?
I mean, well, it's case by case basis, but Mardu devotee certainly not that strong.
Yeah.
You would play this. You would play this if you had use of a 1-mana 1/2, which some Mardu decks would. I mean, I remember drafting Warriors back in cons, and like it really liked its cheap cards. So I think that this card, it needs to have like multiple factors kind of come together, which is you care about having a 1-mana 1/2, that's decent, and you could use a little help on your mana fixing. And if you have both those things, then I think that this card is pretty legit. It's just not going to happen all that often. So it looks like a classic, like, you know, situational D, where most of the time, I can guarantee you if on Arena, my opponent goes Plains Mardu Devotee, I'm thinking, okay, I'm going to win this round. But there are some decks where it actually could be good. Yeah,
this card looks like vegetables to me, right? It's like this Scry 2 fixes your mana. Like this is very much like taking the hit.
This card isn't vegetables. This card's protein powder, where you couldn't assemble a nutritious diet with like good tasting food. So you're forced to play to eat protein powder, right? You got to supplement. This is when you don't get good enough mana fixing. You have to play cards like this. I guarantee you the best versions of any of these decks don't have this card.
Protein powder for Martin Devotee.
Apologies to people who have the perfect brand of protein powder they love or whatever.
yeah, you'll hear about it. Next is Bearer of Glory. This is 1 and a white for a 2/1 human soldier at common. It says during your turn, this creature has first strike, and you can pay 4 and a white to give creatures you control +1/+1 until end of turn.
This card seems pretty good. Like, I know we just came off of for 2/2 mana 2/2 first strike on your turn not being good enough. But this looks like exactly what the Mardu decks want. A 2-mana 2/1 that can't really be blocked too easily, and then later in the game it makes all your mobilized cards a lot better. Seems pretty sick to me.
For one big attack. Yeah, I mean, Bearer of Glory looks like a C to me. Like it hits
looks like a C.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that it's a great card, but it looks like a very solid one.
Coordinated Maneuver is 1 and a white for an instant at common. It says choose one. Coordinated Maneuver deals damage equal to the number of creatures you control to target creature or planeswalker, or you can destroy an enchantment.
So I like the kind of strategy that they've been taking of tacking on like sideboard-ish text on otherwise playable cards just to help. I know it's to help somewhat the best of one meta, but is also just, I think limited plays great when cards are flexible. And this you would play most of the time if you're in a heavy creature deck because of the first mode. And then sometimes you'll pop an enchantment and you'll feel pretty good about that. So I like C for Coordinated Maneuver. If you have one of those like 18 creature decks, this is more like a C+. You do need some removal, but some decks won't be able to play it. This is kind of a reward for having all the creatures because, you know, some decks at the table are just like the 10 creature Jeskai deck that has a ton of cantrips is just like not going to be that interested in this. So this is reserved for the Mardu enjoyers.
Yeah, I agree with everything you said, actually. Next is Duty Beyond Death. This is 1 and a white for an instant at uncommon. It says as an additional cost to cast this spell, sacrifice a creature. Yikes. Creatures you control gain indestructible until end of turn. Put a +1/+1 counter on each creature you control. Dang. That's a swinger, right? Like, it can go from like basically doing nothing to like being this devastating kind of blowout.
Yeah, if you have 4 creatures in play, this is giving you're losing a creature and getting 3 +1/+1 counters, as well as, of course, the indestructible thing. And it's pretty nice. I mean, obviously the joke is mobilize. You sack one of your tokens, and then you just get to hit them for a bunch. Your other tokens get +1/+1, though they still die in a turn. They get sacrificed.
Seems medium, right? I mean, look, when you see something that cares about combat that also has the additional cost of sacrificing a creature, like you are already, like this thing has to be flat out amazing to make it work. And this isn't. It's okay. I would have my
This can
bar
be amazing,
higher.
though.
It can.
Where would you put this?
A D?
Like, you want to give it like a D or something? I think this card's better than that. I think this card is a build around. I would even give it a build around grade because I think in a really good Mardu deck, I bet this card's closer to a B than a D. It's like a C, C plus, B minus. But
just to like get a big attack in and
yeah, I mean, 2 mana, none of your creatures can die, and they all get +1/+1 until end of turn is really strong. And there's a lot of cards that make the sacrifice cost a trivial thing. Not even
it's a counter too. I mean, it's better. They get counters.
Yeah, for sure. So I would say this is like, if you have enough mobilize and or other token making, though that's the main one. I guess endure kind of helps. This is like a C plus B minus, but it's, this is, again, a card that you want in your like 16 plus creature deck that has ways to make tokens, which is not going to be every deck.
Here's a weird question. Is this card good on defense?
Yeah, it is actually fine on defense too. Like, you're not going to get the mobilized value, but imagine they make an attack. Basically, anytime the board gets to 3+ creatures, this card starts to become pretty good. I think it's pretty bad if you cast it with 2 creatures in play.
Well, yeah, because then you only have 1 left.
Yes.
I can see those upsides. All right. I see what you're saying. I think I'm just worried about the times when, a normal game plays out, one of your creatures dies in combat, they kill another one with removal, and you're kind of looking at your hand going like, I don't have anything I really want to sacrifice to this, and it would kind of leave the rest of my board with not enough. But the combination of mobilize, making it free-ish for the creature part, and then also the fact that occasionally you'll pop this on defense and eat one of their creatures and buff up your team. Okay, sure. So you want to go up to like C on average for it, or?
Yeah, I would say something like that. I don't think this card. I think this card it's a dangerous card because some people will put this in their decks when they shouldn't, and it's going to be quite bad. But I think that there's going to be some times when this card is a really big blowout, and you're probably going to remember those times and maybe overvalued a little because of it. But no, I really do think this card has some legs.
Okay, I'm skeptical, but I see where you're going with it. Next is Fortress Kinguard. This is 1 and a white for a 1/2 dog soldier at common, and when it enters, it endures 1, so you can put a counter on it or make a 1/1. That's pretty good.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah. 2 mana 2/3 is fine, and 2 mana 1/1 plus 1/2 is also great if you're making use of it nicely. So really this is like a classic C for those decks. Just a solid card.
Definitely going to see play.
Furious Forebearer is 1 and a white for a 3/1 Spirit Warrior at uncommon. It says whenever a creature you control dies while this card is in your graveyard, you can pay 1 and a white to return this card from your graveyard to your hand. Oh, this is pretty strong.
Oh, nice.
2 mana 3/1, it just trades off. You don't have to do anything else. You can even discard it. It doesn't matter how you get it in your graveyard. Then at some point in the game, when you have 2 mana up, one of your creatures is going to die, and you're just going to get this back.
It
goes back to your hand. It doesn't go back to play. But like, how much upside do you need on a 2 mana 3/1? You don't need that much, and this is pretty real upside.
Especially somehow in a defensive deck, it overperforms, right? It's a better blocker than it is an attacker.
Yeah, but also good with mobilize. A lot of cards work well with mobilize. I feel like we're a little bit of a broken record there, but that's because from what I'm seeing, I'm really liking the way this is going. A lot of cards that overlap in synergies, and I think that is really nice.
What do you want to give the Forebear?
I would honestly just give it a B.
Yeah.
I feel like when your opponent plays this on turn 2, you're just going to be like, ugh, it's going to be an actual groan test because you're just going to be like, okay, it's a 3/1. I can't just take it. I guess I'll trade my 2-drop for it. And I just know at some point when it's convenient to them, they will get that thing back.
That's really annoying. What about Lightfoot Technique?
So 1 and a white for an instant at common. Put a +1/+1 counter on a target creature. It gains flying and indestructible until end of turn.
Yeah, that covers all the bases, right? I mean, usually we want our combat tricks to make the creature maybe a little bit bigger than that, but this does make up for it by the flying to get in either a block, but more commonly get in a big combat step that they can't interact with anymore. But it also has the defensive aspect of it, giving indestructible, so you can save it from many forms of removal or have your creature get big enough to win combat and survive through a trade. That seems to get over the line on playable.
Yeah, I think it's solid. I think you're not going to have to prioritize taking this. I'm not sure which deck wants it the most. It obviously looks like a Jeskai card. It's probably at its best in Obzon, cares about counters and has bigger creatures, but it's fine.
Yeah.
Like, this looks like a D to me. Like you'll play it sometimes and it'll be okay. But
you're an expert Jeskai player, though. You know that this is a high leverage card for those decks where you do the one big turn, right?
Yeah, if you put on that like double striker Jeskai card and fly over and hit them for 12 in a turn or something, that is pretty nice.
Mm-hmm.
Part of when we give grades isn't just how good the card is, though obviously that's part of what we're measuring. Part of it is like how high do you have to prioritize it. Part of the reason we give like 5 drops lower grades is you don't have to prioritize 5 drops. You can you can pick them up at your leisure basically.
And same thing with combat.
Lightfoot technique kind of feels like that. Like I just don't think it's very likely that you're going to end up in a spot where you're like, wow, I really needed a Lightfoot technique and I couldn't get one.
Yeah, that's true. That's why it's hard to get them up into the C range too far. Usually C minus is kind of C minus is where the better combat tricks land. And this one's probably pretty close to that. Next is Osseous Exhale. This is 1 and a white for an instant at common. This is an additional cost. To cast a spell, you may behold a dragon, which means you can choose a dragon you control, or you can reveal one from your hand. This was part of the cycle that we got for our preview cards. And this says it does 5 damage to target attacking or blocking creature. If a dragon was beheld, you gain 2 life. We like this in the set review. Yeah. It looks good.
Yeah, I mean, this is the set review and we like it, so I agree with that.
Sorry, in the preview cards.
Yeah, I knew what you meant, but I wasn't going to let you off that easy.
Yeah, I was like, wait, what is he? Oh. Yes, we also like it in the set review.
This is completely playable without a dragon and better with a dragon. It looks like I think probably a B minus. Like dealing 5 is a lot. This can kill the 5/5 mammoth tokens there's actually a couple cards that make them. And sometimes you'll gain 2 life, and that's a pretty big game too.
Yeah, C plus B minus for Osseous Exile. Looks like a very good removal spell for common. Next is Rebellious Strike. This is 1 and white for an instant. It's also a common. It says target creature gets +3/+0 until end of turn. Draw a card. It's funny.
I like this card.
Yeah, whenever I see these cards, I'm like, okay, what kind of crappy creature can I target with this thing to have it trade up? And again, we keep going back to it, but Mobilize, provides those. And I don't know, just even the low curve stuff that we were looking at, your Mardu Devotee or whatever, those are the type of cards that can pick this up in the mid game, trade up and even get you a cantrip out of the deal. Because anytime you trade off some expendable creature for their decent creature with Rebellious Strike and you cantrip it, you're going to be feeling pretty good. These type of cards have also performed well of late.
Yeah, I think Rebellious Strike is pretty sick. Like this is the card I want in my Jeskai decks. It can you can always use this to fuel your flurry stuff. It's good at targeting small creatures. There's just a lot of things this thing does. I bet that this ends up being a pretty contested card actually.
I think so too. Yeah, anytime you can do a decent combat trick with a cantrip on it, it ends up being pretty good. And this is definitely that. Yeah, I mean, I like C plus for Rebellious Strike, and I could even see it getting up into the B minus range for the right type of deck that really wants like cantrips, that wants both of the things that this card does. What do you think? C plus?
I want to give it a C plus. Yeah. I think it's going to be pretty good.
What about Storm Beacon Blade? That looks gnarly.
1 and a white for an equipment at uncommon. Equipped creature gets +3/+0, and it has equipped 2. So not the most exciting start, but could be good. And it says whenever equipped creature attacks, draw a card if you control 3 or more attacking creatures.
Whoa. How does that work with Mobilize? I assume it works with them or it wouldn't be here, but it does, right?
Yeah, it triggers and then it checks. So again, you have to kind of.
Oh, this will trigger regardless.
Yeah, it'll trigger, and you have to basically make sure you're stacking the triggers correctly. But I think that's not that. That's not that difficult to do.
Just get those creatures in there first. This card looks good to me. Yes, equip 2. We've seen the chasm between equip 1 and equip 2, and it's real. But dang, +3/+0 turns basically any creature into something relevant, either on attacks or blocks. Like you just don't need much to make +3/+0 into something good. I mean, a 1/1 becomes a 4/1 attacker. Like, that's not something that they can ignore. Or the same thing in reverse on blocks, let alone if you put it on a flyer or trampler or anything like that. That's pretty good. And this thing really does pay you off in the late game if you can get a couple of decent attacks in and start cantripping it.
Put it on the 0-4 to Pack Beast. We're about to see that card, and I think that's going to be a kind of load-bearing card. But I'm a little lower on Storm Beacon Blade. I think it's okay. I think the card if you're a deck that's good at using it, I think it can be pretty good. It does look like a build-around card. Like, you can't put this in a Jeskai deck most of the time.
Am I a sucker? Am I falling for it right now?
3 is a lot. How often do you attack with 3 creatures in a game of Magic?
Yeah, that part's hard.
I know Mobilize goes a long way there.
Mm-hmm. I was going to say 3 is a lot, just the +3/+0. Like,
Well, yeah. I mean, +3/+0 is pretty good, but I don't think it's necessarily.
Yeah,
it's not going to say
always fall
your
for these
2/2
stupid
is still
things,
trading
man.
for their 2/2.
They trick me every time. Like, there's always one dumb equipment that I'm like, hey, look at this. Like, I want to give this thing a B. And it's going to be a D, right? It's going to be like, too slow to equip or whatever.
Yeah,
what are you going to give it?
I think it's going to be like a D.
Okay. God, why do they always get me on those? Next is Sun Pearl Kirin. This is 1 and a white for a 2/1 Kirin. And it's an uncommon. It has flash and flying. And when it enters, return up to one other target non-land permanent you control to its owner's hand. This is a little sad, but if it was a token, and therefore you killed it, draw a card. Awkward. I mean, it's cool. Like, it's funny, though, that because my mind keeps going to Mobilize, and you're like picking up one of the Mobilize things in the middle of combat to get your card, and then you just kind of have a Kirin hanging out. But whatever, that would definitely be worth it to do. And this Kirin looks very strong.
Yeah, this looks great. 2 mana with 2/1 flash flying is already like kind of nice.
Yeah.
It also saves your things. Also, you could just kill one of your own tokens to draw a card if you want.
Yeah.
Like, I think that this looks like a B to me. This is just going to be great everywhere.
Definitely. Yeah, because you can do the chump with a token, bounce it, get your card back. They use removal on a token, bounce it. And then, of course, you can just save your stuff or redo your ETBs or whatever. So there's just a lot of play to Sun Pearl Kirin. We're going to give it a B. Is the Dalkovian Pack Beast the one that you were talking about, the 0/4
Yeah,
here?
so this is 3 mana, 2 and a white for an 0/4 Ox. It's uncommon, so they did I think realize the power level, and it's a 0/4 for 3 with Vigilance and Mobilize 3.
Oh wow,
it's really nice.
Wow, it just brings the herd with it, does it?
So you play this, and it just enables all your Mobilize stuff, and it can attack for free as Vigilance until they have a 4-power creature.
Mm-hmm.
But I bet the way this plays out is you play this. And this is assuming you're not even doing too much to work with it. You play this, you hit them like a couple times maybe, and then when they get something big enough to block it, maybe you take a turn or 2 off attacks until you attack with everything, and they can't really afford to block this card.
This is
they're gonna
nice.
Put 2/2s on this and take 7 from your other creatures or whatever.
I love designs like this too. Right? It's a creature that's built to attack, and it's an 0/4. It's like, that's great. This card seems sweet. I would give the Dalkovian Pack Beast a B.
Yeah, this is definitely a B. Like, it's just going to be a pretty good card.
Poised Practitioner is 2 and a white for a 2/3 human monk at common. It's got Flurry. Put a +1/+1 counter on this creature, scry 1. 3 mana 2/3 with Flurry. It gets bigger and you scry 1. So this is kind of the mid-tier payoff for flurrying. I always wonder how many spots you have for cards like this, Luis, because, we will see that there are flurry payoffs where you're like, if I flurry once, I'm happy, like that this is already giving me back. This one is not quite at that level. And the interesting part is that these common, cheaper payoffs in these type of decks usually get bumped out because you need so many cantrips or cheap things or cards that enable flurrying that cards like Poised Practitioner don't make it. Do you see this actually being in the deck in those type of more dedicated flurry decks?
Not your good ones.
Yeah, right. Exactly.
I kind of feel like this is a card that you will play in some flurry decks, but you would hope not to, basically.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this looks like a D to me, the Poise Practitioner.
Yeah, I think so too.
Starry-Eyed Skyrider is 2 and a white for a 1/3 human scout at uncommon. It's got flying, and it says whenever this creature attacks, another target creature you control gains flying until end of turn, and attacking tokens you control have flying. Oh, that's a nice little bit of text to add to the end there. Man, did they just, like, it feels like every card we've read, admittedly we're in white, so this is kind of the core for it, but it has to do with Mobilize somehow.
Yeah, Mobilize is a far-reaching mechanic. It just hits the, like, tokens, sacrifice, attack, your opponent. It's sort of like a lot of different things all at the same time. This card looks like it's really obnoxious. If you ever, like, stabilize against a, kind of aggressive deck and they just played one of these, you'd be like, well, I got to kill that or I'm definitely dead.
Yes.
And if you play this and then just attack with a Mobilize thing, then the tokens immediately are flying. That's not, I think, that incredible, just because I feel like giving the tokens flying, like there are already tokens that are 1/1s and going to die. So I think that giving them flying isn't like that important, but it's a nice little bonus. So I mean, I guess I'll take it.
Yeah, and it does mean that they just get to keep hitting, for your pack beasts or whatever. And then, picking up your biggest creature, particularly if it itself has Mobilize, it really does mean that the damage is going to be flowing, right? Where they can't block your Mobilize guy, and then they can't block the tokens that it makes, and then the Starry-Eyed Skyrider's getting in 2 for 1 damage. Like, that's going to add up a lot. This card seems very scary to face down on the other side. I agree with your assessment. It's kind of a must kill in many game states, and that's pretty powerful on a creature that only costs 2 and a white. Where, even if they do kill it for 3 mana, you're still even money on that.
Yeah, I would give the Skyrider a B, I think.
So too. It's scary enough.
It's a really potentially powerful card.
Next is Stormplane Detainment. This is 2 and a white for an enchantment. It's common. It says when this enchantment enters, exile target non-land permanent an opponent controls until this enchantment leaves the battlefield. Well, there you go. There's your common removal spell.
Oh, just a little Oblivion Ring?
Yeah. Any non-land permanent opponent controls until this thing goes. We did see that one tacked on destroy target enchantment, but enchantments don't seem to be a huge part of the equation here, so pretty decent chance that this thing sticks around for the long term, you think?
Yeah, I think that this is, I mean, it's not like necessarily going to, but it's, I think, relatively good at hanging out.
Yeah, I mean, if that's the case, then, these play out at the B- level. Yes, it is sorcery speed, but 3 mana is kind of the sweet spot, before you get into the more expensive mana and it being able to hit just anything on the other side. You get a lot out of that flexibility where they just happen to have that equipment that you can't deal with or whatever, and you can nail that. Of course, the majority of the time it just hits creatures, but still. Stormplane Derailment looks really nice.
Yeah, it looks solid. I mean, the 3-color sets tend to have slightly higher like curves just because you're not going 1-drop into 2-drop as often. There's a bunch of tap lands. So I think this is going to trade up or even on mana a decent amount of the time. And it's pretty good at killing tokens, like 5/5 tokens. This is a nice way to do that.
Yeah, I think I would just barely bump it up into the B- for Stormplane Derailment. What do you think?
All right. I'm good to give it a B-. I think that it is close.
All right. What about Tempest Hawk?
It says 2 and a white for a 2/2 flying, and whenever this creature deals combat damage to a player, you can go search your library for another Tempest Hawk.
Oh.
It also says you can play as many as you want, but that's just for constructed. So 3 mana 2/2 flyer, and it's not ETB. They kind of learned off of what's it called? The Squadron Hawk. This one actually has to get through, but it's a kind of fun sub game to try to do that.
That is cool. And they won't know that you have extras. So it's like, do they use their removal spell on it? Like, let's say they don't have a blocker, right? And you're like, Tempest Hawk, go. And they go, I have an Oblivion Ring. Do I use it on the stupid
they're going to
Tempest
kill it.
Hawk?
They're going to assume you have more Tempest Hawks. Come on.
They should assume it.
There's no way they're not going to.
And well, then the question is, should they kill the Tempest Hawk? And the answer is, yeah, right? Like, if it does hit and you have one, that is powerful.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean,
so how many do you need? Do you have to get to 3 of them, or is just a pair?
3 is kind of like the nice number where you get a real payoff for hitting, and you're not going to draw the 2 and then just be out of them. It's not like Squadron Hawks where you play like 5. Like I think that once I had 3, I wouldn't go too far to my way to pick up more because it's also a 3-mana play. How often, like how many times are you really going to want to spend 3 mana on a 2/2 flyer?
Oh, all day long. But I mean, they can break up the chain when it's not like, you know what I mean? Like, yeah.
I'm not saying I wouldn't play more than 3. I'm just saying 3 is the number I would like to get to make this card, I think, reasonable.
So is it a C? Again, assuming you have 2 at least.
Well, it's kind of like a C or like a D until you get 2, in which case it becomes a C. Then you get 3, and now it's like a C plus.
Yeah, that's how.
But it doesn't get so crazy good.
But it doesn't get much higher than that. Next is Arishan Sunshield. This is 3 and a white for a 3/4 human warrior at common. It says when this creature enters, exile up to 2 target cards from a single graveyard, and you can pay white, tap it to tap target creature. These are like 2 mediocre effects, right? Like the exiling stuff, you'll take it. You'll take that. That does end up hitting things against a number of decks, so that's okay. But, rarely worth it just to be an all-arounder. And then it has this awkward thing where it's like the expensive tapper, the big tapper, right? It's like you usually don't want your 3/4s to be tapped when you're trying to block with them.
I don't think Graveyard Hate is even that great here. It's kind of cool that they're giving you incidental Graveyard Hate to hit their Renew creature or their Harmonize spell, but I don't want to put 4 mana 3/4 tappers into my deck. And maybe I would side this in if I thought it would be like particularly good, but no, this isn't really it for me.
Yeah, it was probably closer to a sideboard card against like Sultai or something like that.
And even then, you'd have to really want this effect because it's not very efficient. The rate you're getting is not that good.
No. This is a mediocre.
And it's not even that good to imagine they play like the 3/3 with Renew and you kill it and then you just slam this and eat it. It's like, did you really do that much? Did
you do that much?
Yeah, I don't feel like you did.
I think your opponent just moves on with the game. I would say D for Arishan Sunshield. I mean, it still has power and toughness and stuff, so it's hard to give it like an F or something. Dragonback Lancer is 3 and a white for a 3/3 human soldier at common. It's got flying and mobilize 1. This is the one we use as an example.
This looks okay. This looks like a D plus probably. Yeah. If you play it, it's going to be fine. But as we've seen with these cards, spending 4 mana on this and then getting it killed is just not a good way to go about things.
Right. D plus C minus for Dragonback Lancer. It does have mobilize, and there's a number of things that pay you off for that. Next is Rally the Monastery. This is 3 and a white for an instant at uncommon. It says this spell costs 2 less to cast if you've cast another spell this turn. So you can get it down to just 2 mana, and you can choose 1. You've got 3 different options. You can make 2 1/1 white creature tokens with monk creature tokens with prowess. You can have up to 2 target creatures you control each get +2/+2 until end of turn, or you can destroy target creature with power 4 or greater. But you only get to pick 1.
Yeah, you're never getting more than 1, So making 2 prowess creatures can be good. You remember Goblin Wizardry, the 3 in a red, and that one's cool. Giving 2 creatures +2/+2 can be really good, and really definitely killing a big thing can be solid. So, I like Rally the Monastery. I would give this a C plus. I don't think it's going to be outstanding, but I think it's going to be pretty solid.
Same, and I really like that cost reduction because that's kind of what pushes it over the line. Next is Teeming Dragonstorm. This is 3 and a white for an enchantment. It's uncommon. It says when this enchantment enters, create 2 2/2 white soldier creature tokens. And when a dragon you control enters, return this enchantment to its owner's hand. That's nice. So what do you think about 4 mana for 2 2/2s? It's okay.
It's okay, but not amazing. But once you combine that with the fact that you might get it back, now we're really talking.
Yeah. I really like that. That's just a really neat thing. What I'm trying to get at, of course, is would you play it in your deck with no dragons or 1 dragon?
And the answer is not really no.
Probably not. But 2 dragons or more, sure.
Yeah, definitely.
I don't need. This isn't that far off, right? So build around B- for Teeming Dragonstorm.
I think if you have 1 dragon, you'd probably still want to run this. And with 2, it's a slam dunk.
Yeah.
Because the thing is that this gives you buys you a lot of time. You get to put 2 creatures into play, and then they're not going to kill you that quickly through those, and then you get to find
a dragon,
another dragon. You play it again. You keep on going. So I like build around B- for teaming Dragonstorm.
The only problem is that like the second dragon you play is probably going to win you the game anyway. Next is Wayspeaker.
Well, there's a bunch of common dragons that are just not like they're crazy good or anything.
Okay. Yeah. In fact, we've got one coming up in just a couple of cards here. Next card is Wayspeaker Bodyguard. It's 3 and a white for a 3/4 orc monk at uncommon. It says when this creature enters, return target non-land permanent card with mana value 2 or less from your graveyard to your hand. And it has Flurry, tap target creature an opponent controls. So 4 mana 3/4 with 2 kind of separate abilities. Hey, buying back a 2-drop is still pretty good. I was hoping for graveyard or from graveyard to battlefield, but given what I see here, that would be a bit too good anyway. But picking up a non-land permanent with mana value 2 or less and putting it back in your hand, that's, this is the time to do that, right? It's 4 mana, ETB, get you that card back. That's already pretty good. And then, you'll take the Flurry. The Flurry feels pretty difficult to like super capitalize on, but like, why not? I like it.
I like that. This is a nice little 2-for-1 to start out with. And then it fuels itself so you're going to get the Flurry going. And the Flurry is pretty reasonable too. I don't know. You kind of got paid off already. So the Flurry is just a bonus. I like B for Wayspeaker Bodyguard.
I do too. That card seems powerful.
If this is your 4-drop after trading off stuff the first couple turns, I feel like that's going to work out really nicely.
Loxodon Battle Priest is 4 and a white for a 3/5 Elephant Cleric at uncommon. It says at the beginning of combat on your turn, put a +1/+1 counter on another target creature you control. I mean, those tend to play out very well, right? Like that's the kind of card that you can play on 5. If it survives to combat, it's just that little window, then you get a counter on something. And that will often enable an attack that you didn't have, or maybe even sometimes a block that you didn't have. And the stats line up with this strategy, right? Because most boards, if you have this ability and your opponent doesn't, where you're getting a counter every turn, like you will pull ahead over time. And this thing's a 3/5. It kind of excels at making the game go longer. This is right on that edge, right? We put it on the litmus test. It's like, it isn't ETB, kill a thing or draw a card, but it is pretty close to ETB, get a +1/+1 counter on one of your creatures, another one of your creatures, which is like in the ballpark at least.
Yeah,
I don't hate it.
They're not going to stop this from triggering the first time almost ever. Like they could, but I don't think that's really going to happen.
5 toughness at instant speed. That is tough.
Right.
Yeah, you need some specific stuff.
And I think that if you have this in play for 2 turns, you got a pretty good deal. And if you had it in play for even just 1 turn, it's not great, but how do they kill your 5-drop? It's got 5 toughness. Probably takes a little bit of effort at least for them to kill it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I'm on board. I'm not super excited about it. I'd give the Loxodon Battle Priest a C. Yeah, I think it's like, it makes the cut. Next is Ryling Dawnbreaker. This is 4 and a white for a 3/4 dragon with flying and vigilance at common. So this is good for your teaming Dragonstorm deck. And it says, at the beginning of combat on your turn, another target creature you control gets +1/+0 until end of turn. But this is also an Omen card. So it has Signaling Roar, which is nice. It's actually also white. Sometimes they're a different color. This is 1 and a white for a sorcery Omen. And it says create a 2/2 white soldier creature token. Man, this is really nice with teaming Dragonstorm. It's just all on the same plan. This card seems excellent. I mean, these split cards, like, that's really nice to have this. Like, I just have a 2-mana spell I can play that gets me a 2/2 in the event that I didn't have anything else to do early in the game. Because, sometimes they make these cards where they tempt you with the early game, but the late game version of the card is so powerful that you really don't want to do that. But that's not the case here. This is a fine 5-drop, but it's like, whatever. I arguably the Omen is more powerful than the 5 anyway.
Yeah, I think that you'd want to play this either in decks that are good at making use of tokens, because this gives you a token at a pretty okay rate, or really want dragons for things like Teeming Dragonstorm. That's a cycle. There's more cards like that. So, and of course, there's just the Behold stuff. Like having a dragon has intrinsic value. So I don't think I would play this if I had zero reasons to care about dragons or weren't that good at making tokens, but it's pretty good if you get a little bit from column A, a little bit from column B.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I would say Riling Dawnbreaker is a C. Like this card looks flexible and decent at both mana costs. What do you think? A C?
I would give it a C.
Next is Static Snare. This is 4 and a white for an enchantment at uncommon. It has flash, and it costs 1 less to cast for each attacking creature. And it says when it enters, exile target artifact or creature an opponent controls until this enchantment leaves the battlefield. Ugh. This is a groan test possibility for sure, just because normally, right, they would just play their room. They're going to go Stormplane Derailment or Detainment, take out your creature, attack with everything. But now they don't do that. And they're like, attack with everything. And you're like, oh, I might survive. And then they're like Static Snare. And you're like, ugh, like you had it anyway. This is kind of like a built-in slow roll.
Yeah.
It's good.
It's also worth noting this doesn't care who the creatures are attacking.
Oh,
so it's good with and against Mobilize.
And just on defense or offense. Yeah, you're just never paying 5 for this. I mean, rarely. Even if you have to, it's still good. Yeah, Static Snare looks really, really strong to me. I mean, and there are scenarios where you literally pay 1 mana for this thing.
Yeah, there's a reason it's an uncommon, right? Like it's
definitely.
This is just easily like it's pretty easy to make this cost 1 or 2 mana. Like you can do it yourself, or you can just play against a normal person who's attacks you with 2 creatures sometimes, and it's fine. Or you play against Mardu or a mobilized deck, and it's just like Swords to Plowshares. So,
so B for Static Snare.
I like B. You could even go B plus.
B plus.
It sometimes will just not cost very much mana.
Next is Salt Road Pack Beast. This is 6 mana, 5 and a white for a 4/3 beast at common. It costs 1 less to cast for each creature you control. Hey man, when this thing enters, you draw a card. This is a common.
Yeah. Oh, the mobilized payoffs just keep stacking up. If you mobilize 3 creatures into play, then you play this for like 2 mana or something, like that sounds incredible.
Where is the threshold for this to be?
At 4 mana, I'm pretty happy.
4 mana, you're already happy.
3 or 2 mana, you're just like, living large.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah. I mean, this seems like it'll be a common that we'll see good play in the mobilized decks for sure. Any of the go wide stuff, the token strategies, mobilize, all of that. Salt Road Pack Beast, I would play 1 for sure. I would give it a C.
I would give this a C plus. I think this card is going to stack really, really nicely.
Okay. Last white card is Twin Maw Storm Brood. This is same mana cost, 5 and a white for a 5/4 dragon at uncommon with flying. And when it enters, dude, I like that. You gain 5 life.
Yeah, this is exactly what you want when you finally made it to your 6 drop.
Exactly. And then it also has Omen. It's got Charring Bite, which is 1 in a red. Of note, it is red, so you may or may not be able to cast it, which is a sorcery that says it deals 5 damage to target creature without flying. So 2 mana, deal 5 to something on the ground, shuffle it in, or just play it naturally and at 6 mana, 5/4, gain 5 life with flying.
What's funny about this card is you would play this card if you were mono red or like not playing white. You would just always put Charring Bite in your deck. 2 mana, deal 5 is great. And you wouldn't play this card if you couldn't cast the red half, if you were just playing white, I don't think. Most of the time you're not playing 6 mana, 5/4 flying, gain 5. Yeah.
It's close, but 4 toughness is really tough for 6 mana.
Yeah,
it's on that.
If you
border.
care about having dragons, this card is just pretty solid, I think.
I just want to get this Teeming Dragonstorm deck going, man. Like, if I open one in the pre-release thing, like I'm just windmilling it.
Yeah,
that's all I want to do with my life now.
Well, yeah, wait till you get to Roiling Dragonstorm, but the Twin Maw Stormbrood. No, this card is just great. I mean, if you're in red and white, this card is like a B plus.
Yes.
Just because it's, look, I know you don't get both. If you could get both, this card would be one of the better cards in the set because if this is an adventure card. But even then, It's a 2-mana removal spell until you need a 6-mana flyer, and the fact that you cast the removal early and then later you can just draw the flyer is kind of cute. It's not like a huge difference, but it will come up. I would just give it a B. Yeah,
I give it a B.
It's just a very solid card.
All right, that's it for white. That'll move us to blue. Our first blue card is Dragonstorm Forecaster. It's blue for a 0/3 human scouted uncommon. It has an activated ability, 2 mana, tap it, and you can search your library for a card named, Dragonstorm Globe or Boulder-Born Dragon. Reveal it, put it in your hand, and then shuffle. I have not read those cards yet. So the forecast is currently unclear. Do you know what those cards
Dragon
do?
is it's a 5 mana 3/3 flying vigilance, and when it attacks, you surveil one. So
what color is it?
It's colorless. It's just a
And then what about the globe? Does that give me some mana or something?
And then Dragonstorm Globe is a 3 mana artifact. It taps for mana of any color, and your dragons come in with an additional +1/+1 counter on it. So both these cards, as you would expect, are kind of weak.
Yep.
Most of the time, cards that search up other cards, you wouldn't have played those other cards, by themselves. And I don't think Dragonstorm Forecaster is all that hot either.
Let's just say the forecast is a little cloudy for this one. The problem is that cards that require you to put cards into your deck that you would not otherwise put in, that's a big cost. It can be worth it. Like, I don't know, if you had both, would you do it? I mean, of course, it's obvious, but like the scenario you're trying to avoid is you look at your opening hand and you have both of the 2 cards that you would have had to search up that you wouldn't normally play and no Dragonstorm Forecaster in sight. And then you're going to end up drawing it later and just be miserable. I'm pretty pessimistic on these type of cards. That said, that is powerful, right? 2-tap, draw a spell, and you can just keep doing it for as many as you have. Of course, the more you have, the worse your deck is on average. My approach is usually that unless those cards are really, really good, or at least close enough to be playable, then I won't do cards like Dragonstorm Forecaster. And those 2 cards sounded like not quite there for me as well.
No, I think
Build Around, of course, is the name of the game. But
yeah, I think the problem is that like these cards are not good enough if you draw them, but I'm not even convinced they're good enough if you search them up and cast them.
Oh god, that's really bad.
Like the 3 mana mana rock. I guess here's the curve. Turn 1, you play this. Turn 2, you search for the mana rock. Turn 3, you play the mana rock, and then you still don't get to play the dragon. Turn 4,
come on,
because you haven't had time to search for this.
No, I'm off it. And also 2 mana to tap and search is not free. I mean, this isn't just getting these cards into your hand. It's taxing those mediocre cards for 2 extra mana each. Like, I'm not going to pay. Like, yes, you get to draw a card. It does matter. But like a 5 mana rock is not really a thing, I don't think. So I'm going to start off low on the Dragonstorm Forecaster. I give it a D. Build Around D, which I don't even, if we ever given a card a Build Around D before.
we have. But it's not very good.
Yeah. Humbling Elder is blue for a 1/2 human monk at common. It has flash. And when this creature enters, target creature an opponent controls gets -2/-0 until end of turn. These are like shockingly annoying cards, right? Because it is a 1/2. It actually adds to combat, and you can shrink down an attacker and usually produce a double block that you may not have had available to you. And that second point of toughness matters a lot. The 1 point of power matters a lot. And you can turn these into a pseudo removal spell that keeps your board intact. The problem is that it is still ultimately relatively low impact. Like, you kind of need to be doing things with monks or creatures or whatever. But look, it's blue and it's 1 mana and it has flash. So it is a flurry enabler itself as well.
Yeah, I think that you'll end up playing this card a decent amount. Like,
it's got a lot going on.
It just does a lot of, I mean, we've talked about this at length. 1 mana cards just punch above their weight class.
They sure do.
Will do enough for 1 mana that you'll want to put it in your deck.
I think so,
it looks
too.
like a C to me, you know?
It looks like a C to me as well. I don't sleep on the Elder. It does need to kind of find its niche, but it'll be decent if it does. Next is Ringing Strike Mastery. This is blue for an enchantment aura at common. It says enchant creature. When this aura enters, tap enchanted creature. Enchanted creature doesn't untap during its controller's untap step, but the enchanted creature does have, you can pay 5. the creature's controller can pay 5 to untap this creature. So this is a super cheap version of lock something down, but it gives them this out that a bit down the road, they can pay to untap the creature whenever they want. I think this takes it off the table, right? Like 5 mana to untap the creature at some point is just too big of a get out of jail free. It just turns this from a removal spell into like a tempo play.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of this. I don't know what Jeskai decks are exactly going to look like. I wouldn't be surprised if you will play most all of your 1 mana plays, but this doesn't seem to be where you want to be. Like if they just untap it once, all of a sudden you're not really getting anything done.
Yeah, there is a window where it may be just being a tempo play and only costing 1 mana is plenty enough for the Jeskai deck if it's looking to.
Yeah, there are some decks that might want that.
Yeah. So I wouldn't completely put it on the shelf, but just as a straight up Magic card, that's below the bar. I would give it a D for Ringing Strike Mastery.
Yeah.
What about Spectral Denial? It sounds like
X and a blue. It indeed is. X and a blue for an instant at uncommon. The spell costs 1 less to cast for each creature you control with power 4 or less, and it says counter target spell unless its controller pays X. So
4 greater, yeah.
Yeah, 4 or greater. So it's 2 mana to make them pay 1, etc. 3 mana to make them pay 2, but you get a little bit of a free roll with some of the cards here. So this looks pretty good if you can have a low curve. I'm not that interested in the I'm gonna make this cheaper for all my expensive cards.
No, that seems like you might get 1 extra on there every once in a while, but not consistently. So how do you rate, a blue X counter spell, right? I mean, if we're comparing it to Mana Leak for the same cost, they only have to pay 1 or maybe 2 on it every once in a while if you have a big creature.
In your opening hand, it's going to be about as good a lot of the time just because people tend to curve out early, right? Like you're on the draw, you play your second land, say go, you're going to counter their 3-drop a good amount of the time.
Yeah.
Later in the game, it scales up, and that's where the 4 power stuff matters. Not because you can play this for 1 mana, but because now you can play 4 mana for this plus your 2 creatures and make it so they can't cast their spell in the late game. I kind of like this card. I think it's decent early and decent late, not amazing each time. It's got some matchups that'll probably be pretty good. I'd give it a C, but I could see this card really shining, and there's some decks that are really going to struggle with it.
I'm going to go C- for the denial. There is just that window in the middle part of the game where it's pretty tough to leave that much mana up. Next is Unending Whisper. This is blue for a sorcery. It's common. It says draw a card, and it has Harmonize for 5 and a blue. That's nice.
Yeah, this one's funny.
That.
It's actually, I think, a pretty good Jeskai card. This feeds Flurry pretty nicely.
It does.
But in the teamer decks, like sometimes you'll just cast this, cycle it early, move on with your life, and then late in the game, you're like, all right, tap my Mammoth, cast this for 1 mana.
Get a card back later. It looks like a C? C? C-? Yeah, something like that. C. Next is Wingspan Stride. This is blue for an enchantment aura at common. It has it enchants a creature, and the creature gets +1/+1 in flying, and you can pay 2 and a blue to return this aura to its owner's hand. But that's from the battlefield.
Yeah, I'm not in for this. You'd have to have a Jeskai deck that was like so hard up for 1 mana plays before I would want this card, I think.
Yeah, you can see where this would fit in, right, to get the big Jeskai hit and get the flurry going and stuff. But I agree. It feels like it's too narrow even for that deck. I would go D for Wingspan Stride.
Yeah, I agree.
Next is Agent of Kotus. This is 1 and a blue for a 2/1 human rogue at common. It has Renew. You can pay 3 and a blue, exile this from your graveyard to put 2 +1/+1 counters on target creature at sorcery speed. Just a 2 mana 2/1 on the front, though? That's tough.
Seems fine, but not exciting. I would give this a D. I think this is just going to be on the low end of cards you end up playing.
Same. Dispelling Exile is 1 and a blue for an instant at common. As an additional cost to cast this spell, you may behold a dragon. Counter target spell unless the controller pays 2, but if you did behold the thing, then they have to pay 4 instead.
I like this card. We like this. We saw it as a preview card. I think it just does some good stuff where early in the game it's going to work out fairly well, and late in the game, I think sometimes with the paying for part enabled, it'll actually work out pretty well there too.
I think so too. Dispelling Exile, I would give it a C. I think it's going to see a good amount of play. The only real knock I can think of is that the Jeskai deck doesn't want it. At least maybe they'd play it, but this is not a proactive way to get your prowesses going and your, flurries and stuff like that. Fresh Start is 1 and a blue for an enchantment aura at uncommon. It has flash. It enchants a creature, and the creature gets -5, -0, and loses all abilities.
This card's great.
That's really good.
This is actual great removal. I would give this a B. I think this is going to play a lot more like Doomblade than you might think.
Definitely. It'll leave some big dumb blocker down there, which is like a little bit annoying, but losing all abilities is that takes care of most of the stuff that you care about, and 5 power disappearing is enough for basically every creature. B for Fresh Start. Next is Roiling Dragonstorm. That's 1 and a blue for an enchantment. Again, uncommon. And when it enters, you draw 2 cards and discard a card. And when a dragon you control enters, return this enchantment to its owner's hand. Oh, that's really nice.
What did I tell you?
You are not wrong, my friend.
This card finds the dragons. It pays you off for them.
Oh.
It's just really nice overall. I think that Roiling Dragonstorm is, you're going to see this early. You're going to take it. You're going to try to find a couple dragons and just kind of make it all work.
Definitely. And this isn't bad to just run out on 2, right?
No, not at all. It's
Draw
just
2
a good
cards,
card.
Just sift through.
I mean, some Jeskai decks would just put this card in their deck because they want a card that helps them enable flurry and cycle through stuff.
Mm-hmm. And then we've seen enough out of the other 2 blue colors that there's, graveyard-based mechanics too. So getting stuff in your yard is nice. So yeah, Roiling Dragonstorm looks really cool on its own and a nice little build around as well. What would you give it though? Is it like a C+? Is it higher than
it's
that?
a B if you have a couple dragons. It's a C+ probably. It's like a C if you're just playing it as Tormenting Voice-ish card. Slightly better because you draw the 2 first and then discard. Mm-hmm. And it puts a permanent on the board, but it's not that much that uses that. So I would say it's probably a B- overall card. It's a B- if you have 1 dragon in your deck.
Yeah.
You don't need much. It's such a free roll. You would play this in a Jeskai deck because sometimes you want to pay 2 mana, draw 2 cards, discard a land, and keep the flurry train rolling. Mm-hmm. And if you pick it up once, you're just, if your opponent plays this on turn 2 and then on turn 5 plays any dragon that's a 3/4 or something, and then they pick this up, you're not going to be feeling good about all that.
No, I like that. That's a cool one. Next is Temur Devotee. This is the 1 and a blue 3/3 human druid with defender at common. And then this is the one that you can filter as well. So you can pay a mana and add a green or a blue or a red at once each turn. I've been liking these type of cards for the formats that have been more tilted towards aggression.
You mean the 2 mana 3/3 blocker?
Yeah, exactly. And this one has the upside of fixing up your mana, but we don't know the speed of this format yet. And generally speaking, I would assume that a format like this would fall in the middle of things because of the color requirements for some of the decks. It means that hardcore curve outs are a lot harder than they would be in just a straight 2-color deck. So, that would lead me to bump the Devotee down just a little bit, just because that defensive speed might not be at such a premium, but probably still in that playable range, the D+ range, something like that. I don't know. This just isn't really the way I'd prefer to fix my mana. But, if I don't have a 2-drop or if I'm a little worried about getting ran over, you could do a lot worse than this.
Yeah, and making your mana better is worth something. Even in a deck that has pretty good mana, sometimes you'll draw this 2 islands, a mountain, and this, and get to play a green card on turn 3, and you'll be pretty happy about that.
Yeah. It's also a cheap 3-powered creature to do the, what's it called? The flashback thing?
Yeah, it's good for Harmonize.
Harmonize, thank you. Yeah. So that's pretty good too. There's enough here.
I think if you add everything up, Temur Devotee is probably a D+, but sometimes it might be a C-. I don't know. Yeah,
it can dream. Next is Ireni's Rebuff. This is 1 and a blue for a sorcery at uncommon. It says return target creature to its owner's hand, and it has Harmonize for 5 and a blue.
I mean, this is uncommon, and I think it's because sometimes you're going to end up in a spot where you're like, play this, bounce your thing, pay 1 mana, tap my mammoth, bounce your other thing, attack you with my other creature.
Oh,
and it's just going to end up being like double bounce can be pretty brutal. Bounce stacks in a pretty tough way.
Yeah, this, the way that this card's designed makes me think that it might be pretty strong because, like, it wouldn't have surprised me at all if this cost 1 mana instead of 2, or if you told me it was an instant instead of a sorcery. Yet somehow it's a 2 mana sorcery, return target creature to its owner's hand. Like, that's terrible, right?
Yeah,
that's off on 2 metrics that we would normally have. So there must be something about that line of play that you said that, people were abusing during playtesting or something.
Yeah, I think that is likely the case, is that you would end up just the double bounce line is pretty obnoxious. So,
and it's an uncommon. So what do you want to give Ireni's rebuff? Just like a C? I mean,
I think it's probably like a C plus. I could just really see this being solid.
There's something here, isn't there?
Yeah.
C plus for Ireni's rebuff. Next is Veteran Ice Climber. This is 1 and a blue for a 1/3 human scouted uncommon. It's got vigilance and it can't be blocked. And whenever it attacks, up to 1 target player mills cards equal to this creature's power. Nah, come on. What are we doing here?
I mean, it fills your graveyard pretty fast. That's kind of the I think the game going on here.
Turbo self mill.
Yeah.
Sure.
But I'm not like loving. You'd have to really care about that, because I think having this just be like a good unblockable attacker doesn't really seem that exciting.
It's 1 power. I mean, it is decent at it. Like, it's hard to complain about 1/3 vigilance unblockable for 2 mana. Like, there's just enough. You get 1+1/+1 counter on it, and it's better if you ever give it lifelink or something. So I'm not down on it. I'm not buying the mill part quite as much. But yeah, if you just get a couple of incidental mills on yourself for value, sure, why not? It's like a C, right?
I would give this a C. I think. Do you remember Tetsuo Umezawa, the legend from Dominaria, the 1/3 that made your things unblockable?
Very annoying.
2 mana 1/3 unblockable was surprisingly just kind of relevant.
Yeah, it was. And this one has vigilance too.
I know it had other stuff going on too, but like, I don't know. I kind of like it.
I do too. What does Essence Anchor do?
It says 2 and a blue. It's an artifact and uncommon. At the beginning of your upkeep, surveil 1, and then tap, make a 2/2 black zombie druid creature token. Activate only during your turn and only if a card left your graveyard this turn. So basically, you're surveilling to fill up your graveyard, and they're trying to find renew cards, and each one gives you a zombie.
And those don't interact against each other. You're getting the surveil no matter what, and you just have to tap at the ready for whenever that happens.
Yeah.
On your turn. It's a cool build around. It's a little bit of a tough pill to swallow to pay 3 mana and just do nothing until your next upkeep, and then the thing you get at your next upkeep is just surveil 1. Like that's a very non-impactful card to play.
I mean, Sultai is all about do nothings. That's one of their themes.
And you can only get away with so many of them, but this might be worth it, right? Like if it becomes make zombies every turn, every other turn, whatever, then I would start off, I'm skeptical. I think that I would I want this to be sweet, like this type of deck I like, but I think this would just enter into the prove it category for me, where I need somebody to beat the crap out of me with this thing to show me the format's slow enough for me to play it, or that getting cards to leave your graveyard is easy enough in that deck or whatever to be able to make it go, because I'm a little scared about 3 mana kind of just don't do anything for a while. That is a very tough pill to swallow in Modern Era Limited. So I would start off with Essence Anchor, at like a lower build around grade, but somebody show me the screenshot or somebody start beating the hell out of me with the anchor, and I'll jump ship in a minute.
Yeah, it also is evocative of old internet memes, the art.
Oh my God, dude. No. Can we get away from this card as quickly as possible now? What do you want to give it?
Essence Anchor. I would probably give this a build around, like a build around C. Like sometimes it's going to be good, but I would say most of the time you can't really run the card, but it'll be good in some decks. If you're good at getting cards out of your graveyard, the card is a pretty effective card.
You traumatized Jeff too, by the way. Next is Highspire Bellringer. This is 2 and a blue for a 1/4 Djinn Monk at common. It's got flying, and the second spell you cast each turn costs 1 less to cast.
This one I like.
Do you like this one? I'm a little skeptical.
I like that it really enables the flurry stuff. At a 1/4 flyer is pretty good. Like that's not a bad. That's not a bad set of stats, you know.
It isn't. That's not too bad. And then you're thinking that that could be the difference between unlocking, flurry turns that you may not have had access to. Like that 1 mana is going to kind of push it over the top sometimes.
Yeah,
because I could see that.
The fact that it blocks well and then it makes flurry easier. It's going to buy you time on both ends. It makes your flurry stuff easier and it blocks all right. 1/4 flyer. I like those stats. I would give this a C. I'm not saying it's a great card. Okay, but I like this. Like remember the like Wilds of Eldraine 3 mana 2/1 sprite that made your spells cheaper. This
is a better version.
I think is quite a bit better version. Yes, it only works on your second spell, so that it's not always going to kick in. But
4 toughness.
When you're trying to play 2 spells a turn, 1 mana could be a pretty big difference.
Definitely. Next is Kishla Trawlers. This is 2 and a blue for a 3/2 human citizen and uncommon. It says when this creature enters, you may exile a creature card from your graveyard. When you do, return target instant or sorcery card from your graveyard to your hand.
So it's a very powerful ability. It just makes you have a creature in your graveyard, so you can't just always do it. But
setup cost higher.
That's not that much.
But not impossible. Yeah.
Yes, it makes the 5 to 7 creature decks not be able to play this as effectively. But by the time you have a spell you want to get back, having a creature in your graveyard, that's pretty easy stuff. I would just give this a B. And it will come up sometimes. I'm not saying it won't, but. I think it's a pretty easy thing to do. And you play this on turn 6, get back your 3 mana spell, play that too. You dump, you flurry. There's a lot of things you can do. Doing all this stuff. Next is Sibsig Appraiser. This is 2 and a blue for a 2/1 zombie advisor. It's common. And it says when this creature enters, look at the top 2 cards of your library, put one of them into your hand and the other in your graveyard. Oh, wow. A 2/1 for 3 mana is a pretty, you're going to have to do something good. Well, it did. That's really good. Yeah, the cantrips, it puts a card in the yard, card selection. This looks like a B-, and it does. One of the cards I think you're going to be pretty happy to just have in your deck. It's like a 3 mana Organ Hoarder. Yeah. Next, the world has progressed from when Organ Hoarder was good, so I think we did need a little more now. But yeah, this is going to be good. Really nice for a common. Next is Wingblade Disciple. This is 2 and a blue for a 2/2. Human Monk at uncommon. It has flying and flurry. Create a 1/1 white bird creature token with flying. There you go. We've been kind of dancing around the flurry payoffs, but there's a proper build around. Yeah, really nice. Yeah, this card's awesome. I would take this. This looks like a build around B. Honestly, it just looks like a B. Maybe even B+. And I would just take this and put it in my deck if I saw this. If I saw this early, I would just take it and try to build a flurry deck. It looks like an incredible way to do that. I would too. And build around B+, regular B. It's that good. Next is Aegis Sculptor. This is 3 and a blue for a 2/3 bird wizard at uncommon. It has flying and it has ward 2 for your 2/3 for 4. And it says at the beginning of your upkeep, you may exile 2 cards from your graveyard. If you do, put a +1/+1 counter on this creature. This card seems pretty good. It's not hard to get 2 cards in your graveyard, and Ward 2 goes so far in making me want cards like this. Huh. Do I like this card? I guess the Ward 2 really is the game changer, huh? Yeah, Ward 2 is a pretty big game. It is. So this is a plan that you're okay with? Because it underperforms on
Like when you cast it, like sure, they may not be able to kill it, but 4 mana, 2/3 flyers, like not exactly killer stats, right, for combat. And then you do need to feed the beast here. You have to exile 2 cards from your graveyard kind of every turn to really keep the engine rolling, which is possible. 2 or 3 turns in a row.
I mean, you don't need to have this happen every turn. If you get one counter on this and it's a 3/4 flying ward 2, that's pretty meaty.
That is definitely the inflection point. So what do you want to give it, the Sculptor? Like a B? No way, right?
I think a B minus though. I don't know. It seems pretty legit. Like you end up.
Okay.
You end up getting a 4/5 flying ward 2 after 2 turns. Exiling 2 cards from your graveyard is just not that hard. Like it's not always going to work, but it'll work often enough. I would give Age of Sculptor a B minus. I think this is just going to be one of those cards where you play it, your opponent. Like, look, our problem with 4-drops is often like, well, if they have a removal spell,
right?
This is ward 2. It's going to force them to
definitely
spend more mana than you spent. So
it's also a nice follow-up for the Essence Anchor. Get the zombies rolling.
Yeah.
Next is Riverwalk Technique. This is 3 and a blue for an instant at common. It says choose one. The owner of target non-land permanent puts it on their choice of the top or bottom of their library. So we've seen this. But get this, counter target non-creature spell. They just tack negate onto this thing. This is what you were talking about before, right? With taking a card that was otherwise playable and putting, kind of a narrow effect on it.
Yeah. I like it. Like the 4 mana instant bounce thing that is in every set now,
yeah,
is clearly good. We always play it. And then this now also covers your bases when it comes to non-creatures. Sure.
Yeah, I like that.
It's like a C plus.
That's a very high leverage thing to tack on as well, right? It's like you have this sort of mediocre removal spell, but now like they play a sweeper and you counter it. It's just like such a huge game changer if they have some big spell to do. So yeah, I like it. C plus for Riverwalk Technique.
Yeah, I'm in.
Snowmelt Stag. Oh, we got an Elmer out of the deal, Luis. Look at this. 3 and a blue for a 2/5 elemental elk at common. It's got vigilance. And during your turn, this creature has base power and toughness of 5/2. So it switches. And then you can pay 5 blue to make this guy unblockable in this turn.
What a funny card. So it's a 2/5 blocker, 5/2 attacker, and then in the late game you can Gear Seeker Serpent them out. You just pay 7 to make it unblockable.
Yeah, they always put one of these in now.
This looks like a D to me. I don't know. 4 mana, 2/5. It's not terrible, but it's just not good enough, I don't think.
Not good enough. D for Snowmelt Stag. Sorry, Elmer. Next is Constrictor Sage. This is 4 and a blue for a 4/4 Snake Wizard at uncommon. It says when it enters, tap target creature an opponent controls and put a stun counter on it. I'm already kind of in for that. And then you can renew it. You can pay 2 and a blue and exile it from your graveyard to tap target creature an opponent controls and put a stun counter on it at sorcery speed. That's nice. This is a good, right? I mean, this is like you play this on turn 5. It's very difficult to die.
Yeah.
The turn after you play it. That's a nice stabilizing card, good power. And I like the renew, just, why not? Yeah. Right? It's not crazy, but pretty good. I mean,
I like how the stun counter makes it a renew thing because they all need to have counters.
Yeah, exactly. Would you go B for Constrictor Sage?
Yeah, yeah. This card's great.
What about Focus the Mind? Think about this, Luis. Focus on it.
4 and a blue. It's an instant at common. Draw 3 cards, then discard a card. So 5 mana to draw 3, discard a card, which, that's obviously like the sort of thing that you probably don't have time for most of the time, but it can really refuel you. But here's the twist. It costs 2 less if you cast another spell this turn.
Ooh.
So when this is your second spell.
Becomes, we keep saying the best divination ever, but like it keeps getting better.
Well, unlike divination, you can't use this to hit your 4th land drop very effectively, but it is, I think, going to be really good. Like 5 mana or 3 mana, draw 3, discard a card is a really strong card, and you can set this up in a deck that's already designed to cast 2 spells, I think, fairly easily.
So this is one that, like, the first Focus the Mind, pretty dang good, right?
Yeah.
But after that, they fall off. You just can't run that many copies of cards like this.
Well, you could probably run 2.
You could.
I mean, You'd have to build your deck around it, but I think it'd be doable.
You're supposed to make the Merfolk Looter argument, right? You just discard the other one to this one.
Yeah, I was thinking about saying that, but I decided I didn't need to go into it. But yes, that is.
Would you play it in just like a teamer deck?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Okay. So Focus of Mind, solid card draw at common. What do you want to give it?
I would give it a C plus.
Yeah.
I think this is going to be the one that, like, if the format is super fast, which I don't think it's going to be, but if it is, then this would be something you can't really play a ton of. But if the format's medium to slow, like, this is the kind of card that buries your opponent.
It is.
Turn 5, you have the uncommon that gives a creature -5/-, so you're like, play it out on your thing, cast this, draw 3, discard a card. You know, you just end up in a spot where you're, I think, really far ahead.
Definitely. You just need to find that window. Any two or 1 mana removal spells just pair so well with this on either side of it too. Yeah, that's great. Next is Ice Ridge Serpent. This is 4 and a blue for a 3/3 Serpent at common. It says when this creature enters, return target creature an opponent controls to its owner's hand. Hey man, I'm a sucker for a mana war, but this is a 5 mana 3/3 mana war. Are we still on board?
Yeah, I would imagine this is going to be
probably
decent.
Good enough.
Not at 5. It's not going to be like amazing, but I think it's going to be good enough.
Passes the litmus test. And with tokens around it gets better too. So yeah, I would give a C. It might even be a C plus to Ice Ridge Serpent. It's tough to get sort of random 5-drop commons into that slot, but this is a desirable effect. It really is. This isn't that far off from Constrictor Sage when it enters the battlefield, and this is a common versus an uncommon. So C for Ice Ridge Serpent. Playable.
Yeah, I like that.
Next is Whirlwing Stormbrood. This is 4 and a blue for a dragon. It's uncommon. It's a 4/3 with flash and flying. And it says you may cast sorcery spells and dragon spells as though they had flash. So that's a thing. But then it also has an omen, which is called Dynamic Soar. It's 2 and a green for a sorcery. Put 3 +1/+1 counters on target creature you control. Man, these omens seem kind of pushed a bit. I mean, this isn't like our favorite type of card, but 3 counters is a hell of a lot.
Yeah. I think that the main reason to play this is if you had some dragon synergies, and it's a 5 mana 3/4 flying flash dragon. But I do think that you can end up playing this in a blue-green deck and feeling pretty good about this. I would not typically play this in a deck that couldn't cast the blue half. I would play it in a deck that couldn't cast the green half, but I would not play it. Yeah, I think you can play this without having access to green mana. It's not going to be like the best thing in the world, but I think it can be good.
I think so too. It looks like a common for the most part. I mean, you do get to ambush small creatures sometimes, which can be good. This is another one where they went with 4/3 and then the white one was 5/4. Like that lower toughness is a little tough because especially with flash, you'd love to be able to block, if this thing was a 3/4 or whatever. But I mean, that reads like a decent common until you put the green part on. If you can do both, then yeah, I mean, sure. I would give it like a C or a C plus though. Like I
think it's a C.
Yeah. Looks kind of medium. What about Bewildering Blizzard?
So 4 blue instant at uncommon. Draw 3 cards. Creatures your opponents control get -3/-0 until end of turn. Ooh. This is a really nice control card. If you look at it, it's kind of like a Sphinx's Revelation. You paid 6, you drew 3, and then you took a bunch less damage.
Wow. Sphinx's Revelation. It's back. Yeah. Gain life. I mean, this does get really gnarly. Like a more realistic scenario, right, is that they attack you with the thing that they can attack you with. And you either get to just not take the damage from it or take less, or you get to block it and kill it with your board. And you're drawing all these cards at the same time. I mean, they have a 5/5, right? They attack with it. You've got a couple of blockers, but you don't really want to trade them off. You play Bewildering Blizzard, you get to triple block the thing and draw 3. Like that's very difficult to come back from. The only thing I think about, Luis, with this is just like, at what point do people know? It's an uncommon, but like, do they play around it at some point? Can you play around it?
I mean, yes, of course, you could always play better around cards. Like if you knew they had it in their hand, you could do more.
But 3 cards on your end.
What are you going to do? You're not going to attack them. They'll just draw 3 cards. Like it's not like you lose much if you don't get the -3/-0 value.
Okay, I'm loving it then.
When you pass with 6 mana in your hand, you're going to cast this card, whether they attack or not. And
gimme.
Yeah, this looks great. You need to get to 6 mana, but this is the kind of card I want at 6 mana. I would give this a B-. I think.
Can we give it a B+?
You can give it a B+. Sure. I would probably just say B.
Okay, B. We'll give it B for Bewildering Blizzard. Lots of Bs there. Last blue card is Durgar Island Dragon. This is 5 and a blue, so still 6 mana for a 4/4 dragon at common. It's got flying and ward 2. And then it does have an omen as well. It's Skimming Strike. This is the 1 and a blue instant tap up to 1 target creature, draw a card. And it is up to, so you can just cycle it if you want. This will see play, right? I mean, the cantrip part of it, fits into the flurry deck, no problem. 6 mana, 4/4 flying ward 2. How are we feeling about that? That's a little below the bar, maybe.
It's a little below the bar, but the cantrip part's really good. Instant tap, it's ice. They can't tap permanents, but just ice overall, I think is pretty strong. This
one is funny because you can't use it to keep yourself from decking, right? Because you just keep drawing cards off of it.
Yes, this one, that's like I said, it ends up not working that way.
That's fine.
But I think that I would always play this card. I think it's like probably a C+.
Okay.
Just because cycling, the cycling thing is just really good.
Yeah, and that deck, if it needs stuff like that, I mean, tacking on like a decent dragon just for when the times when you're not trying to double spell or that isn't the way the game's going, it's really nice. Just to have that backup plan of a okay 6-drop to play. All right, well, that's going to do it for blue, and it'll move us to black. Our first card is Caustic Exhale. This is the black instant at common. As an additional cost to cast this spell, behold a dragon or pay 1. So this one's the one that actually changes the cost. It costs 2 mana unless you behold a dragon, and then it costs 1. But a target creature gets -3/-3 until end of turn, and it's an instant no matter what you pay for it.
Yeah, I mean, this card's obviously a B. It's
exactly
most of the time 2 mana, -3/-3 instant speed. Great. Sometimes it'll cost 1. So
right. That's really good.
This card has very little to do with my desire to play dragons in any way, shape, or form. Obviously, it's upside, but it doesn't really matter.
No,
so,
we've seen a lot of
maybe
good
even
targets.
B+ for Caustic Exile. Really efficient removal.
Right.
The thing about -3/-3 is it also gets around like indestructible. It also lets you use it as a really nice combat trick. You're 3/3 blocks their 5/5 or something. There's just a lot of things you can do.
There is. This is a premium removal at common. So we'll go B+ for Caustic Exhale. Next is Desperate Measures. This is black for an instant at uncommon. Target creature gets +1/-1 until end of turn. When it dies under your control this turn, draw 2 cards? It's a one-shot Skull Clamp?
It's a one-shot Skull Clamp. This is sick.
That's cool.
The absolute best way to use this, if you can pull it off, is like make your 2/2 trade up for their 3/3.
Yes.
And then draw 2.
And then get the 2
obviously,
cards.
It also just as Village Rites, it just eats your tokens from Mobilize. So yeah, I think the Desperate Measures does some things for sure.
And you can also just use it to kill their 1 toughness creature. They don't get the cards or anything, right? Nothing happens cards wise
when it dies under your control. So
that's a backup plan. Obviously,
I would give
not
this
primary.
Probably a C+ overall.
I think so.
Maybe it's a B-, honestly.
Dude, this is a B if you get to do that thing you said. That isn't what you get to do every time, but when you get to pull off,
I would say in a deck that enables this is easily a B.
Yeah,
it's got it's got everything it needs to just be a really good card.
That is awesome.
A 1 mana draw 2 that also has the flexibility of being a slight combat trick and killing their X1s. That's just a lot of flexibility plus power put together. I'll just give a B to Desperate Measures.
B, Desperate Measures. Next is Worthy Cost. This is another one of our preview cards, Braggs. It's black for a sorcery at common. As an additional cost to cast this spell, sacrifice a creature, and it exiles a creature or planeswalker. Again, the cost is legit. But if we're assuming that we're going to have some expendable 1/1s around from from what's it called? Yeah, makes it a lot easier. I don't think this doesn't seem like the type of format that's so overly supported on a card like this that you'd want like 3 worthy cost in your deck, but I wouldn't be shocked if the first one was decent.
Yeah, I think the first one's going to be pretty good in not even most decks, but a lot of decks. And you certainly aren't going to want to play multiples that often. This is a card to think about when they attack with a mobilized thing. If you can kill all their tokens, they can't because it's sorcery. They can't do it post combat.
Right.
So
try to make them sack their real card. Yeah, I mean, look, this to me looks like a D plus C minus level card. Like this set doesn't seem to be hyper set up for it, but there's enough room here that like would not be surprised if worthy cost was cast fairly often in the format. But I just don't have it at the premium removal spot. So I'd say like C minus for it. What do you think?
Yeah, I would say C minus. You're not going to have a trouble picking this up if you want it, if you're the one who wants it.
Right. Abzan Devotee is 1 and a black for a 2/1 dog cleric. It's common. And it has 2 and a black. Return this card from your graveyard to your hands. 3 mana to get it back, 2 more mana to cast it. And then it has the filtering as well. You can pay 1 mana once each turn to add a black, white, or green mana to your mana pool.
This one I don't mind so much because 2 mana for a 2/1 and you don't mind trading it off is kind of cool. You get to get it back. Mm-hmm. And then it does do the color filtering thing, which is kind of nice. One thing that's funny about this is it actually plays nicely in the Sultai deck that cares about cards leaving your graveyard.
Yeah, repeatable.
It does that well enough.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, this looks like they've really threaded the needle with these where none of them are like blowing your mind, but they're just good enough, right? That none of them are so bad that you're like, I don't want this. Because the filtering does matter. It's just not enough reason to play the card in and of itself, so you need a little more, and they keep giving you a little more. This one's, on the better end. I would still say like C minus for Abzan Devotee.
Yeah, it's not a fantastic card by any stretch.
What about Alchemist's Assistant?
So this is 1 and a black for a 2/1 uncommon. It's a monkey, and it has lifelink. And you can pay renew 1 and a black, exiles from your graveyard, put a lifelink counter on target creature as a sorcery. Love this card.
Yeah, what do you think about 2 mana 2/1 lifelink just as a magic card?
I'm almost always in for 2 mana 2/1 lifelink.
Yeah.
Like Children of Night was a great card. And the fact that late in the game, you just like, if you're in dire straits, you just get to throw the lifelink counter on a 4/4 and attack, or maybe your 3 power creature is going to get through, or maybe it's just going to die, but you need to get 3 or 4 life. So I would give C+ to Alchemist's Assistant. It also just does all the things. It exiles from your graveyard to care about those cards. It's good if you self-mill or discard it. And it's just a good card in and of itself.
Yeah, seems good. And with all the +1/+1 counters that could be in that deck as well, that lifelink adds up as well. Sweet. That's a good one. What grade did we give it?
I think C+ for the Alchemist's Assistant.
B- maybe on a good day. Alesha's Legacy. This is 1 and a black for an instant at common. It says target creature you control gains death touch and indestructible until end of turn. What do you think about that combination of abilities? Doesn't help you in combat as far as killing your opponent, but it certainly helps you win basically every fight you're going to get yourself into as far as creatures go.
These cards range from like decent to unplayable.
Mm-hmm.
I think this card is probably fine.
Mm-hmm.
It's decent if you have a bunch of small creatures that they're incentivized to block. It's, like you said, not that good. It doesn't do extra damage or anything, but you're often going to use this as kind of like a bad Doomblade. So if you're short on removal, have extra creatures, it's okay. It's probably a D. You probably don't need to take that very early.
Right. You can use it to protect your big creatures, but we're going to give it a D. Next is Corroding Dragonstorm. This is 1 and a black for an enchantment at uncommon. It says, when this enchantment enters, each opponent loses 2 life and you gain 2 life and you surveil 2. And when a dragon you control enters, return it to its owner's hand. Return this to its owner's hand.
So this one, unlike the white or blue ones, if you don't return this, I'm not going to feel like I really got good in value.
Right.
2 mana, drain 2, surveil 2 is not enough. So I think it's kind of like a build around like B-, where if you had a couple of dragons, I would happily play this card. And the Dragonstorms also get much better in multiples. Like once you have, like if you went, the Roiling Dragonstorm, the blue one, into Corroding Dragonstorm, second pick, like your first 2 cards are these, you've got a pretty clear path. Take a bunch of dragons, take more Dragonstorms. I think there's something there. I wouldn't play this in a deck without dragons, so that does make it a build around.
Yeah, it does. And this one does have that thing where it helps you find them, right? The Surveil 2 digs you to land drop / more dragons to keep it going. But yeah, it's really tough to imagine like the dream scenario with Corroding Dragonstorm. Like, is it playing it the third time? It's like, yeah, that's pretty good, but like that's not comboing off or whatever. So build around C for Corroding Dragonstorm.
Like, I would give it like a C plus B minus.
C
like
plus
it
B
will
minus.
be. When your opponent plays this card on turns 2 and 3, you're probably feeling pretty bad about the game, right?
How many times does it need to go before it's like a BB plus level?
1.5. Once it's already playable, like it's like a C plus.
Okay.
I mean, Drain 4, Surveil 4 that's worth a card.
For sure.
Like
for sure.
That is a lot.
So you meant once in addition to the first time.
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay. Next is Delta Bloodflies. This is 1 and a black for a 1/2 insect at common. It's got flying. And it says whenever this creature attacks, if you control a creature with a counter on it, each opponent loses 1 life. I guess this is meant to be a place to put the counters.
Yeah, I'm not super into this because
same.
If you do a little work, you make a kind of like a worse 2/2 that can still just get blocked by a 2/2 flyer. This looks like a D.
I think so too. This feels like it's trying too hard to be an extra payoff for the counters thing, but it is a nice place to put those counters, cheap flyer. Next is Krumar Initiate. This is 1 and a black for a 2/2 human cleric at uncommon. It has activated ability. You can pay X black, tap it, and pay X life. This creature endures X at sorcery speed. So you get that many counters on it, and you get that big of a spirit creature token.
Turn 2, play this. Turn 3, you pay 2 life and 3 mana to make a 2/2, or make this bigger, but probably making 2/2s.
And then you can do it again.
It's okay. You can't do this too much, or you really start to
die
to feel it.
Yeah,
life total wise. But it's probably pretty good at 2 mana 2/2. Like imagine you just have this card in play. You're playing against like not that aggressive of a deck. And you're just like, all right, I'll pay 4 life to make a 4/4. And then you do it again. And then they have to deal with those 4/4s. Like this card is a pretty dangerous card. When your opponent casts this early, you're going to try to kill it if you can.
What happens if you just max it out every turn? Like turn 3, turn 4, you just keep dumping everything into it.
And you're making creatures because you want to be using this, not
assuming
attacking with this.
You're making creatures, yeah.
You make a 2/2 and then you make a 3/3. I mean, if you just put them on the back foot and they never get to attack you, that works great. Also imagine top decking this, you're at 14 and the board's kind of stalled. You can just like, all right, next turn I guess I'll make a 6/6 and then that's pretty good. So I kind of like B- for Krumar Initiate. It's just a really good value card.
I think I understand. So you're saying this is better than Pack Rat by a lot. That's your short. That's a short
Not quite
version
there, but I think this is kind of like there's processor this day and age.
Yeah, exactly. It does remind you that there is something here to this, but it is worth noting that like the life total can add up quite quickly against the wrong deck. Next is Strategic Betrayal. This is 1 and a black for a sorcery at uncommon. Target opponent exiles a creature they control and their graveyard.
So
they get to choose
it's choice. It's like an edict, but then it hits their graveyard. I don't think this is great. Like I think that this graveyard hate stuff is just like it's not that good.
No. And it's felt like there's tokens laying around, there's these devotees laying around that maybe kind of aren't that worth it anymore. Just vibe check. This feels like a format that edicts wouldn't be that great in. Just again, having not played it yet, but just right now. So I'm gonna say Strategic Betrayal gets a D, and maybe it's really good in some matchups, or maybe I'm just straight up wrong. But it just kind of that's the vibe I get right now from the set review. I mean, those type of cards are pretty good against like Teamer.
This is like a B sideboard card if you play against like sometimes some Jeskai decks that are light on creatures might only have cards that you really want to hit.
Teamer, yeah, for sure. Next is Unburied Earth Carver. This is 1 and a black for a 2/2 human warrior at common. You can pay 2 mana and sacrifice another creature to put a +1/+1 counter on this creature. Well, that's not worth it on its face, is there more to the story about? I guess it's just killing the 1/1s before they disappear anyway, and kind of inefficiently turning those into a little bit more permanent.
It is a 2-mana play, so I mean a 2-mana 2/2, so like that part is kind of nice at least. But
but 2 mana to sack the creature to get a +1/+1 counter is a steep cost. Like that would be something that you could get going in the mid to late game, but not really in the curve out scenario. You'd rather just still deploy your hand. I would say D for Unburied Earthcarver. Yeah. Two to sack a creature is a lot, even if it's a decent effect for you.
I mean, how often when you like if this was just 2, put a +1 counter on this, how often would you be using it?
Yeah,
like obviously that's
right.
That's much better, but
right. Even that's a little slow. Next is Aggressive Negotiations. This is 2 and a black for a sorcery at common. Target opponent reveals their hand. You choose a non-land card from it and exile that card. Put a +1/+1 counter on up to 1 target creature you control. 3 mana. Not quite still?
I don't think so.
I don't think the +1/+1 counter really changes the math that much. It's not bad.
No, it's definitely not bad, but I think that the +1/+1 counter is not paying me off enough to make this awesome.
Yeah, it looks like a D to me. Aggressive Negotiations. Next is Dragon's Prey. This is 2 and a black for an instant at common. It costs 2 more to cast if it targets a dragon, but it destroys target creature. This is 2 and a black instant, destroy target creature. The only things that it can't hit are dragons, and even then it can, you just have to pay 2 more mana. And most of the dragons cost 5 or whatever anyway, 5 or more mana. So I don't know. That's a pill that I think you're willing to swallow when it comes to that point of the game. It's not like you can't kill them when you need to. And then it just kills anything else, and it's very splashable too. Paul and I had talked about this with regards to cards like Murder, Spin Out, that type of card, that, you know, the double mana cost is really tough. They didn't do it this time. This is just straight up 2 and a black. What do you think about that? I
like it. This is kind of what Murder needs to make the cut, as you know, kind of we've talked about. Like this is this just kind of works out nicely.
I mean, does this get into the B range for you?
Yeah, I think so.
Probably a B minus, right? B?
Yeah. I mean, 3 mana to kill a thing is just pretty nice.
It is the sweet spot. I like B for Dragon's Prey. I'm not sure how much the dragon aspect is going to matter. There's a lot of them around. They are a very common target for removal, so it probably is a factor, but maybe just not enough to matter that much. Kintree Nurturers. Next is 2 and a black for a 2/1 human druid at common. It's got lifelink, and when this creature enters, it endures 1. So you can make it a 3/2 lifelink, or you can get yourself a little 1/1 friend with it.
I like it. You're mostly going to make a token, just like all these things,
yes.
Like Riot, or not Riot, but just whatever the other one was. There's a lot of mechanics like this where you could, or Fabricate. You can get a token on me, or you can get a counter on me, or you can get a token. It's like you're going to get a token 85-90% of the time.
Exactly.
I think that this card is going to be pretty solid for those decks. Like you're going to be happy to play them.
I mean, that makes, again, you know, in the world of you're being attacked, like playing this creature stabilizes you reasonably well. 3 mana for a 2/1, a 1/1, and 2 of it has lifelink. That's fine. Yeah, I like C for Kintree Nurturer. It just seems like a good on-curve play to make. Picks up counters well, too, as lifelinker. What do you think? C minus?
I would just give it a C.
Yeah.
Like it's closer to a C plus than a C minus, but I think this is just a very solid card.
Yeah, same. What do you think about Nightblade Brigade?
It's 2 and a black for a Goblin Soldier at common. It's a 1/3 Death Touch, and it has Mobilize 1. So when you attack, it makes a 1/1. Yeah, this is nice. 1/3 Death Touch is really hard to block. You get to mobilize. You get to kind of just get your value going. I think this card works out pretty nicely. It's good on defense, good on offense.
You didn't even finish reading it either.
Oh, I didn't. I thought that was flavor text.
But also wait, there's more.
1. Yeah, it also surveils 1 when it enters. Okay, that's great. Crazy. I was already going to give this like a C plus, and now
seriously?
I definitely will.
Definitely.
Why did it have extra text? All right, nice. I'll take it.
No kidding. C plus for Nightblade Brigade. Wow, that reads like an uncommon. Like that, maybe not quite on that power level, but it has so much text going. That's crazy. Unrooted Ancestor. This is 2 and a black for a 3/2 Spirit Cleric at uncommon. It's got flash, and you can pay 1 mana and sacrifice another creature, and this creature gains indestructible until end of turn and tap it. Do you like this card? I guess
not really. Like,
what's the
a
use
3/2
case?
flash? You're not really getting them. Like, they attack with a 3/3, and you're like, flash this in, block, sack another creature. Now I traded that creature for your creature.
Right.
And if they had a removal spell or something, and that works out pretty badly.
Yeah.
But I think this card looks like a D to me. I'm
I
not
don't
really
like
that
it
into
either. It's hard, but it's just like seems to miss on too many things. DD plus for Unrooted Answer. Next is Whale of War. This is 2 and a black for an instant. It's uncommon, and you can choose one. You've got 2 options. First one is creatures target opponent controls gets -1/-1 until end of turn, or return up to 2 target creature cards from your graveyard to your hand.
I really like this because it's 2 disparate modes that are both good in like wildly different scenarios. Whale of War is great if they like had a really fast start or had a bunch of tokens, and it's instant speed, so you can use it as a combat trick.
Mm-hmm.
And then the return 2 target creatures is awesome because you just end up using that in the late game to draw two things, and it's just great.
Yeah, I like that. I also like a scenario that I think will come up pretty often with Mobilize is that, 2 toughness creatures block the 1/1s that come in. They're just like, I'm just going to block, not take anything from these Mobilize creatures. And this can just finish them off. That's a thing that happens. Like if you've got any type of card that creates attacking 1/1s out of nowhere, they just tend to get blocked. And some of those creatures will have 2 toughness, and then that first mode will finish them off. So this seems very nicely positioned for 2 very different board states, and that's what you want. I like Whale of War a lot. I think I would still just give it a C+. I don't think it's a B.
I might give it a B.
It might be a B-.
The thing is, when raised deads are good, like a double raised dead is a very strong 2 for 1.
Very, very.
It's a very different scenario than when -1/-1 is good. So I feel like you have some like pretty decent coverage over those 2 things, All
right, B- for Whale of War. Next is Yathan Tombguard. This is 2 and a black for a 2/3 human warrior. It's uncommon. It has menace, and whenever a creature you control with a counter on it deals combat damage to a player, you draw a card and lose a life. And this has menace. Yeah. I mean, we've seen this putting +1/+1 counters on thing enough now to know that, they will be around, they will be getting put on. And this Tombguard, it's kind of right in the middle. It's a 3 mana card that if they kill, you're like, sure. And if they don't and you can get a counter on it, menace makes it a lot harder to block. And if you ever get to start connecting.
Yeah. This is like a build around B.
Yeah.
Like if you can reliably put counters on things, I think it's going to be pretty awesome. If you can't, then it obviously doesn't really do anything.
Right. Yeah. I like build around B for Yathan Tombguard. This next one hits too close to home, Luis. It's something that you and I have learned many times in life. Cruel Truths. This is 3 and a black for an instant at common, and it says surveil 2, then draw 2 cards. You lose 2 life. So you get to go potentially 4 cards deep into your library. You are surveilling, so you have the opportunity to put some of them into your graveyard if that's relevant to you. But you do lose 2 life for your 4 mana instant speed card. God, this just seems a little too slow, man.
I think I'm in for this, I think.
Are you? So the thing about the surveil is like if you see 2 spells, like are you binning them and just cold ripping 2 cards off the top? If you need action, you're just taking them, right? I wanted it to be like draw 2 and then somehow some of the cards go to the graveyard regardless. Sure.
If you really care about putting cards in the graveyard, this could be, it could be a little awkward sometimes, but I think this is the kind of card that like you do a good job with this and you can end up, I don't know, I feel like you can end up getting a lot of value out of this. Like all you have to make sure is like you're not dying and you get to do some pretty gnarly things.
You do get to dig deep. I mean, by the time you cast this card, you're looking at 4 cards in your library is probably under 30 cards. I mean, you're going to find what you need with Cruel Truths.
I mean, it's just a way to win the game if
it is.
Both players aren't killing each other. And
it is.
I like having cards like that. Like there's some pretty strong cards to make use of. Like the draw 3, discard a card. Like that's the kind of card that would also be very strong there, you know?
I just get so nervous about, cards that cost 4 mana, don't affect the board and make me lose life. Like I really need them to come through for me. This is pretty close. Seeing 4 cards and getting 2 of them, up to 4 cards and getting 2 of them is pretty close. But like, that's why I was getting nitpicky about like, I want to get the graveyard synergy. Like I want every little bit I can wring out of a card like this.
Sometimes it's just going to work out perfectly though.
Like what if it was just look at the top 4, put 2 of them in your hand and the other 2 in your yard? Like, did I break it or something? I mean, can I just have that instead?
Yeah, man, that is a card. So
anyway,
I mean, there are a lot of cards like that. But yeah.
I'm going to start off low on Cruel Truths. I'm going to give it a D.
Oh man, I think this is going to be like a C plus.
I know you're higher on it than I am. I'm
I just think that from what I've seen, it looks like spending some mana to draw some cards is not a bad thing to do in this format.
There's a lot of them too. So we have some evidence that backs up that idea. Next is 100 Battle Veteran. This is 3 and a black for a 4/2 zombie warrior at uncommon. And it says, as long as there are 3 or more different kinds of counters among creatures you control. Come on, 3 different kinds. Well, this thing gets +2/+4. It becomes a 6/6. It says you may cast this card from your graveyard. If you do, it enters with a finality counter on it. I'm in. That's sweet.
This card's great. And ignore the first line.
Right.
4 mana 4/2 that you can flash back once. Sounds great.
Sounds awesome. And then if you do, you are 1/3 of the way towards it becoming a 6/6 because you get a finality counter. One of the harder thirds,
because one of the thirds is a +1/+1 counter. Right. That's not that hard.
Right. And then you just need the finality counter plus something weird. Yeah. I mean, I like B+, I guess, for 100 Battle Veteran.
Yeah. I like B. I think just a solid card.
Build around B+. Next is Salt Road.
I do kind of wish that the payoff was a little better than just give them +2/+4, but I suppose that's where they wanted to land it.
Yeah, I guess they just made the floor too high. It's like the card's already just too good.
Definitely true.
Yeah. Next is Salt Road Skirmish. It's 3 and a black for a sorcery at uncommon. Destroy target creature. Create 2 1/1 red warrior creature tokens. They gain haste until end of turn. Sacrifice them at the beginning of the next end step. So we've got a removal spell.
With Mobilize
too. Cool. That's a swinger. I mean, right? That swings the game. 4 mana, blow up your creature. I get 2 things. And then, we've been seeing enough that, these mobilized tokens aren't really here just to attack. They do add on extra damage and they do matter in that way, but they get blocked a lot. They disappear. So it's really more about leveraging them like in between. But this one, this is going to be a card that's going to swing a lot of games, in the favor of the person casting it.
Yeah, I like this card. I mean, 4 mana sorcery destroy a creature is not obviously like outrageously good, but you do get to get 2 tokens out of this, and you can actually get a lot of value if that works out.
Yeah, I like it. I mean, I would give it a C. Particularly better, of course, if you're the aggressor, but I would give Salt Road Skirmish a C.
Yeah, I think so.
Sand Skidder Outriders, 3 and a black for a 2/1 Goblin Soldier at common. It has Menace, and when it enters, it endures 2. So again, 2 counters on it or a 2/2. Solid again. I mean, it's easy for these commons to kind of get lost in the fray. But like, if you told me 4 mana for a 2/1 Menace and a 2/2, I'm like, yeah, like that's a good Magic card. Like, I know, power creep and all that, but that's good. Like that is giving you a heck of a lot for a common 4-drop. And again, it passes litmus test too, where like they can't just use one removal spell to nullify what you've done. So I like Sand Skidder Outrider quite a bit. I think that these are the type of cards that are easy to overlook, but that we shouldn't in this case.
How much do you like it? Like, are we talking about like C level, C plus level?
C trending towards C plus, but I would give it a C. But I think that these are easy to go like C minus D plus on, but like if you really look at it, it's like no, this is really good. It's basically Grave Titan, Luis. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
What do you think?
I would give it a C. I think it's fine. Like 4 mana with a 2/1 menace and a 2/2 spirit. C plus even.
Yeah,
like,
those are good cards, man.
Sometimes you'll play it as a 4/3. Again, that'll be a little less more common with this than with some.
That's very skill testing. Like the moments when you actually should do that, it's like you got to be pretty confident. Next is Venerated Storm Singer. This is 3 and a black for a 3/3 Orc Cleric uncommon. It has mobilize 1, and whenever this creature or another creature you control dies, each opponent loses 1 life and you gain 1 life. Okay, that's nice. See, now the mobilize thing starts to add up no matter what. If they block it, they get drained. If they just wait till end step, they get sacked and they get drained. This is a problem for sure. This card's really annoying. It also counts itself too. So even if they snap it off, it still goes out with the drain.
I think you frequently are just not going to be attacking with this to trigger it. You're just going to be riding off all your other mobilize cards, and it's really good at doing that. And if you ever get an attack in, it's great.
Right.
The Storm Singer looks like a B to me. It
does to me too.
Like a really solid card.
What about Adorned Crocodile? Look at his beautiful.
It's adorned. It's 4 and a black for a 5/3 Crocodile common, and when it dies, you make a 2/2 zombie druid. And you can renew. You can pay a black and exile it from your graveyard to put a +1/+1 counter on something. That's pretty nice.
For just the 1 black mana, huh?
Yeah.
Hey, man, they keep trying to push these common 5 drops. This one passes that test, though. It does. If they kill it, you still end up with a 2/2. Like, you're advantaged in that scenario. And you have a little bit of extra value waiting for you. Yeah. You know, we have to... I don't know how much you want to adjust for what we were talking about before, where it's not in demand, right? A 5 mana creature like this. But if you have this card in your deck, I don't think you're going to be super sad. C minus.
This looks like a pretty good 5-drop.
C?
Like, I would probably give it a C. Yeah. I think this one is just going to be pretty solid.
Also good to discard and all that. Next is Purging Stormbrood. This is 4 and a black for a 4/4 flying dragon at uncommon. It has ward, pay 2 life. And it says, when this creature enters, remove all counters from up to 1 target creature. Well, that's just mean. And then it has an omen, which is Absorb Essence, which is 1 and a white instant. Target creature gets +2/+2, gains lifelink and hexproof until end of turn. That's a good combat trick.
Yeah, man, that combat trick is not bad.
Yeah. Yeah, no, this card seems really, really solid.
Yeah,
if you can cast
5
both
mana
sides.
Flying with 5 mana 4/4 flying ward, pay 2 life, and it eats some counters off a creature is pretty nice. And then I think that when you cast Absorb Essence, it's going to be pretty good too. So I would give Purging Stormbrood probably a B minus. Like,
yeah,
that's assuming you can cast both halves.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Would you play
if
it just as the black side?
Yeah, it's probably fine.
Yeah, it's close enough.
Especially if you need a dragon.
Yeah.
I kind of feel like you're going to spec on dragons early because you never know when you're going to get a Dragonstorm or two.
Right. Would you play it if you could just play the white side? That is a pretty pushed combat
Most of the time, no, it's actually pretty good.
Yeah.
I mean, moment of heroism was always okay, and that's +2/+2 and lifelink, and then this gives you hexproof as a bonus.
Yeah.
So
it'd be a weird case, but if you wanted a combat trick in white, I would look at Absorb Essence.
It's honestly like a C for Absorb Essence, a C for Purging Stormbrood, and then like a B minus if you actually can just do both.
If you can do both. Next is Feral Deathgorger. This is 5 and a black for a 3/5 dragon at common. It has flying and death touch. And when this creature enters, exile up to 2 target cards from a single graveyard. That's pretty good too. This one also does have an omen. It's called Dusk Sight. It's 1 and a black for a sorcery. Put a +1/+1 counter on up to 1 target creature. Draw a card. That's nice. That's a good design. I like that. Both halves are fine.
Both halves are pretty good. I mean, this is like a C, but
Yeah.
I think that you're going to be reasonably happy with it.
C is pretty good for a 6-drop common. Our last black card is called Gurmag Rakshasa. It is 4 black for a 5/5 demon. It is uncommon. It has menace. So 6 mana, 5/5 menace. When this creature enters, target creature an opponent controls gets -2/-2 until end of turn, and target creature you control gets +2/+2 until end of turn. That's pretty good. That changes the outlook of the board significantly. How do you feel though about the 6-drop here? I mean, this is a pretty expensive card.
I don't mind paying 6 when it's doing this. Like, it's not always going to work out, but I think it often will do pretty nicely.
And man, you get a 5/5 menace left over after this too. I mean,
a 5/5 menace is no joke. Obviously, that's a big part of the card, but
yeah. Well, I mean, I was thinking of it in terms of like what would a spell cost that was like sorcery, target creature, and opponent controls gets -2/-2, and one of your guys gets +2/+2.
3 mana.
3 mana, right?
Yeah.
So if you break it down that way, you're getting a 3 mana 5/5 menace. Like this card's really, really strong with those two abilities tacked together, those two things tacked together. I think I would go B+ for Gurmag Rakshasa. I just feel like this is going to hit the board and you're going to go, oh my God, like I killed a blocker. I unlocked an attack I didn't have. I have this huge guy left over to kind of clean up the mess. It actually seems like a non-dragon card that's worth 6 mana. I would go B+. What do you think?
I like B+ for this. There's going to be some matchups where it's not going to be the best, but I think that most of the time you're going to be pretty happy with what you get out of this, because the 5/5 menace part is really big.
It is. All right, that's going to do it for black. And that'll bring us to red. Our first red card is Channeled Dragonfire. Red for a sorcery at uncommon. It does 2 damage to any target, and you can harmonize it. Luis, it costs 7 mana, 5 red for the harmonize. They're not going to make it easy, but it is a sorcery speed shock with a flashback of sorts.
Yeah, I mean, what you are getting, if you look at the power of the card, they're giving you 85% up front so that they get to charge you a lot for the back half.
Right.
And
Good
it's
card.
it's a very strong card. I mean, you're always going to be happy playing this in any deck. You don't even need to work on the harmonize. You just get it. That's just a bonus. But obviously it gets a little better if you can harmonize well. It's probably pretty good in Jeskai, depending on if you can get double red out of the mana base. But just a 1 mana spell in those decks is nice. And the double red is not even that big of an issue because it costs so much mana, but by the time you can do that, you probably have it. So I would give Channel Dragonfire a B. I think this is a really strong card. It's comparable to Firebolt, and that card's fantastic.
Yeah, that's an old school classic card that would be, I mean, you'd think they wouldn't want to print now, but it's pretty close. Next is Fleeting Effigy. This is red for a 2/2 elemental. It is uncommon. It has haste. Wow. And it says at the beginning of your end step, return this creature to its owner's hand. Oh, okay. And you can pay 2 and a red to give it +2/+0 until end of turn. This is a mana hungry card, man. Jeez.
It is, but you know what the cute thing about this is? In your flurry deck, it's a spell you can cast every single turn. You just cast this, don't attack with it. The next turn, cast it again. And in the late game, at some point, you cast this with 7 mana and you attack. You're just going to have to block it. So you're getting something out of it. Would you play this in just like a normal aggro deck? Probably not. It seems pretty inefficient for that to be a good.
I mean, you probably would, right?
I guess if you turn 1, you hit them for 2 because you had nothing else to do.
Right.
And then like turn 4, you cast it every time you have extra mana. But the problem is at some point they're going to have a 3/3 in play. Then you can't just throw this out there willy-nilly.
I mean, I
don't think it's very good. I mean, you could have, and just to threaten to spend 4 mana to trade with their 3/3.
Yeah, not that threatening, is it?
So I kind of think
love
this is like
that
a D,
flurry thing, though. That's cool.
But in a flurry deck, it raises to like a C+.
Yeah.
If you're a dedicated flurry deck, you have to care about that.
You have to really care about, but that's like just, man, you could definitely set up flurrying every turn with Fleeting Effigy. That's cool. Next is Wild Ride. This is Red for a sorcery. It's common. It says target creature gets +3/+0 and gains haste until end of turn, and it has harmonize for 4 and a red. All the flashback cards, and I mean like looking back in time cards. This is scary.
Yeah, but
right?
The harmonized part is pretty weird because who are you tapping to make this work?
Mm-hmm.
Like, why aren't you attacking with that creature?
Definitely.
I think this is just not actually going to end up being that good. This looks like a D to me.
Yeah, it does to me too. This is a card that can steal a game, but not really worth the cost to do so as just a sorcery. Next is Devoted Duelist. This is 1 and a red for a 2/1 haste. It's a goblin monk. It's common, and it has Flurry. This creature deals 1 damage to each opponent. You said you liked it.
Solid little attacker. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, if you're an aggressive deck, I don't mind it. It's not like an amazing card, but looks like a C.
My hope is that this card does not have a home in this set.
You think the Flurry? You're like hoping the Flurry decks are a little bit more.
No. Yeah.
More controlling is kind of what you're saying.
Or the we've talked about this before, where the blue-red decks will often be split between small incremental like damage or gain for doing the thing, or setting up for a big turn. And I kind of hope it's for the big turn. I like the big prowess, give it double strike, give it trample, give it +3/+0, trigger this thing better than these type of cards that are kind of like pecking away at you over time. This is a pretty good version of it because it kind of lets you split the difference between just attacking, pinging away, right? And you can kind of, pile up enough damage that way. But I do want the Flurry decks to be good. But I don't want
the Flurry decks are more often going to be like every single turn I'm trying to cast 2 spells.
Yeah.
So
if that's the case, then this does get better. So would you say like C- for Devoted Duelist?
It's like a C-.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Next is Fire Rim Form. This is 1 and a red for an enchantment aura at common. It has flash. It enchants a creature. When this aura enters, enchanted creature gains first strike until end of turn, and the creature gets +2/+0.
These tricks have a high payoff.
They do.
But
they can be a removal spell of sorts.
But you also lose the first strike, so you're just left with the +2/+0.
Oh, sure.
I think this is more of a D than something good, is my guess.
Yeah. It's hard to punish these for being auras. Like if this was just a straight up combat trick, it's mediocre. That's kind of what this is. Yeah, D. Next is Jeskai Devotee. This is 1 and a red for a 2/2 orc monk at common. And it has the filter, so you can pay 1 mana to add a blue, red, or white 1 time per turn. And it has Flurry. This creature gets +1/+1 until end of turn. So kind of slow prowess, if you will.
I like this one a lot because 2 mana 2/2 Flurry is, it's fine. It's not like amazing or anything, but it's I think good enough to justify running, and then it fixes your mana kind of as a bonus. Like it's slightly worse than I'd want in terms of the actual stats and abilities, and slightly worse in terms of mana fixing. But I think the combination of the two, it gets it across the finish line, especially if your mana is not perfect in a deck.
Yeah. C-.
I would give it a C-. If you have to play this card, it's totally fine. I think the Devotees are mostly going to line up there, I think, which is a fine place to be.
Yeah. What do you think
they
about...
make you pay for not getting good lands.
Yeah, exactly. What do you think about Molten Exhale?
This is 1 and a red for a sorcery. You may cast it as if it had flash if you behold a dragon. It's a common, and it heals 4 to a creature or planeswalker.
This removal's good, man. This set is no joke for these removal spells. The exhale cycle, very good. And there's extra cards that we've seen at the uncommon and even other commons that are really good too. That makes me hopeful, like that we all actually get that kind of mid-range thing going on.
Yeah.
This is a card that you can...
This is a card I would have expected to be an uncommon most of the time, like in most Magic sets. So Molten Exhale, I would give it a B.
I would too.
Looks great.
Yeah, we've been talking about trading up your mana. This thing can trade off for a 5 or even some 6 mana spells in the set for just 2. That's just wild. Next is Reverberating Summons. This is 1 and a red for an enchantment and uncommon. At the beginning of each combat, if you've cast 2 or more spells this turn, this enchantment becomes a 3/3 monk creature with haste in addition to its other types until end of turn. You can also pay 1 and a red, discard your hand, sacrifice this enchantment, and draw 2 cards if you run out of gas.
I think this card is one of those kinds of cards that if your deck is really good at doing the thing, it fits nicely, but it doesn't really help you get to that goal. It's a 2-mana play. It doesn't do anything until you've enabled Flurry, and then just sacking it to draw 2 cards and discard your hand is not a big part of the card. Like, you will sometimes do that, but it's not going to be front and center. So this looks like a build around C where, like, I like this in the deck that gets there on this kind of with this kind of theme, but is not something that I think you're supposed to like start by like, oh, I got a 3rd pick, Reverberating Summons, it's time to go. Is
it sad that they couldn't get the word flurry on this thing?
Yeah, there's a couple of cards like that just don't quite work
that way.
They can't call it flurry, so they just write it out. So
but this is a flurry build around.
Well, it's kind of a build around, but I wouldn't call it a build around because it's not a big enough payoff. It's more like this is part of a good flurry deck. If your deck's already good, you can play Reverberating Summons. It's not really a payoff for doing that. It's not really a card I'd take early and try to enable, but it works fine if you're already doing the thing. Yeah,
I mean, what I would say is that build around denotes 2 things. One is it may be a payoff, but it also means you wouldn't play it unless you have this thing going on, and that certainly is true here. Next is Shock Brigade. This is 1 and a red for a 1/3 Goblin Soldier at common. It's got Menace and Mobilize 1. That's probably pretty annoying.
Yeah, it's like a common Kari Zev.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, it's pretty good. It does a lot of what you want. Gets a bunch of creatures in there. I think that the Shock Brigade is actually pretty nice.
I'd give it a C for sure. And it seems like one of the best enablers if you're doing the things that take advantage of Mobilize beyond just the obvious of getting a little bit more damage in here and there. Yeah, that's a good enabler. Menace and Mobilize 1 is probably really annoying. I'd go C. What would you give?
Yeah, I like C. This is the kind of card I think you're gonna just play in your Mardu decks and be pretty happy about. Like it just kind of makes everything work nicely. So I like C for Shock Brigade.
Shocking Sharpshooter is 1 and a red for a 1/3 reach. It's a human archer at uncommon. And it says whenever another creature you control enters, this creature deals 1 damage to target opponent.
This card seems very annoying.
Extremely annoying.
If this is in play, every Mobilize just does tons of damage. Yes. Even just sitting there and casting 1 to 2 creatures a turn. It's the kind of card, if your opponent has one, you're going to try to get rid of it because it's going to deal quite a bit of damage to you. So I kind of like B- for Shocking Sharpshooter. I think it's just a really good card.
I do too. I think it's got a good floor, and the ceiling with Mobilize is must be killed. So that's really good for a 2-drop. Next is Sunset Strike Master. That's a really cool name. This is 1 and a red for a 3/1 human monk at uncommon. It taps to add red straight up. And then also you can pay 2 and a red, tap it, and sacrifice it to do 6 damage to target creature with flying.
This card's sweet. I mean, Dragon a 2-mana 3/1 that taps to add for a red is already pretty good. And it also just gets to randomly take out a dragon.
Yeah.
I would just say this is a B. This works for me.
Yeah, it does. It has that weird conflict of being a 3/1 and also a mana creature. So it's like, do I attack or not? But as we've seen, 3/1s get brick walled pretty quickly. So it's going to make mana a lot of the time.
I think that I think it actually works out fine too. You play this on turn 2, you use it for mana a couple times, and then when you don't need it, A, you could just sack it to kill a flyer, so sometimes you won't attack. But B, you could also just trade it off because it's already done its thing. So I just like straight up B for Sunset Strike Master.
That's really good. Next is Twin Bolt. This is 1 and a red for an instant at common, and it does 2 damage divided as you choose among 1 or 2 targets. This is a reprint from Dragons of Tarkir, going back to the old school.
Yeah, I don't remember exactly which one, but
it's a decent card.
Totally fine card. It basically just 2 mana deal 2, and sometimes you'll pick off 2 X1s. It's pretty nice. So I think Twin Bolt's fine. It's like a C.
It's a C.
Just a good card.
And it's definitely better in some matchups than others. Next is Overwhelming Surge. This is 2 and a red for an instant at uncommon. Choose one or both. Overwhelming Surge deals 3 damage to target creature. I'm choosing that one. The other one is Destroy target non-creature artifact. And I will choose that one whenever I possibly can. We have not seen much of that going on in this set, though. I would expect that doesn't get chosen very often, but you don't really need it.
Yeah, I think that you're going to play this obviously because of the fact that it's a 3-mana deal 3, and then every now and then you're just randomly going to pick off an artifact, kind of like the cycle of like monuments or whatever that each clan gets. So I think that it's a nice little uncommon. I would give it a B-.
Yeah, I think so too, because the baseline removal spells
actually it's
fine.
Just a totally fine card.
Yeah, the baseline removal's fine. It's 3 mana for 3 damage. It's not you're not really getting ahead there. But it is an instant. Next is Rescue Leopard. This is 2 and a red for a 4/2 cat. At common, whenever this creature becomes tapped, you may discard a card. If you do, draw a card.
So it's a 3 mana 4/2 and then gets probably one rummage in.
Rummage and then trades off for a 2-drop.
Yeah.
That's okay.
That's okay. It's like a D.
It's like a D though, right? Because we don't, like, so far we haven't had anything that cared about 4-powered creatures particularly. Like, that's not a thing, right? And
there's been some, but not a lot.
Some, but not a lot. And then
there's a counterspell or whatever.
Okay. But we don't, like, we're not getting particularly paid off for discarding or drawing or whatever. Like, there's some stuff here like Harmonize or whatever, but nothing really great. D for it. Next is Seize Opportunity. This is 2 and a red for an instant. It's common and it says choose one. You've got 2 choices. You can exile the top 2 cards of your library until the end of your next turn. You may play those cards. Okay, and that's an instant. Or up to 2 target creatures each get +2/+1 until end of turn. This feels like another card that we already talked about. But anyway, yes, this is good.
Yeah, I think it's a fine card. It's when a combat trick like this is good, great, and when it's not, you can just use it as like a kind of like a draw to.
Mm-hmm. And you can do it on your opponent's end step and then have all your mana, right?
Yeah, you can. It's the end of your next turn, so you could also just do it on your main phase in that case. But
if you wanted to hit the land drop or whatever.
Yeah, but also keeping it up and not using it does help when it comes to maybe you'll use it as a combat trick and you're not sure.
Mm-hmm. Or use a different instant or something. That seems pretty solid to me. This isn't the type of card that's usually super in demand. Like, this isn't a removal spell or something like that. But it has 2 completely different modes, which is usually a good thing. I assume it's like a D+. It might be a C-.
I think so. I can definitely imagine situations where this card is awesome. +2/+1 instead of +2/+2 is a pretty big difference because it's not usually going to save 2 creatures in combat.
Right.
So I think D+ on Seize Opportunity, but I like that they're doing more stuff like this.
I do too.
I like that kind of card a lot.
And there will be occasional blowouts too. Next is Underfoot Underdogs. This is 2 and a red for a 1/2 Goblin Warrior. It's common. And it says, when this creature enters, create a 1/1 red goblin creature token. So you get a 1/2 and a 1/1, and then you can pay 1 and tap it to have target creature you control with power 2 or less not be able to be blocked this turn.
I think this card's pretty good. Like,
is it?
So 3 mana for a 1/2 plus a 1/2 or 1/2 plus a 1/1 is not too bad, especially since there's lots of ways to like make use of those things. And in this case, like you're then left with a pretty annoying thing for the rest of the game.
Okay.
Like it is a pretty good way to get some good to finish out a game. Like if your opponent has one of these in play, you're gonna feel the pressure, I think.
You can also do cool stuff like the Prowess deck's really good with these effects where you kind of kick off the festivities by making your 2-powered Prowess guy unblockable, and then you start the fireworks, and all of a sudden it's
right. No, that is a legit combo.
So you like C for Underfoot Underdogs?
Yeah, I like C. I'm not saying it's like an amazing card, but I think that it has some pretty good utility.
Unsparing Boltcaster is 2 and a red for a 3/3 Ogre Wizard at uncommon. It says, when this creature enters, it deals 5 damage to target creature an opponent controls that was dealt damage this turn. Ooh.
So historically, that line of text has been really bad. Like dealing damage to something that's already been damaged has been like a almost surefire ticket for like, yeah, this doesn't work.
Right.
But Mobilize does change that a little bit. So if you're in a Mardu deck and you're just getting frequently 1/1s attacking them, they're going to block the 1/1s with their like 3/3s most of the time. They're not going to play around this card. I think this probably is uncommon just because it might be too obnoxious to be at common and consistently doing that. But I think the Boltcaster is largely not great, but in the right deck could be okay. I think that gives it about like a C- rating.
Yeah, maybe a C. I mean, it's a 3-mana 3/3, so they kept the stats intact at par, right? So that like you don't feel like you're getting blown out in the case that you don't get the thing going. So it's like just there. Next is Zurgo's Vanguard. This is 2 and a red for a star 3 dog soldier at uncommon. It has Mobilize 1, and this creature's power is equal to the number of creatures you control. That seems fine.
So, this is also like a budget Adeline.
It is. This is weird. They kind of watered down a bunch of legends, and it's good though, right? I mean, it's a 1/3 totally on its own. It's
mostly going to attack at like a pretty decent clip, I would say.
Definitely. And Mobilize 1 is really annoying for the opponent. It does have just enough toughness at 3 to make it so it's not going to just trade off for their random 2-mana creature or die to, a really cheap removal spell. It seems like it just hits all the right notes to be a pretty dang good threat. I would, if my opponent played this on turn 3, I'm like, this is also the type of card that can snowball pretty quickly. Like if they have the one well-timed removal spell that gets this thing in for 5 or whatever with its friend, it's like, oh man, I'm starting to really fall behind this game. The damage can get added up pretty quickly.
Yeah, I think that this card is also really nice with combat tricks. You're going to end up in a spot where I think you can probably get some good work done there too.
They can't take it. Yeah, they're going to block. I would say B- for Zurgo's Vanguard. I think this is like a legitimately threatening card, and I like Mobilize 1 on it as well.
All right, I think I would probably just I think B- is good. I think that it's the 3 toughness means it will die a decent amount of the times that it gets into combat, but one trick just pushes it right over the top.
Yeah, I was really close to C+, but I decided to bump it.
That's kind of where I was at, but this works.
Equilibrium Adept is 3 and a red for a 2/4 dog monk at uncommon. It says, when this creature enters, exile the top card of your library until the end of your next turn. You may play that card, and it has Flurry. This creature gains... Okay, that's business. Double strike until end of turn. Dude, that's a nice card.
4-mana 2/4 that draws you a card a decent amount of the time, and then sometimes you just get to double strike it? Yeah, that seems sick.
And there's your combo with the Underfoot Underdogs, too. I like it.
I would probably just give it a B.
I think it's just a B. I mean, the floor is so high, right? It basically cantrips. Next is Meticulous Artisan. This is 3 and a red for a 3/3 Djinn Artificer at common. It has prowess, and when this creature enters, create a treasure token.
So this is kind of their way to let you flurry, because it lets you stack up extra mana so you can play multiple spells in the same turn. This looks solid. If I needed a 4-drop, I would put this card in my deck for sure. This is like a textbook C. Totally fine card, not embarrassing to play, but you don't really need to, jump out of your seat when you see it.
What about Runescale Stormbrood? This is the uncommon dragon. What does it do?
It's 3 and a red for a 2/4 flyer, and it says whenever you cast a non-creature spell or a dragon spell, it gets +2/+0 until end of turn.
Oh, wow.
And it has Chilling Screech. It's an omen card, which is 1 and a blue at instant, counter target spell with mana value 2 or less. Oh, so it's like a kind of like a prohibit, and combined with a 4-mana 2/4 flyer that sometimes does some things.
Anytime we have the prowesses that add 2 instead of 1, like they add up. This one even is a little more forgiving because it does it for dragons as well. It's also only 4 mana.
Yeah, I like this card because especially in a blue-red deck where it's like, if it's in your opening hand, it's a pretty solid 2-drop, right? Can counter their 2-drop. And at some point you cast it and it attacks for 4 to 6 a turn pretty easily.
Pretty easily, especially if you have one of those big turns.
Yeah, I like B for Runescale Stormbrood.
Same. Summit Intimidator, 3 and a red for a 4/3 reach. It's a Yeti. It's common. And when it enters, target creature can't block this turn.
Yeah, they give out reach pretty freely these days. This looks solid.
Yeah.
I would say it's a C.
I like that it plays both sides here. When it enters, it enables an attack, but it's also a decent blocker. So C for Summon Intimidator. Next is War Effort. This is 3 and a red for an enchantment at uncommon. It says creatures you control get +1/+0. And whenever you attack, create a 1/1 red warrior creature token that's tapped and attacking. Okay, so it has mobilize 1.
Yeah, this is pretty cool. Like this is like the kind of card I was looking for to pump all your tokens.
Mm-hmm.
If you're heavy on mobilize, this card is really good. It could be like 2 to 4 damage a turn, and make their blocks way worse. Like mobilize tokens being 2/1s, and just giving you 1 for free. Like this does 2 a turn by itself if you're attacking. So this looks like a builder on B to me. Like this looks like one of the better cards in those decks.
Definitely. Big payoff for mobilize and aggression in general. Next is Breaching Dragonstorm. This is 4 and a red for an enchantment at uncommon. It says when this enchantment enters, exile cards from the top of your library until you exile a non-land card. You may cast it without paying its mana cost if that spell's mana value is 8 or less. If you don't, put that card in your hand. And when a dragon you control enters, return this enchantment to its owner's hand. That's pretty fun. I mean...
Yeah, this one's a little bit more dubious because whenever you hit like a 2-drop or a combat trick, like I know you can put it in your hand, but it's still kind of weak.
Yeah.
When you hit like a 5 or a 6-drop though, like that's pretty good.
But I can't even cast all the 10 drops in my deck. Like what?
No, I'm afraid not.
But this is super slow, right?
Yeah, and like, are you really bouncing this and recasting it?
No way.
This one looks like the bummer of the cycle.
Definitely.
I mean,
it's fun.
Yeah, I think it looks to me like an F, or like a D. I don't know. I guess if you're in the full-on Dragonstorm deck, like you're probably going to play this card. If you have 5 dragons in your deck, and a bunch of other Dragonstorms, and you're set up for that, you would play the card. You still would.
I would. I could not play it. I don't know if it would be right though. Iridescent Tiger is next. It is 4 and a red for a 3/4 cat at uncommon. And it says, when this creature enters, if you cast it, add Wooburg. So 1 mana of each color. So you get 5 mana back. Is that good? I mean, you're paying 5 mana for a 3/4. It lets you probably at least double spell that turn, depending on what your hand looks like.
Really nice for flurry decks. Also, just probably pretty good. I mean, it gives you teamer mana if you're teamer and so on and so forth. Like if you're any of the the clans, it gives you all those colors, and it ends up being a free 3/4.
It does.
I bet this card's like, I don't know, let's say you're having a normal game, you both kind of play a thing. Then on turn 5, they're like, Iridescent Tiger, play a 5-drop. You're going to be like, well, that was pretty good. It doesn't take much. It doesn't take much work, right? Yeah,
I just wonder, if is this what Magic's about right now, like these days? Because we've seen cycles of these type of cards way back in the day where you play them and you effectively get the mana back for them, and they were busted. Like really, like oops, maybe shouldn't have printed those. I'm not sure. We've seen that at the 2 and 3 mana slot more recently, where the creature pays you back. A 5/1 is like, that is if on turn 5 you have spent 10 mana, like how you described, that's crazy. Although 5 of it went to a 3/4 with no abilities otherwise.
Yeah. I think that
this is hard.
That a 3/4 is still like a very real stat,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's not a 2/2, that's for sure. So what do you want to give it?
I would probably give it a C+.
A C+? Is it an A?
It's not an A. Do you think it's like a B?
No.
I think like C+, probably.
C+ then for Iridescent Tiger. I think it is going to lead to some very busted turns. Next is Narset's Rebuke. This is 4 and a red for an instant at common. Narset's Rebuke deals 5 damage to target creature. Add blue, red, white. If that creature would die this turn, exile it instead. So more rebates here.
Yeah, I mean, this is they're trying to be like, all right, this is how you flurry.
Right.
Yeah, I'll pay 5 mana to deal 5 and then sometimes be able to spend the mana. Plus exiling, that's not trinket text. Exiling things that you hit is like pretty legit these days, I would say.
Very much so. That's one of the things that's gone up the most over time. Still, this is a 5 mana deal 5. It's a fairly clunky removal spell at its face value. I could see wanting to play one of these though.
It's a 5 mana deal 5 in some senses, but it really is going to play more like a 2 mana spell. Mm-hmm. You just have to set it up so that on turn 5 you cast this, then cast a 3-drop.
Yeah,
and then you kind of got, and that's not hard to do. We're really not talking like a significant amount of effort. So,
and you've done a lot.
Yeah, I like the Rebuke. I think the Rebuke's like a C+ as well.
Okay, wow, that's a good grade for that card. Last red card is Storm Shriek Feral. This is 4 and a red for a 3/3 flying haste dragon at common. And you can pay 1 and a red to have it get +1/+0 until end of turn. Because so kind of expensive fire breathing. And then it does have Omen as well. It's a sorcery called Flush Out. It's 1 and a red. And it says discard a card. If you do, draw 2 cards. So you can spin your wheels a little bit on the Flush Out, or you can just play yourself a nice 5 mana 3/3 flying haste with kind of bad fire breathing.
Yeah, I mean, all of these are pretty solid as like split cards that can give you something to do early, but also like have a reasonable play late. So I think that I think the Stormshaker Feral is probably like, I would say a C. Tormenting Voice that late in the game could just be a dragon sounds pretty reasonable to me.
It does to me too. I mean, having the choice between the two is nice, and then you will end up trying the dragon at some time. So there's a C. That brings us to green, our last main color here. We've got Dragon Sniper as our first card. It's green for a 1/1 human archer at uncommon, and it has 3 abilities: Vigilance, Reach, and Death Touch. That has to be the most annoying 1-drop ever.
Yeah, it's pretty nice.
That's incredible. Like it's unbeatable. That's really good. I mean, it's primarily a defensive card, but it's really good at that.
It will get its thing.
Nothing gets through this. Point.
Yeah. It can attack, it can block flyers, it's got Death Touch. This card's great. I would give it a B, honestly.
I think it's a B.
You're just going to feel pretty protected when you have this, and it's also just so cheap that you're spending very little mana and getting something that'll trade with one of their cards. Exactly. The only downside is it gets picked off by like Twin Flames and stuff like that.
Right. That is the downside.
Twin Bolts and whatnot.
Speaking of, if you don't want it to, you could just cast your Snakeskin Veil. That's green for an instant.
Sure, yeah.
A common. Put a +1/+1 counter on target creature you control. It gains hexproof until end of turn. Snakeskin Veil has really performed well over the last stretch of time. Such an efficient card to break up, especially clunky removal, but really any removal is really good. And in a pinch, it's just a good combat trick to let you win a fight or whatever.
Snakeskin Veil.
Don't sleep on it. Yeah.
Every time it gets cast, it just feels like, ugh.
Yeah. I would give it a C+. I mean, it maybe be a B- or something, but it really overperforms.
Yeah, I would say B-. Snakeskin Veil is just such a kick in the teeth when you spend 4 mana to try to kill something, and not only do you not, it just gets bigger.
And it gets bigger, and the counter sticks around. Next is Einok Wayfarer. This is 1 and a green for a 1/1 Dog Scout at common. It says when this creature enters, mill 3 cards. You may put a land card from among them in your hand. If you don't, put a +1/+1 counter on this creature. That's nice. The milling, the hitting the land drops, and then the backup plan, it's all there. This is the type of card that I love to have in my deck. These let you keep more hands. They make sure you hit your land drops. Really, really good.
Yeah, I love cards like this. They just make everything go so smoothly. So yeah. I'm a pretty big fan. I think Einok Wayfarer is going to be one of the better green commons.
Yeah. C+, B- range. I mean, I really do think it's
like great. The Sultai stuff, like it is really great. I would probably give it a C+. I don't think we're cracking the B range here.
I think so too, because you are left with a 1/1 if it does hit. Next is Dragon Brood's Relic. This is 1 and a green for an artifact. It's uncommon. It taps You can tap it and tap an untapped creature you control to add 1 mana of any color. Is this one of the ones that the thing searched up? No, right?
No.
They're colorless. Okay. Yeah. And then this thing has an activated ability. It costs 3 and 1 mana of each color. And it says, and you have to sacrifice this thing. And it says, create a 4/4 dragon creature token named Reliquary Dragon that's all colors. It has flying, lifelink, and when this token enters, it deals 3 damage to any target. And you can only activate this thing at sorcery speed. Man, I mean, they make you pay, so I don't know if it would be worth it because of the cost, but at least they give you something that's freaking amazing. 4/4 flying lifelink that lightning bolt something.
Well, lightning helix is because the lifelink actually, will work there.
Oh, it's doing the thing. Oh my God. So helix is something too. That's crazy.
Yeah, I think that this card is pretty cool because it looks like a lot of colors. I mean, because it kind of is, but if you're mostly 3 colors and this gets you 1, you're only missing 1 most of the time. Like it's not that outside of bounds. You have random off color like life gain lands,
Yeah.
Like I feel like there's something there.
You do have to pay 8 mana.
You do have to pay 8 mana, but
I think it's worth it.
You get a lot out of it, and if you have tokens or like just cheap creatures, it helps you cast them.
Yeah. I think this is actually probably worth it if you're building, that type of deck, a deck with a lot of fixing, with a lot of duels or tri-lands or whatever. I think I would build around a Dragon Brood's Relic and try to pop off with it. It would be in a 4 or 5 color deck, which I don't think is going to be common in this set. Usually these sets are really well set up for 3 colors and you kind of don't feel the need to go outside of it. I would give it a build around B- though. I mean, this is a enabler to get you to cast all your stuff if you're 5 colors, and then if you do get to 8 mana, I mean that's an incredible thing.
Yeah.
So what grade would you give it? I gave it a build around B-.
Yeah, I do think it's a build around because you need to be able to do all 5 colors for that to actually do something.
Right.
I think a build around B- is appropriate. Like you do have to have this card like enabled and do it, and it takes a lot of time and it takes some creatures, but the payoff is pretty strong.
It is. Next is Formation Breaker. This is 1 and a green for a 2/1 beast at uncommon, and it says creatures with power less than this creature's power can't block it, and as long as you control a creature with a counter on it, this creature gets +1/+2. So if you put the counter on it,
it's a 5 power creature that can't really be blocked very easily.
I'm kind of interested.
Or 4 power creature, and even if you don't, like, it's still a 3/3. I think the counter stuff is looking pretty decent. There's a lot in that realm.
And having 1 toughness doesn't look nearly as bad when it has that first ability.
Yeah,
I would give it a C. Like it's got a build around C+ or B- in there somewhere if you're doing the counters thing, but like I would give it a C.
Yeah. Oh, I think this is probably better than a C. Like 2 mana 2/1 with like some pretty significant upside. This looks like a B- to me.
Okay.
When you have a 4/4 that's like really hard to block, that's a pretty big game.
Yeah, and you can put the counter anywhere and make it into a 3/3 that has that same thing. Next is Heritage Reclamation. This is 1 and a green for an instant. It's common. It says choose 1. You can destroy an artifact, destroy an enchantment, or exile up to 1 target card from a graveyard and draw a card. Give me that card.
Yeah, the fact that it cycles means that I think it's pretty cheap to run this card, and you get a bunch of coverage at very low cost. I like it.
Would you start off by being okay with main decking a card like this in like best of 1?
It's funny because it's not in the Jeskai colors where having this naturally would be pretty nice, but just a cantrip is good in those decks. But I think that if you have room for it, there's artifacts and enchantments you'll care about, and exiling a card from a graveyard is not nothing.
No.
I bet you cut it a decent amount of the time, but I think it's still pretty good.
Fringe playable, and certainly a sideboard card, no doubt about it if you're playing.
So it's like a C. It's a C, but it could be like a sideboard B.
Yeah. Next is Piercing Exhale. This is the 1 and a green instant common, and it has you can behold a dragon. Target creature you control deals damage to equal to its power to target creature or planeswalker. If a dragon was beheld, you surveil 2 as well. So it's an instant speed bite that you can get a little bonus on if you have the dragon thing. Should see play.
Oh, it's going to be quite strong. I mean, instant speed bite is already there, and then the fact that it just randomly has some great surveils, like,
and we've seen some good big creatures around to use with it as well. Do you think it'll get into the B- range or just be the C+ removal for green?
Oh, I think it's just going to be a B. An instant speed rabid bite that sometimes surveils.
B?
Pretty legit.
Okay. Sarkhan's Resolve is next. 1 and a green for an instant at common. Choose one. Target creature gets +3/+3 until end of turn, or destroy target creature with flying. That's pretty good.
Yeah, they have some pretty good modal stuff going on.
They really do. Very different, but I mean, we've seen, of course, when the set has dragons in the name, having a card that destroys a creature with flying is probably a good thing to have access to. And the backup plan's okay. If it was 2 mana +3/+3 until end of turn, that would probably be, like a D or a D+ level combat trick. But when you combine these together, like you're definitely in the C-, pushing up into the C range here.
Yeah.
I would main deck it too.
I think I would main deck it. We are the dragon set, right? There's a decent amount of dragons.
They're going to be around. And they go all the way down to common, so you're going to see them. Next is Sultai Devotee. This is the 1 and a green 2/1 zombie snake druid at common. And it has the filtration thing, 1 mana, and you can add black, green, or blue. And it has Death Touch. I like that.
This is the one I like the most, because 2 mana 2/1 Death Touch is pretty reasonable regardless. Mm-hmm. And then you kind of get the filtering for free.
Mm-hmm. It would have been so much better as a 1/2. I'm sure it was at some point, and they were like, we don't want it to eat these.
Yeah, probably too annoying is my guess.
Yeah, this one looks like a C to me. Like, this is one that I would expect to see routinely in decks, because it's good at any stage of the game, basically.
I like C, maybe even C+.
Yeah,
like,
pretty good.
It depends how if you have really intense Sultai color requirements, I think this is going to be a card you're really happy about.
Yeah. I'm really relieved about, right? Like when you get one, you're like, okay, I can actually cast my spells. Synchronized Charge, 1 and a green for a sorcery at uncommon. It says distribute 2 +1/+1 counters among 1 or 2 target creatures you control. Creatures you control with counters on them gain vigilance and trample until end of turn. And then this does harmonize for 4 and a green.
I think this card is pretty good. Like, this card looks really dangerous. If you have this in play or like have some creatures in play and you play this, you're like, because they get vigilance. So you're like, play this, hit you for like 7, and then post combat harmonize it again.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
If you really want. I don't know. It feels like it puts you in a pretty decent spot, but
it does. This feels like it's going to have a very large board impact. It's a fairly narrow card, much better on offense. It does do stuff on defense though. It gives you vigilance and your creatures are bigger, so it's not a brick in that way. I'm interested, especially for the deck that cares about counters or any of that. I mean, then it's a no-brainer.
Yeah, for sure.
Maybe just a C or a C+ or something?
Honestly, I think this might be a B-level card, but I'm willing to say C+ for now. But
okay.
This one, I kind of feel like this one could be really good.
Yeah, you know how sometimes I'm like, you're going to have to prove it. This one's kind of like, I think I might start by proving it to other people and then take it from there. Next is Traveling Botanist. This is 1 and a green for a 2/3 Dog Scout at uncommon. It says, whenever this creature becomes tapped, look at the top card of your library. If it's a land card, you may reveal it and put it into your hand. If you don't put the card in your hand, you may put it in your graveyard. Ooh, I love cards like that.
Yeah, I mean, 2 minute 2/3 is not hard to keep attacking with, and you get to search to get some like card filtering off the top here, and you also may put in your graveyard. So you're at the very least getting surveil.
Mm-hmm. For sure.
So I kind of feel like you're just getting pretty good value just regardless.
Definitely. And this card works really well with combat tricks. This is the type of card that people will eagerly trade off for. And it's difficult to do. It's a 2/3 for 2. So yeah, I like B for Traveling Botanist. Like if you can just get this thing turned sideways, either through combat or, paying for an ability or anything, like you're just going to want to do it every single turn that you can.
Yeah, I like B for that.
Undergrowth Leopard is 1 and a green for a 2/2 cat at common. It's got vigilance, and you can pay 1 mana and sacrifice it to destroy an artifact or enchantment. It's pretty nice.
Solid card. I mean, This is a C. You'll play it. You'll be happy.
Yeah, just a C for the Undergrowth Leopard. Let's see here. Next, we've got Attuned Hunter, which is 2 and a green for a 3/3 Human Ranger at uncommon. It's Trampler. And it says, whenever one or more cards leave your graveyard during your turn, put a +1/+1 counter on this creature. So that's an okay payoff, right? For again, the Sultai baseline mechanic stuff of the cards leaving. But there's other stuff that does it too.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm interested.
You really only need to get one counter, and then you've gotten a pretty good deal here. So I think that this card, like 3/3 trample for 3 is already fine. And then it seems like there's plenty of ways to make this thing work.
Yeah, it's a C or a C plus. And then for build around, I would give it a B. Like, I think that, if you get 1 or 2 counters on it, all of a sudden you've got a 3-mana 5/5 trampler. It's like pretty big game. Champion of Dusan is 2 and a green for a 4/2 human warrior at common. It's got trample, and it has renew for 1 and a green. Exile it from your graveyard, put a +1/+1 counter and a trample counter on target creature at sorcery speed. That's pretty good. I mean, a 4/2 trample trades off and gets a little splash damage in there, and then you can renew it and kind of get another big threat going. That's actually decent. Normally, I don't like 4/2s or 2 toughness creatures for 3 mana, but this is okay.
I think that my biggest question with any cards like this are, how good is 4/2 in the format? It's not quite clear. We don't know exactly what that's going to look like yet.
Right.
But it seems pretty likely that if 4/2 is good, this card is going to be excellent. If 4/2 is mediocre, it still could be okay. 3 mana 4/2 trample is probably going to get, like you said, a couple damage in, and then getting a counter back, triggering your Attuned Hunter, all those things. I bet Champion of Dusan ends up being a C, but there's room for it to go a little bit higher than that, I think.
Yeah, that's what I think too. Next is Knockout Maneuver. This is 2 and a green for a sorcery at uncommon. It says put a +1/+1 counter on target creature you control. Then it deals damage equal to its power to target creature an opponent controls. So 3 mana and sorcery, but you get the counter.
So it's like a clear shot, but like sorcery, but you get the counter instead. I mean, I'm in for Knockout Maneuver. This is obviously going to be an excellent card.
I am too. I mean, you would hope, there's other places that they could have taken this, but just as it sits, this wins the fight and unlocks attacks that you don't normally have. And for 3 mana, that's well worth it. You just need to be a little careful about when you choose to fire it off and what your opponent's doing on the other side. Pick your spot carefully, but when you do, this is a big swing. Knockout Maneuver is very powerful. This effect has cost 4 mana in the past and still been pretty good. So I like this one a lot. I think I would just give it a B.
Yeah, I agree.
Crotic Nestguard is next. This is 2 and a green for a 4/4 insect with Defender. It's common. And you can pay 2 and a green. This creature can attack this turn as though it didn't have Defender. I wish I could just trade all of that for reach.
Yeah, I'm not really in for that. I don't think.
I'm not either. This doesn't. If you want defensive speed, it has to be cheaper than 3 mana.
Yeah,
I would give D for Crotic Nestguard.
Yeah, I think D is accurate. It's funny because that kind of reflects that it is obviously a fine card, but just these days that is what a D is. It's a card that's not quite good enough.
Yeah, 4/4
and
for
that one.
mana.
I think is just not quite good enough.
Roamer's Routine is 2 and a green for a sorcery at common. Search your library for a basic land card, put it onto the battlefield tapped, and then shuffle. And then it has Harmonize for 4 and a green. I mean, if this format is in that middle ground, playing a 5-color deck or a 4-color deck, a card like Roamer's Routine could be a good thing. If you're in Teamer, this could be a thing. They tend to have a lot of mana to spend in the late game with bigger harmonized stuff.
Yeah, I would love to live in a world where this is good.
Exactly.
I'm not convinced we do, but I think that there is definitely a chance that it's decent. And if this is good, it means like the team or harmonized decks are pretty good. So I think Roamer's Routine is probably like a C minus, D plus.
Yeah.
But I bet you could maybe do a little work and get it a little bit higher than that.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. And I also want it to be good. Next is Sage of the Fang. This is 2 and a green for a 2/2 human druid at uncommon. It says when this creature enters, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature. Nice. And then it has Renew for 3 and a green, exile it from your graveyard, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature, then double the number of +1/+1 counters on that creature, and this happens at sorcery speed. That's good.
Yeah, I mean it kind of does I love the like design template of like do a thing you want and then or maximize a thing, then do another thing you want, and
Right.
that's exactly how this one is going to end up playing.
Yeah, and I like 3 mana 2/2s that bring a counter because they can put them on themselves or they can put them wherever. And that is very flexible and can make attacks happen that wouldn't have otherwise, etc. And then if this thing does end up trading off or dying, you're kind of in business, right? Yeah. I mean, that's a powerful thing. I mean, it's at least 2 +1/+1 counters, let alone, whatever else you've done.
And the idea here is you play this, put a counter on something else, have this die, then target that with the Renew.
Right.
But imagine a world where you have no other cards in your deck that work with this. It still totally justifies itself.
Yeah.
In a world where you have a bunch of cards that work with it, this could be one of the better cards in your deck. Looks like a B to me.
B. Next is Encroaching Dragonstorm.
Oh, here we go.
3 and a green for an enchantment at uncommon. When this enchantment enters, search your library for up to 2 basic land cards, put them onto the battlefield tapped, and then shuffle. And when a dragon you control enters, return it to your hand.
You had to know this was here to hold it all together. Clearly, the 5-color Dragonstorm deck is a dream, at least. I don't know if it's going to be good, but tell you what, if I open one of my first packs of Tarkir and there's this card, I'm just going to take it and then just try to shoot the moon,
Totally. I mean, your goal is to win the game with no lands in your library, right? Like that's what you're really going for. Of course, he says. On its surface, though, this is one of the less good ones, right? I mean, there are some formats occasionally where you want a 4-mana double rampant growth. I usually don't start off assuming that that's the case, even for the 3-color decks. Like, you're still doing things, but it's totally possible that this is what you want to do on 4, and then you start playing the crazy stuff.
I mean, I can see in a 3-color format having this card to start with is pretty decent, and then it gives you the mana so you can play another dragon, replay this. If you played this, like, it's not like you need to play this a bunch of times, but playing this twice, you have all the mana to do all the things you want and even do some really big moves.
Yeah, I guess what I'm saying is, do I even want to play it once, right? Like, most formats this would not be where you'd want to be, right? Like,
I think playing it once is okay, and like a teamer or Sultai ramp deck.
Okay,
that's where I'm saying. So I think this looks like a build around B to me, but I think it could just be like a C. In some decks, you'll play the card even if you're not frequently going to return it.
Okay, my baseline would be a D and then a build around C plus or something, because really the first time probably sets you up all you needed. The second time definitely does. Anything after that is like
the second time is
your deck.
Is just so you can like triple spell or whatever.
Right, do something just crazy. I love the card though.
The blue Dragonstorm gives you a bunch of gas.
Yeah,
like the black Dragonstorm, helps you surveil and drain. So like,
all right,
I could see this working out. I'm going to give this a builder screenshots.
I want the Louise screenshots. All right. Next is Rainveil Rejuvenator. This is 3 and a green for a 2/4 Elephant Druid. It's uncommon, and it says when this creature enters, you may mill 3 cards. And it taps to add an amount of green mana equal to this creature's power.
Oh, I love this card.
Wow.
4 mana, 2/4 that taps for 2 green is already just a really strong, like good board presence plus double ramp. And then sometimes it'll tap for even more. And the mill 3 is nice upside. It really matters in this set. So,
and it's a May.
I'd give Rainveil Rejuvenator a B. I think this is just a pretty solid card.
Super good card for a bunch of different decks. Next is Rite of Renewal. This is 3 and a green for a sorcery at uncommon. It says return up to 2 target permanent cards from your graveyard to your hand. Target player shuffles up to 4 target cards from their graveyard into their library, and then you exile Rite of Renewal. Can I not?
Not exile it?
Can I just not play it?
Oh man, I don't know. Double regrowth can mess up their graveyard stuff or stop you from getting decked.
Man, this one is like the
something
like
here.
What kind of format
here.
are we looking at here? Right.
This is totally on the like there was some of that with some of the card draw spells, but I could see them being good across a range of formats. The range is a little tighter for Rite of Renewal. Yes, there are formats where this would be good. Is this one of them? I'm inclined to say it's closer to that on first look than most formats, but I'm not going to give this a high grade. I think it's a D, but I'm hoping to be wrong and that it actually works out that slow stuff like this is good enough.
If Rite of Renewal's a B, we're going to be cheering. You'll hear us.
Yeah, well, next that's going to be tough.
Yeah, Sagu Pummeler. This is 3 and a green for a 4/4 beast with reach. It's common, and it has renew. 4 and a green, exile it from your yard. Put 2 +1/+1 counters and a reach counter on target creature. Again at sorcery speed.
I mean, here's where we've gotten to, where it's like 4 mana, 4/4 reach with upside. Is this good? Yeah, it's good. Is it great? No, it's not great. It's not going to be the best green common or anything.
I mean, I hate to. I mean, Giant Spider's just like crawling away with its head held low at this point.
Yeah. It just looks like a C, maybe C+, but I think probably closer to a C is my guess.
That's absurd for how powerful that card is. Next is Trade Route Envoy. This is 3 and a green for a 4/3 dog soldier at common. When this creature enters, draw a card if you control a creature with a counter on it. If you don't draw a card this way, put a +1/+1 counter on this creature. Nice. Those are both good options. A 5/4 for 4, that is good enough, right?
Yeah.
Or is it not?
I mean, good enough. Will you play that? Most of the time you would. Is it great? No. But I think it's playable. And then obviously drawing a card is really nice. I think this is going to fit nicely into the Obzon decks.
Yeah, I want that card though. I want that
probably
card.
A C. Yes, of course you want the card, but at least pays you if you don't get it.
Yeah, I want my deck to be able to know that I can get that card a good chunk of the time.
Yeah.
Next is Disruptive Stormbrew. This is the uncommon dragon. It's 4 and a green for a 3/3 flyer. And when it enters, you destroy up to 1 target artifact or enchantment. It's pretty good if you can find a target. And then it's got Petty Revenge, 1 and a black for a sorcery omen. And it says destroy target. Wow. Creature with power 3 or less.
Yeah. Both of these are good.
Yeah.
So I would give this a C+, I think.
I can't give it a B on it?
Yeah, you can go B.
If you can cast both.
Yes, if you can cast both. If you can only cast a black part, it's a C. You'd still play it.
Yes.
So that probably bumps it to a B almost by itself. And if you can only cast the green part, probably just sideboard it or try to splash the black part a little bit.
Right. Next is Inspirited Vanguard. Inspirited? Yeah, okay. It's 4 and a green for a 3/2 human soldier at uncommon. It says, whenever this creature enters or attacks, it endures 2. So again, you can put 2 counters on it or make a 2/2. Yeah, man.
5 mana for a 3/2 plus a 2/2, and then you attack, make another 2/2.
Yeah.
This is actually one of the ones that's going to get counters more often than not because you also want it to brawl.
Yes.
So you're kind of in a tricky spot where you play this, you want to make it a 5/4, then removal really houses you because you've now not gotten anything out of your 5 drop. But if you make a 2/2, then maybe you can't attack next turn.
But when it attacks, you just endure.
Yeah, but it might not get it past it's like 4/4 or whatever. So I think what I would mostly do is make the creature the first time and put the counters on when you attack, like kind of like you said.
Yeah.
I like it. This looks like a B- to me.
Me too. It's yet another grave titan.
No, this looks like a B to me, actually. Not even B-. This
B+? B-? Yeah.
Probably B, but if you can get it through, it's really nice.
Really good. Next is Sagu Wildling. This is 4 and a green for a 3/3 flying dragon at common. And when it enters, you gain 3 life. It's a nice dragon. It also has Roost Seek as its sorcery omen. It's green. And it says, search your library for a basic land card, reveal it, put it in your hand, and then shuffle. Another good one.
Yeah, it's really nice that it's like this is kind of like a land cycler almost, except it's kind of cool that it shuffles back in because you do want to draw this later.
Yeah.
5 mana 3/3 flying gain 3 is pretty good.
It is.
The one downside to this kind of card is you have to play like 9 or probably ideally 10 forests or green sources. Tap lands are fine too.
Right.
To make Roost Seek actually work as part of your mana base. But the nice part is, unlike Lay of the Land, which is just actually that part of the card, it's just green, go get a basic. If you play this, don't draw green till later, you just cast the 3/3 fine. It's not a disaster, whereas it is a disaster if it only searches for a land and you can't cast it till later. Right. So I would give Sagu Wildling a C plus.
I would too.
I think it looks like a nice little card.
I like these little backup plans.
Playing 17 land with 2 Sagu Wildlings sounds like a great way to not flood out, but also hit your 4th or 5th land drops almost every game.
And get your colors and everything.
Yeah.
Last green card is Dusute Earthcarver. This is 5 and a green for a 4/4 Elephant Druid. At common, it has reach. And when it enters, you endure 3. It's just, you're going to make a 4/4 and a 4/4 reach and a 3/3 like almost all the time.
I don't know.
7/7 reach. I mean, if it had trample or something, then you're really
This is one where
tempted.
like the 7/7 is significantly larger in terms of what it takes to kill it and how it does in combat.
Like eating dragons instead of trading or
Right.
dying to
And
them.
like a deal 5 isn't enough to kill it anymore. So I
Still,
think
man,
that,
6 mana and you could have had something left over.
I mean, the fact that you get a choice is really nice. Like
Yeah, it is. This is a common.
I bet this is a C plus. This looks like a pretty strong common. Might even be a C plus. Just
Yeah.
the other thing about picking the counters version on not even this card, just all of them, is that it does work with all your counter stuff to have
It
counters
does.
floating around.
And
So
we've been kind of
you are a little
discounting
more
that.
likely.
Yeah.
That's why I want to mention it. A little more likely to want to do that.
Yeah. All right, that's going to do it for green. Luis, do you have to go?
Yeah, I got to take off now.
Okay, I'm going to just do the rest because we actually only have a few cards left.
Yeah,
we've just got the artifacts, and then the lands are all cycles.
Make sure people know the lands are like a C plus B minus level.
Okay, for the tri lands?
No, for the dual lands.
For the gain lands. Okay, I will do that.
Lands. That's my vote. All right.
Okay, great job, Luis.
Good stuff, man.
All right, we'll talk to
Later,
you soon.
Joe.
Okay, so Luis is out of here, but we're going to continue on because we're almost done. The fact that this set has so many gold cards means that there's only a few artifacts and there's even fewer lands because they're all kind of clumped into these cycles. So we'll just power through to the end here. The first one is Mardu Monument, which is part of a cycle. This is uncommon artifact for 2 mana. And it says, when this artifact enters, search your library for a basic mountain, plains, or swamp, because this is Mardu, reveal it, put it into your hand, and then shuffle. And then you can pay 2 and a red, black, white, tap it, and sacrifice this to create, in this case, 3 1/1 red warrior creature tokens. They gain menace and haste until end of turn, and you can only activate this at sorcery speed. So these are colorless fixing that give you a payoff for the colors of the shard or wedge or whatever it's called that you're in. And they have different costs, but they all do the same stuff up front. So this one's pretty good. I mean, this is 5 mana to make the 3 1/1s, and they have menace and haste. The only downside in that way is that your opponent can see it coming. Those type of effects are usually much better when it's like just a card out of your hand and they're like, oh no, I didn't know that, I was going to get attacked with all this extra stuff. So that isn't really a thing with this. Technically you could wait until you could do all of it, but generally speaking, they're going to know it's coming, and that does hurt its performance. But, for the most part, you're probably playing these for the fixing first, and then the ability is something you can kind of work out later on. And this is a fairly decent one. No, I'd give this Monument a C. Like they don't do that much when you play them. It's still 2 mana just to get a land in your hand. It's not really where you want to be, but nice to have something to do later. The next one is Temur Monument. So same stuff, except for you can search up forest, island, or mountain. The activated ability, though, is 3. So this is more mana. 3 green, blue, red. So 6 mana tap, sacrifice it to get a 5/5 elephant. And I definitely like that. I like that better, in fact, because a 5/5 elephant's the type of thing that, like, even if they know it's coming, it's still a lot to deal with. So I like Temur Monument better. I would give it a C+ or a C, something like that. My gut is that you're going to want these because they're uncommon and they put a whole cycle of them in. There is a chance that you just kind of don't, that, finding stuff to do with your mana later in the game isn't that big of a deal. And it's too steep of a cost to pay this 2 colorless mana just to get a land and get your fixing going. But I'm just going to trust the designers here and assume that these are actually playable. So I would say C+ for Temur Monument. Abzan Monument, same thing, except for, again, plains, swamp, or forest that you can go get with it. But it's cheaper. It's 1 white, black, green, tap, sacrifice to create an XX white spirit creature token where X is the greatest toughness among creatures you control. Again, sorcery speed only to get that going. So this one doesn't do anything on its own. You need to have another creature out, but it could be, a 3/3 or a 4/4 if you have kind of a bigger creature. I like this one less. I'd rather pay a little more mana and just know what I'm getting than the ups and downs. This is also the type of thing that you can sacrifice and then they can remove your big toughness creature in response and then you get like a 1/1 or whatever. So I think this one's more in the D range. Again, I'm discounting the 2 mana to get a land. That is really what you're paying for, but you would never play that on its own. So there's a lot of pressure on the activated ability, and this one isn't quite as good. Next is Jeskai Monument. Same thing, but again, island, mountain, or plains that you can get with it. And it has 1 blue, red, white tap sack. Create 2 1/1 white bird creature tokens with flying. So 4 mana, and again, sorcery speed, 4 mana, and you get 2 1/1 flyers. That's probably right in the middle of the pack. 1/1 flyers are somewhere approaching a card worth of value. I wouldn't call this a 2-for-1 quite, but it's right up there. Or maybe it is a 2-for-1 with the land that you get. Yeah, I'd give that one a C+. That one's a little bit on the better end of things. And then Sultai Monument is 2 mana for an artifact at uncommon. And it's the same thing, except for you can get a swamp, forest, or island. And its activated ability is 2 black, green, blue tap sack. And it says create 2 2/2 black zombie druid creature tokens at sorcery speed. So this is just 2 2/2s down on the ground for 5 mana. Also seems to be right in the middle in that C range of just being okay. I think I like the Teamer Monument the best, the Obzon the least, and then the other 3 kind of in the middle. Next is Embermouth Sentinel. This is 2 mana for a 2/1 artifact creature chimera. It's common. And it says, when this creature enters, you may search your library for a basic land card, reveal it, then shuffle and put that card on top. Boo. And if you control a dragon, okay, put that card onto the battlefield tapped instead. Wow, that's a big upgrade. But this is effectively a 2-drop, or essentially a 2-drop. And so you're not going to have a dragon really. And by the time you do, you probably don't care that much about getting the land. I would give this card a D. 1 toughness is also a beat when you're getting beaten down. You could do worse for a 2-drop, but I would really try to have my mana be in a better place than needing an Embermouth Sentinel. And I think prefer to play any of the monuments over it too. Next is Dragonstorm Globe. This is 3 mana for an artifact at common. Each dragon you control enters with an additional +1/+1 counter on it, and it taps to add 1 mana of any color. So this is the thing that guy can search up. Nah, I don't think I want this. I mean, there may be room for a mana rock here. The dragon thing is kind of stupid because like dragons are already the biggest thing and you don't really need to put a whole card in your deck just to make them better. And I don't think you want just the 3 mana rock, and I don't think it's worth it to combine them. I'd give Dragonstorm Globe a D. It just feels like there's enough fixing in the set. I guess there is a world where there isn't and you need this and then you'll take the bonus of the dragon, but feels like you maybe didn't draft quite right if you have to do that. So I'll say D for Dragonstorm Globe. Next is Watcher of the Wayside. This is 3 mana for a 3/2 golem at common. And it says, when this creature enters, target player mills 2 cards, you gain 2 life. And it's a 3/2. So 3 mana, 3/2. Somebody mills, you gain 2 life. I think I would still put Watcher of the Wayside in a D level. God, if you really needed to self-mill, I guess it's a thing. I mean, the 2 life is nice, but 3/2 is not great. I give it a D. Next is Jadecast Sentinel. This is 4 mana for a 1/5 artifact creature, Ape Snake. Yikes. It is a common. It has reach, so 4 mana, 1/5 reach. And you can pay 2 mana and tap it to put target card from a graveyard on the bottom of its owner's library. You know, I got to say, just like when I see a card like this, I get relieved and excited because like they don't put these cards into decks that are, or into sets that are super fast very often because it's kind of like nobody would ever touch that thing. Occasionally they do so that we could get tricked. But usually that's in there because somebody said, hey, I keep getting decked and I need some way to not have that happen. Still seems like a bad one, like maybe a sideboard card, or it would go into a dedicated Sultai deck that was full on self-mill or something. I would give it a D, maybe even an F. Next is Boulderborn Dragon. This is our last artifact, by the way. It's 5 mana for a 3/3 artifact creature dragon at common. It's got flying and vigilance, and whenever it attacks you, surveil 1. You know, stats-wise, this isn't there, but I could see if you're going to do, the build around dragon stuff and you just needed another one, that you would be the one to pick this thing up. It's not like it's embarrassingly bad, but it would not be my first stop. And I would not put it into a regular deck, I don't think. I would also give it a D. These are all kind of on the lower end or more specific. Like, the Boulderborn Dragon goes into the Dragonstorm deck. Okay, cool. Then it's a C- or whatever. The Jadecast Sentinel goes into the full self-mill deck as like a C or a C-, but otherwise you don't really want it, that kind of thing. And then what Luis was just talking about, we do have the gain lands here. And, these are the lands that we had in the last set as well, where they tapped, they gain you a life when they enter, and they tap for 2 colors. And let's say we've got 5. Do we have all 10 of them? Yeah, we have all 10 of them represented here. And Luis was saying that he thinks they're like a C+, B- level card. And with the relative power of the cards that we've gone through in this set, I believe him. I mean, you're not going to be, scratching around for playables very often. And if that's the case, and it's 3 color set like this, mana fixing goes up a lot. This is some vegetables that you're definitely going to want to eat. And the life gain helps, buffer your life total a little bit too. So it all kind of works together. So definitely don't sleep on the gain lands. They are definitely something that you want to keep your eye on as a type of card that you don't want to overlook. C+ for them. Maybe even a B- if you don't have other fixing going. And then it looks like they brought back the OG Tri-lands from cons when they came out. These are kind of interesting because we've had sort of better versions come out in between, but these are really good for limited. I'll read the first one. It's called Nomad Outpost, but all 5 of them follow the same trend and they follow the clans that they represent. So they ETB tapped. They're uncommon and they tap for 1 of 3 colors, and you can just pick, and they mirror again, like Mardu that is the Nomad Outpost. So it taps for either red, white, or black. And these are very strong. If you like the gain lands, like these things, especially if they're completely on wedge, if you're playing all 3 colors as your primaries, these go a really long way. Like you'll see pro players feel very relieved when they can pick up 1 or God forbid 2 of these to help shore up their mana. Because when you play one of these, like let's say you're playing Temur, and Temur's is called Frontier Bivouac. If you play this on turn 1, you just feel like you can do anything. You just don't have to worry about your mana nearly as much. And so they end up being really good. They're probably like a B. Like seriously, like you should probably take these at a B range if you're in a full 3 color deck or if you're looking to splash off of it as well. The last card, in fact, is Evolving Wilds, which again, the fixing is, this is a lot of fixing. Uncommon tri-lands, common duels, and then all the other stuff we saw. Evolving Wilds, again, is a common land that you can tap it and sacrifice it to search your library for a basic land card and put it onto the battlefield, tapped and then shuffle. Not nearly on the level of the duels in a set like this. It's really worth noting. Like, if you're playing green and blue and you can get a Thornwood Falls, which taps for green or blue, it is so much better than Evolving Wilds in these. Yes, Evolving Wilds still works. It fills a gap and it can get you going. But on 3 colors, you need to be able to get to those, and you go back and forth. So when you're forced early in the game to decide which color to help fill out the gap, it can be tough, and you can miss out. Generally speaking, though, I'm pro Evolving Wilds. I'd give it a C, and it's a card that I definitely keep my eye on. All right, that's it for the set review. Woo, we got through it. This is, of the modern era, cons is my favorite, probably playing to visit. It's had the best sets that, some of the best sets that we've ever had. This would probably be my number 1 choice for if Wizards said, hey, we're going to do a set, in a place you've been to before. It's like Dominaria or here. In cons, that's where I want to be. And anytime you see tricolors, getting pushed, it usually means that you're going to have a little bit of breathing room and maybe get us to that middle ground that I've been wanting. The one we had in the last set too, where you actually get a little bit of time to explore some of the other archetypes and that none of them really get completely squeezed out. So that's going to do it. Hopefully this set is awesome. I am hoping and praying that it is. If you want to find us on social media, Marshall_LR and Luis is LSV, pretty much everywhere. You can find everything related to the podcast at lrcast.com, old episodes of the show, links to all of our stuff right on the front. Again, lrcast.com. For that, we want to thank our sponsor, Ultimate Guard for supporting us. We really appreciate it. And everybody who supports us on Patreon as well. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. That's going to do it for this one. We'll see you next week. I guess I have to come up with some type of thing. I think Luis left. Like, we don't have to do a sign off if Luis left, right? Right? Jeff, you got anything? What'd you have for dinner? What time is it over there, actually?
It's coming up on midnight here, but that's fine.
Oh my God, producer Jeff, putting in the hours today.
It's part of the job. What did I have for dinner? I actually had something that you brought up on a different sign off a while back. In that I had a stir fry.
You did?
Yeah. Very common in Irish households.
That sounds really good. I made a fried rice yesterday in my
fantastic.
walk, and I got some leftovers too, so I might hit that up.
One of those, I love those things that are just like better the next day, like chili, curries, anything that just if you leave it overnight, it's just better the next day.
Totally, and that's one of those things. And hopefully, our set review will also be better the next day. We'll find out.
We'll find out.